calming music. Woosah. Woosah. Hey Ozzy, thank you for waiting. I'm just, I put on some calm Final Fantasy type shit. I'm breathing. I am breathing. I don't know if you're aware of this, Ozzy, and I guess everybody else who's here early, but like British people have 2 states.
On mother seekers $% exclamation mark and hash and exclamation mark $%.
Oh, and feck, and then some bacon, and then some. I don't know if you're all aware of this. Sorry, and bacon. Thank you for the bits, friend. British people have 2 settings. Overly polite, and I will destroy you. There's no interim gradient, which the Americans have mastered so well. You know, you serve somebody a plate of gravel in a British establishment, and they will go, "Thank you." How was it? It was lovely. It was exactly what I asked for. Woosah! And Rikami, that sounds lovely. Also, Watto and welcome. Lizzie, yeah, I have the Final Fantasy music on. I'm doing some breathing exercises. I am calm. I am calm. Yeah. Especially when it comes to ordering food, but in general, British people are overly polite, overly nice. Until you hit like a tipping point, like it is a binary from 0 to kill, and I've been in kill mode for like an hour now. If you weren't looking on here in the Discord, the TLDR is that they may have closed the PO box without telling us. And considering I got an email on like December 29th saying, "Hey, we received a thing," and I was like, you know what? I'll sort that. It'll happen. It'll be great. It'll be great. It'll be great. It'll be great. Oh. I was informed by Fiona, was it yesterday, day before, saying like, oh, apparently somebody tried to send something to the PO box and it got bounced back. I was like, oh, that's weird.
Yo, hard to believe it's been nearly 3 years since I started watching you, Will.
You know what? Ultrazine, usually I'd have some quips or witty banter about this. You know what? That's feckin' wonderful. Like, that's feckin' cool. So, cheers to you and thank you. Because, yeah, we'll be coming up on 5 years proper this April, which is scarily close. Yeah, so TLDR, they may have closed the store where the PO box was at. And there's stuff there. And some stuff that might have, or I don't know. So I've spent this morning trying to track down what's going on, what's happened, and I'm just livid. Livid! Like, the reason we got a PO box was because you lot said lovely things, alright? And that's wonderful. Like, the fact that we needed to have a PO box.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Hey,
Weapons
sorry,
online.
I'm raging.
All systems nominal.
The full 51.
What ho?
Kimball, Watto and welcome, Squarepeg and Wolfcrad. So Stepagen, thank you for the full compliment. Wolfcrad, I'm trying to keep the rage. I'm trying to keep the. Ah!
What do you call an angry nut? A butterfly accio.
I feel like it's a pistachio is what it was going for. But apparently Mr. the Welsh guy is not going to let us swear today. Also, Lizzie, you just took the Aldum. Well done, friend. Well done. No, Lizzie, that's a huge amount of money. I can thank you. I'm just so mad right now. Stooge! How are you doing, friend? Stooge, thank you for the raid, mate. How are you doing? Come on in! I am so mad! I'm reaching Toad levels of, like, infuriation. So, I'm gonna try not to focus on it. We're playing a lovely game. It's a box of rage. It's a whole box of rage! But, Stooge, what were you up to? What were you playing? You're playing Atlas, as in the Ark Piratey sequel, or a different title. Jumping back in, Kaimball almost fell asleep at their desk today. We've all been there, friend. We've all been there. I managed to, through the...
Maybe we should consider river puns. They're current.
Indeed. Ehrman, thank you kindly. Oh yeah, so Kestrel was in as well, and it was the Arc Piratey sequel. I've heard if you can get it working, it's a lot of dumb fun. Like, you can make ridiculous pirate ships. Just... the stability issues can be, as it was put to me, challenging. Oh, calming music. It's a treat.
Hey you.
Hey you guys! How are you doing, Caffeine? Watto and welcome once more, friend. Woosa. So basically, Kestrel, what's got me upsetting Spaghetti is they may have closed the store in which the P.O. box was in the last, in the last few days, like this week. And I'm trying to find out what the bloody hell's going on with that. So... I'm so many kinds of livid right now. Lord Lost and Found, Watto and welcome! And one of the reasons why is, like, you'll go above and beyond. This is well-accepted longship canon. And, you know, some people have very kindly said that, you know, they were going to send some little care packages and stuff, and it's something to be really excited about. But, like... Feckin' wet. Anyway, I was very, very ragey on the phone. So, we're in a wait-and-see pattern. According to customer service, the place is still open. According to Google and the UPS website, the place is permanently closed and it's not reopening. So all I can say, friends, is that if you were thinking of sending something, please don't. Just hold fire. Oh no, Kaimball, this is what I was saying before you came on in, is I was saying about how, like, the British kind of have two settings, like stop and kill. Like, we'll be very polite, sometimes a bit of passive aggressive, but once you go past a certain point, like, it was real rage. Oh, and Dory Quill, Watto and welcome. Lizzie, I should know in a couple hours whether or not it's BS. So hold fire on an announcement for now, but you know, I can't imagine there's anybody in Discord who's about to, like, blow the doors off who's not here at the moment. Yeah. Fiona's downtown at the moment, so we should know if they're talking bollocks or not. I'm so mad. The idea that something that you lot have put time and effort and heart into, that's just either gonna get bounced or gonna get lost or what have you, because I guess no one... So mad. Okay, so that is why we started late. I even got up at a decent hour this morning. I was ready to go. I was focused like a laser. Ew. So I put on these calming Final Fantasy beats. I'm breathing woosah. But yes, please do not...
Captain on the bridge.
Oh.
51 months of being a Terra, got to love mistakes.
I've had that happen multiple times. So I've written in the sub message and it keeps missing. Just stooge. But not just for 51 months at E3, but all that you do, mate. Like, cheers and thank you.
Toad Rage is justified.
Thank you. Thank you. This was full Toad Rage. And, Stoobs, that's 1,000 bits, mate. Thank you. To the lurker above, I say, Watto and welcome. And yeah, Kindball, I'm past strongly worded letter. I am past that phase of rage. So mad. Like it warms my tiny heart. That what? Strakes, frickin' thank you. Oh, caught me right off guard there. Fire Strager, thank you for 3,000 bits. You feckin' legend. And cheers to you. Hope you're feeling better. Hope you're feeling rested.
Snipe.
Oh shit! Wolfcrat, thank you! Well, the energy bar seems to have biffed it. That is a full 1,000. I'm sorry, Lizzie. Your reign as Jarl was very brief. But we should have known when there was a train involved. Anyway, friends, like I've had my 10 minutes. Breathe. But yes, please hold fire. If for some reason you were sending something to the PO box, hold fire. We'll find out what in the bloody hell's going on. And hopefully we can have something sorted. Okay, I'm good. So how are you all doing? Oh, also, friends, if by some chance you are not, please give ET3 Stooge a follow because he can actually get up in the morning, which is a power I do not have. Boosh. And breathe. So, how are you all doing, friends? Game news has been weird today. I'm still trying to understand the new Dungeons & Dragons license, which doesn't affect the video game sphere directly, but I think is something important to know because as I'm trying to understand it, it's definitely going to affect the landscape of nerdery. K-pop scares me. Yeah, K-pop is a terrifying factor now. Lizzie was saying that nobody fully understands the new D&D license. It's a bit of a mess. Yeah, I started looking into like the bracketed tierings of it based on income, but I think that's something to do with titles that, resources or things that use D&D as a backing or the plug into or otherwise.
I wonder if I can heal beyond my max now with this broken health bar.
No, Wolfcrad seems to be just spot on. Also, thank you all for the fucking bits. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, so basically, Eurogamer put up an article about this morning that Goose Goose Duck, a title which we've played a few times, it's Among Us but with proximity chat and ducks pretending to be geese. Oh, there we go. So Wolfcrad, it required a poke from an external maneuver. And Strakes, thank you kindly. I'm trying to find out which K-pop group it was. It's BTS. A BTS member, Kim Taehyung, sorry if I butchered that, streamed Goose Goose Duck and has accelerated it to a peak 500,000 concurrent players today on Steam. So, I don't know, if you weren't aware of the effect of K-pop, now you are. I guess the new power players get BTS to play a video game, right? So Fred, I should have linked to you in the game news on Discord, but I can grab you another link here. And also, friends, thank you for a fucking massive train to start the day off. This will not be the last train of the day, as Hobbs Barrow does feature trains, but we'll get to that in a second. Yeah, so Chornerus, basically an Among Us happened. Now, I don't remember if it was specifically BTS that played Among Us initially, but just in case you missed the whole details. So, Among Us was a video game that had come out, hadn't done very well, and the team had kind of put it to bed because, you know, it hadn't really succeeded. And then there was a lightning strike moment during lockdown where some South Korean streamers started playing it. Now, if it was a K-pop idol playing the title on stream, that would have obviously started a massive ripple effect. But that was the spark that turned Among Us into this huge international phenomenon. Had that not been the case, the team had already abandoned it and had begun development of Among Us 2. Goose Goose Duck getting a similar lightning strike feels interesting. But yeah, so back on the D&D stuff, it's going to be interesting to see what this shift is. Like, Hasbro as an operation has been pushing Wizards of the Coast to be more of an aggressive moneymaker. We talked about this last year when Bank of America downgraded Hasbro stock due to their aggressive product release schedule, specifically around Magic the Gathering, which is one of their big moneymakers. And, you know, it doesn't take a genius to understand that, you know, while D&D is integral to, you know, the very fabric of culture now, Magic the Gathering makes a gajillion times more money than D&D does. Because of D&D's collaborative nature and the amount of the amount of things that you need to contribute or to play D&D isn't that much comparable to what you need to play Magic the Gathering. And this is something that they have commented on publicly. And from a business standpoint, I understand what they're saying, right? Like, if D&D is so huge, how come D&D don't make more money, right? But yeah, Ehrman, that's what I was mentioning, is like the story a few weeks ago about the was saying how D&D needs to be monetized more. And that was a very, very good example of a business person speaking without really knowing the space that they're treading into. Now, the reason why today's...
And why do they keep making Monopoly?
Yeah, you'd think from the team that makes Monopoly they understand shit better. Thank you, Stooge. Yeah, so Bismarck, absolutely execs running this. Now, the licensing stuff from today could potentially end up being something like a misguided or misunderstood version of Games Workshop's licensing agreements. So, like, for those of you who don't know, while Games Workshop makes a larger portion of their money off of selling Space Marines, they also make a larger portion of their money from licensing. Licensing products, licensing games, licensing all sorts. It's a very lucrative business. However, D&D has not always been treated like the cornerstone of culture that it has become. And so D&D's always played very, very casual with its licensing agreement stuff. That is to say, they've been very open using like fan licenses and things like that. So I guess their goal is to try and transition into something like World of Warcraft, like Warhammer, but I don't know. This is just guesses from someone who's outside of the space. This is going to be interesting, because it's worth noting that at one time, Wizards of the Coast, when it was just them, were very good at licensing Dungeons and Dragons. Like, there was... feckin'... There's a wall of stuff in the Wizards of the Coast office of all the things and merch that has been licensed around Dungeons and Dragons over the years. And it is fascinating. Oh. Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, good. This is gonna be a fucking day, isn't it? Stream on fucking YouTube. Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I tell you what, friends, if you can see or hear me, would you mind giving me a quick little 07? Just so that I can see how many peeps we got. Okay, that's good. I should say, though, from my perspective, it's blitzed all of your badges, buttons, and details. So it's literally, as you can see there, everyone's badges and buttons are gone. Yeah, Kestrel, apparently Twitch is having a fucking day. Oh, good. Goody. Wonderful. Mr. Twitch is like, we can't give you a purple tick because your numbers aren't staying consistent. Well, how about you stay consistent, mate? I'm keeping up my end of the bloody bargain, Mr. Twitch. Oh, but Bismarck is allowed to have badges. The rest of you are verboten. Brilliant. Yeah, you know what it was, Stooge? It's the old Twitch Hasbro mates. I'm gonna stop bad-mouthing them. And at least announcements are working, Lizzie. And love to you as well, friend. You know, while I did start today on... J-Post, fucking thank you. Even though it's all chaos. J-Post, seriously, thank you. Even though we have started today on Rage, you know, I am reminded that the reason I'm so angry about the P.O. Box is the idea that any of you do something lovely, and due to like factors outside of your control, it doesn't happen. One year, I tried to send somebody some cool stuff, and it got bounced back through the systems, and I still feel bad about that. And I wouldn't want any of you lot to feel that, so heckin' yo. Bismarck, yes, I was denied partner. The end of the heist, Twitch said that our numbers were too inconsistent, and they wanted to see more consistent rises across the board. Right, you know what? Fine, whatever. Anyway, I'm going to keep nattering for a good while. We're going to play Hobbs Barrow today, but I'll keep going till things are a little bit more stable, because I wouldn't want you all to miss out on this game. Yeah, Bismarck, we made it. We absolutely did our part. And sorry to go back to talking about the Great Bezos heist for a second, but I'm genuinely fucking proud of us as a squad. Like, all we had to do was tweak a couple of things and call everybody together, and we brought the thunder. So that's on Mr. Twitch. That's on Mr. Twitch. Favor 6, I'm not sure what you mean by Steam Awards going to people. You need to give me some more deets on that one. Oh yeah, and Lawrence, the Bezos heist was fun. You know, we got to spend some more time with Joe Cat and Peeps, and it was a real good excuse to bring everybody together. And like I said, the last thing I'll say on it before we go back to D&D and Hasbro talk and things like that is that, you know, we're an anomaly in Twitch's eyes. I shouldn't be able to do this full time with the numbers that we have. You lot genuinely put cash into keeping me going. And, you know, I've been able to help my whole household survive the fucking plague because of you lot. Like, it is unfucking heard of for someone to be able to do this for a living with the squad that we have. And that's what I choose to celebrate. Mr. Twitch is like, well, like, feck you, mate. You know? Surely being able to make a living on this place is better than having 100 peeps, but whatever. Oh, and Favor 6, those are points awards that you can give to users, you can give to peoples. You can award them to reviews or the ilk. So if you look over on... So here's my profile. So I have 2 awards. I've been given the Michelangelo Award for a very, very beautiful profile, and the Wholesome Award twice. They use up Steam points, which are like the if you spend money you get them points, which you use for customization. I have the DVD hits the corner overlay and stuff like that. And also for like my little mini profile and things like that. It's a sweet fish. Lance, that's not even the biggest fish I've caught in Sega Bass Fishing. It's the biggest one I have a screenshot of. Anyway, so yeah, no, so Favor 6, that's the community awards. Oh. So Fred, I mean, again, So Fred, yourself, and Ket, and Kika, and people like that are peeps that I would go to get the breakdown. From what I have come to understand from some of the Twitter threads around the new D&D license, is that they would override the previous open agreement. So the skeptical thought right now is that Wizards via Hasbro is going to be pushing a lot of people to take the new agreement because it's much better for them and much worse for you as a person. It also has like banded brackets depending on like revenue and things like that. So well, and Favor 6, so far as I can tell, is that OGL won't be available moving forward, but previous OGL licenses will still be honoured until you take the new license, in which case it overwrites the last one. Oh yeah, and Kimball, yeah, it hits the corner. It hits the corner. There were 3 variants you could get. One that does sometimes. One that only hits the corners. One that occasionally hits the corners, and one that infuriatingly will never hit the corners. You've had to try and explain screensavers to a younger generation. Haunts me. Ozzy says, do you mind checking your Steam awards again? I have... Yay! This user's profile has been given the Warm Blanket Award. Aww. And Vobbles, that one was interesting because what I read about that with the Kickstarter element is that it's based on revenue, not profit. So if you raise $750,000 for a D&D based Kickstarter, that puts you in that bracket, and then you owe Wizards money. It doesn't matter that all of that money went to producing the thing. It's that your thing has made X amount of cash. Caffeine is much better than the Wet Blanket. Much better than the Wet Blanket Award. And exceedingly better than the Waffle Board Hard Blanket Award. I was going for a joke there and it did not land. It did not land. Kestrel's like, why don't check your profile one more time? Oh, no. I got the Golden Unicorn Award. Been a long time since I've been called that, let me tell thee. Because what's interesting is, so Favor 6 was saying Wizards of the Coast want less D&D products. No. What they want is they want a cut. Now, again, when it comes to tabletop stuff, I know cursory amounts. Nothing compared to a lot of friendos.
Will Twitch finally let me do the thing?
Stay tuned to find out if Stooge is allowed to do the thing on this week's episode of The Thing. The most ambiguous game show ever conceived. Is it even a game? We don't know. Stooge, thank you for the bits, friend. But no, jumping back. I think the goal, Favor 6, is to have more D&D products, but each of those D&D products generating revenue for Wizards of the Coast, or Hasbro. The problem is like, when it comes to this kind of shit, it's really hard to put the genie back in the bottle. For those who don't know, Games Workshop and the Warhammer license, like, they used to be so guarded about who got to make stuff as, Games Workshop, Citadel Miniature styling. I don't know at what point that they realized they could make bank off of it, but it definitely coincided with the post-fall of THQ and the video game angle. For those who don't know, for a while when THQ still existed, they had the Games Workshop license, meaning if you wanted to make a video game of a Games Workshop property, it had to be done through or for THQ. And that was, up until Games Workshop, the standard model. And because everything was so very locked up, there weren't like tons of fan works and things like that. So when Games Workshop got control of their license again for video games and additional products, they did micro-licensing. We've talked about that before. And one of the reasons why we have so many different Games Workshop games is a lovely little quirk for indies, where you don't pay Games Workshop money until your project recoups its production costs. So if we make a video game, we spend $1 million, we don't owe Games Workshop any cash or percentages until we've made $1 million back. And that makes the license incredibly good.
Go home, Twitch, you're drunk.
Super drunk. See, Favor 6, here's where I don't want to speak for, like, D&D stuff, because, Anyway, the thing is, as you well know, Dungeons & Dragons for a long time has played very, very fast and loose with its licensing, allowing people to create, like, companion books, source books, campaigns, scenarios, etc. Minis, models, you name it. Now, peeps are very correct that they did try and lock that shit back down during 4th edition, but that was more to do with, by my understanding, that was more to do with, like, D&D Beyond, which was going to be their, like, digital companion, etc. As I'm sure you're all aware, like, D&D doesn't make a lot of bank of people playing around a table, because you really only need, like, Dungeon Master's Guide, and pens and paper. You can photocopy the rule sheets, you can borrow dice, so long as the DM's got the stuff they need to run the campaign, jobs are good. So what it means is that you have one book that supplements 5 people. And then if you're able to do online campaigns or download PDFs, like, you can kind of get away with not paying. But D&D Beyond sadly didn't hit the beats that they were hoping. I mean, D&D Beyond... Wait, is D&D Beyond the one that's out now or the one that was? Sorry, I get them all muddled up. We tried using it for our 4th edition campaign. Okay, Dugadib, so D&D Beyond's the one that's out now. Beyond is the website. Okay, so whatever the previous attempt to do like a digital D&D setup, the one that went along with 4th edition. That was the last one that I used. It's also super broken. But that's another story. Oh, it's Angel Kalina. Watto and welcome. Yeah, well, we'll know more about the P.O. Box by the end of today. Fiona's going to do a little drive-by and see if it literally is closed. In which case, I'm going to be livid. But that's another story. God, I'm so sorry, friends. I lost my train of thought on 4th edition's digital elements. So, I think the long and short of it is that the goal is to re-enable more D&D licensing stuff and start turning it into cash. Problem is, you can't really put the genie back in the bottle on that one, and it's only going to cause people to be mad. And I wouldn't say that Wizards of the Coast don't acknowledge it, but Hasbro certainly doesn't. That they can't just bolt on the business models of their competitors and go, do that. You know, you can't make Magic the Gathering money overnight. Like, it's not a thing. Now, Duke of Dim, if this all does go ahead, I would bet you 50p in a bag of skips that Critical Role will get a special licensing agreement separate from the others. Like, the new licensing stuff being put into effect isn't meant to affect their big earners, and the integration between Wizards and Critical Role can't be understated. Just how whatever the final season of Stranger Things ends up being, they won't have to pay a special license to feature Dungeons and Dragons proper. I mean, as Lizzie and Moose are saying, Crit Role wouldn't have to worry as well, because here's the thing, Critical Role could just switch to another system. The draw of Critical Role is not that it is Dungeons and Dragons. It is Matt Mercer and friends playing a tabletop system, you know. So, on that regard, it's also the current licensing agreement wouldn't be applied to previous agreements. So, say you had a Kickstarter that already made a buttload of money, you don't suddenly owe Wizards cash. Rikami says, I like to see Crit Role play Cyberpunk Red. I mean, sorry, I was about to be mean there. I was going to say, well, I'd like to see them play a good Cyberpunk system. Oh, spicy. I think they'd have a lot of fun with Shadowrun, unless they've already done it and I haven't seen it, which is fair. But that's another story. Sorry, I thought I'd just gotten some additional information on the Twitch outages. Oh. Anyway, once Friendos have had a time to really deconstruct the new licensing agreement and things like that, what I might do is see if we can have like coffee time with Fred, or something along those lines, because we definitely need somebody who understands the space. Hey, Mega Boss, that doesn't sound like a problem. That sounds like a great day. I'm going to continue putting chill beats on. I'm not trying to put everybody to sleep. We need to keep it calm lest the rage come forth once more. Fred's getting a ton of network errors on the stream today. It seems to be site-wide. Someone was saying that it's an issue AWS side, but if it was AWS side, then like most of your favorite websites would be fucked. Oh god, yes, Stooge. I hope this doesn't affect the VOD. I hope so. And the thing was, I specifically wanted to get into Hob's Barrow today. I'm a little worried now that it's not stable enough.
You mean it was all Cloudflare / AWS? Always was click.
Click. Alright, so we'll do an extra bit of Bantermancy today, and we'll see if things stable out. Like, you know, I know there are peeps looking forward to Hub's Barrow today, and I don't want that to get, like, wailed on by Twitch being a jerk. Kind bud to start a new window. God, it's gonna be one of those days, isn't it? It's gonna be one of those days. All right, but despite being so tired that I was practically loopy last night, I managed to drink enough wine to put myself down. So while I'm not feeling 100% today, I did sleep for 8 hours. And whilst I was a sleepy, tired, sleepy person, check out this fancy lad. Check out this fancy guy. All right, come on. Like, we always go through this. My camera. Look, don't look at me. Look at the Gundam. Look at me. Look at the Gundam. Look at me. Look at the Gundam. I turn off the light. Is it better? That's a little bit better. I guess the brightness is what it doesn't like. He's a fanciful gentleman. Alright, well, if you're following me on TikTok, I made a little time lapse of putting this guy together. I was at that point of sleepy last night where it was like, if I stopped, I was going to conk out. So I had to just keep pushing through. So I was watching Wheeler Dealer, who is a Longship regular, play Valheim. Not Valheim, Valorant. A mix-up of that would be kind of fun. Because I can't play Valorant anymore. My reaction speeds are shot. So I can kind of live vicariously through. And I put this little guy together. I got a little thing on my phone that lets me do time-lapse videos. So that's what I did. Is it my best work? No. Is the inking very janky? Yes, but did I have a bloody good time doing it? Feck yeah. I just gotta decide what to work on next. Like, I know what I should be doing, and what I should be doing is the Megex. What I want to do is my gift from Favor 6. So, decisions, you know. It's mainly because, like, the Megex is a full day project. Like, you can't just work on it a little bit, put it down, work on it a little bit, put it down like you can with the others. And Biggs, watto and welcome. I mean, Stooge, I'm more afraid of the big nightingale than anything because it's so important. But what I might do is a test run with the smaller one. The irony being, of course, that the smaller one's box is still monstrous. Oh yeah, and Stooge, I absolutely will do a size comparison. I think it's because the real grade one is just packed full of like little gimmicks and details. So, but the 1/100 is it's smoother pieces and larger. I don't know. I've been watching a lot of tutorials on doing like candy apple style paint jobs for Gundam, so I am very, very looking forward to getting the airbrushing kit back up and going, you know. Rikami says they're buying the big nightingale when this month's paycheck drops. Yo, go for the 144 nightingale, because I do not know how much the lovely people spent on getting the big nightingale, but that thing is a fucker to get hold of. It was a small print run, and aside from like Japanese imports, and Hookshot, Watto and welcome. Hello. And yeah, it's kind of wild. The one I have looked at is the Psycho Gundam from, I want to say it was Gundam Zeta, where even the 144 version towers above most other kits. Sorry, friends. I'm just keeping an eye on Twitch support as well. And Darthy Soda, Watto and welcome, friends. Yeah, J-Post, it seems to be stable-ish now, but we'll see how it's going. Twitch support hasn't given the all clear just yet, so we'll see how that goes. God. Favor 6, that's an interesting question. I wonder how many hours it would be to try and get all of the No Grey November finished. Because it really depends on, like... It really depends on, like, to what quality. Like, we could do a quick snip of everything. Probably get these banged out in, like, a month or two. But... Favor 6, the fact that they haven't done kits of the Power Rangers Zords yet is a huge, huge misstep. But I believe the Zoids, sorry, the Zords. I believe the Megazords from Power Rangers are somebody else. Sorry, the toys and the ilk. Hang on, let's look that up. Power Ranger toys. Yeah, okay, so there we go. And the Power Ranger toys are, you guessed it, Hasbro! And Fred, thank you kindly for the specifications. You are correct. that the Zords are the component mechs, and the Megazord is when they all combine to form what would otherwise be referred to as a super robot. So there we go. Megaboss has so much Orky Crump in greater print. Yup. I was chatting with one random person on Twitter today because they were showing off their collection of what was it? Battletech minis. I think it's the Alpha Strike one. Oh, Kestrel. Throw in the nerds. So Kestrel, how's your pile of crochet projects going? Yeah, how's that happening? Kind of just saying Hasbro makes me think of that Grumps thing of, do you Hasbro? I Hasbro! Oh. No, maybe I'll get you lot to... you know what? It's going to be a little while before I tackle the Megex, so I think I'm going to stop flagellating myself and just work on the one that Favor 6 got us. Because it's a lovely gift, and... Oh, but the box is so... Oh. It's one of the few times... Sorry, if you're wondering what Favor 6 got me this for Christmas, which is a lovely gift. I'm a huge fan of Pat Label, specifically the films. And this is the mech from the beginning of the first movie. But it has like little details, like on the box art, you can just see it has like the Babel from when the computer screens start freaking out. And look, if you look at the back, it's booty. Look, its booty comes apart. It's got a 3-part booty. Lizzie, I absolutely can call Kestrel out like that. You'll think I'm getting soft at my old age. Nuh-uh. I give as good as I get. But maybe after that one, I'll get you lot to help me decide. I mean, I've got the trio of Gundam Crossbones there. The feckin' Hazel Super there. Char's hanging out in about 3 different variants. Sorry, Kestrel's like, ha-ha! I shall throw yarn at you! You yarn? Do you yarn at me, Kestrel? I yarn? Sir, do I yarn at thee? Yeah, Lizzie, I know where I'm getting soft. It's in my belly. I actually have a belly now. It's great. Only taken me 35 fucking years to grow one. And yes, Night Valen, it does have a detachable ass. A 2-stage detachable ass. Hookshot, we all need a belly. Got to normalize that good belly. What a strange day. Not awful, but very strange. Kirby's epic yarn Gundam. Hey, Lagmeister, Kirby is a certified mech pilot. That's legit. So Duke of Stim said, my boyfriend and I are watching the Gundam movies soon, and we have no idea what order we should watch them in. Got a bunch of different answers from different people, and I'm curious. Well, what is your goal? The nice thing is a larger portion of Gundam is self-contained. And the earliest Gundam is some of the hardest to watch, because it was the first. But it definitely shows its age. Definitely shows its age. So Duke of Doom says we want to watch them in the order that makes sense. Well, Duke of Doom, here's what I'd recommend. Consider some of the standalone stuff first before you start like OG Gundam. Because the 3 movies, and then I believe it's Char's Counterattack. The movies are designed to be a condensed version of the original Mobile Suit Gundam. So it misses a little bit of the nuance, but hits a lot of the beat points. Honestly, what I tend to recommend to people, is watch some of the standalone OVAs, like give yourself a grounding in the world, and then go back to the classics, because knowing how cool it is, or how cool it's going to become, can help you get through some of the bits that make you go, ugh, why have the toddlers got C4? Why is this okay? Why are we doing war crimes again? And watching poor Paul Wraith unhinge at space horse physics. Some say if you listen really closely in the Longship Discord, you can still hear Wraith raging to this day. So Dugadin, Iron-Blooded Orphans is completely separate from everything else Gundam. So there's a few series like that. So things like G Gundam, which is Gundam Wrestling, Turner Gundam, which is Victorian Steampunk Gundam, the newest series, Witch of Mercury, which is currently streaming, Iron-Blooded Orphans, Gundam 00 Party Time, Gundam Wing. Each of those is a series with no connection to anything else. Is it just called 00? Just designed to feck with my dyslexic sensibility. So all of those, you can watch that and you don't have to have seen anything else. A lot of people point to Iron-Blooded Orphans because of its quality. I would say that the newest Gundam series is shaping up to be very good. And yeah, see, Lagmeister, I feel the same thing. Gundam Recognister looks gorgeous. God, I fucking love the designs. Love the designs. They feel like a real like evolution of. But God, the story hurts. I enjoy the concepts in Gundam Build Divers, but Build Fighters drove me up the bloody wall. Lord Lost and Found, you're welcome. Remember, trauma shared is trauma shared. Oh yeah, Haldrix, the Gundam roller coaster of being like, man, robots are cool. Wait a second, these are kids. Oh no, there's a lot of that. So Duke of Dim, the overall message in pretty much every Gundam show, but not G Gundam obviously, is war bad. Like, what's referred to as the Universal Century is the core Gundam. So Amuro v Char. What I was going to recommend for you and your boyfriend is that if you want to watch the OG Gundam, watch some of the side stories. So watch 8 MS Team, watch Gundam War in the Pocket, because they take place in the main storyline, but you don't need to know anything else going in. Everything you need to know is explained. I know what, Ultrazine, yeah, even G Gundam says war is bad because the planet is fucked. But the core Universal Century that starts with Amuro getting into the Gundam, that's the long timeline that people refer to. And even that can be summed up as the different decisions between war is bad. To put it into the most simple shorthand, is Char and Amuro are the two different viewpoints on removing war. Amuro believes that only through like peace and disarmament can we achieve a world without war. Char believes that we have to destroy the old systems, like blitz them completely to be
Reactor
free of.
online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Cheers to you.
What ho, and a good time zone to you all.
And a good time zone to you, Compliment Cap. And thank you for the 51. We're talking about Gundam stuff, just waiting to see Twitch level out before we start streaming Hob's Barrow, but we're gonna.
Gundam shows that war never changes.
Yeah. Rakami says sad build fighters can't happen currently. There is technology at the moment that lets you scan Gundam builds into games, but it's only for the Mac Daddy, and it only scans like the skin of the paint job. So, but it's not impossible that build fighters will not happen. Just we're a ways away from it yet. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So Duke of Dim saying, do most of these movies follow a format? Well, so some of them are movies, some of them are TV series. They wildly differ in terms of their format, but in fact, one of the things about watching a Gundam show is that you never know where it's going to go. The message is always war bad. War is bad. Bad war. But how they go about it You know, Iron-Blooded Orphans is from the perspective of, like, rejected child soldiers. Gundam 00 is about trying to end conflict with superior firepower and how ridiculous that concept is. The arrogance of it. I guess Gundam Wing is a similar structure. I didn't like Gundam Seed, so you'd have to ask someone.
Strager says bad war, bad, go to your room.
Bad war! Go to your room, bad war! And Stooge, thank you kindly. Hey, Dukadim, it's entirely fine. Gundam's cool in that, yes, the timelines are very confusing, but you won't ruin it if you watch them out of order, you know? And the ones where you really need to pay attention are mostly the self-contained ones. I mean, shit, you could watch Gundam Unicorn right now, and it might be a bit confusing, but no more confusing than if you'd watched everything going in and you're like, wait a second, this takes place before this, but they have a time-traveling mech that stops all war? Where? Why is he called Full Frontal? Also, you get to enjoy all the Gundam names. And honestly, Duke of Dim, the current series, Witch of Mercury, is about, like, what if capitalism reached such a hyper-focused stage that... If capitalism reached such a hyper-focused stage that the varying companies were basically like fiefdoms, but instead of territory, it's money. Like... And we don't know how dark Witch of Mercury is going to go. It's dancing around. It's dancing around. So it's still up in the air. Firestray saying that Stooge is being so mean to a covering individual. Nurse Stooge is doing a poor job. Yeah, but Duke of Doom, the other thing about Witch of Mercury, the newest one, is it's gay! It's super gay. It's super queer-coded, and I love it. Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans has, like, openly gay characters in it, and not as a pastiche, but actually, like, you know... Yeah. But Witch of Mercury is the first one where they're just being open about it. I had a video that myself and Deus were working on about how queer-coded Gundam mech designs are, like both intentionally and unintentionally. But that's another story. Because like Gundam Barbatus is an aggressive animalistic design, but bears more than a striking resemblance to at least the same design philosophies as Raiden from Metal Gear Solid 4. You know, where he has tight-ass Bayonetta heels that can pick up swords. You know, the one where he got buns. There's a lot of that kind of design with Barbatus. So Lagmeister says, is there a Gundam watch flow? A bit like the Discworld books where you start, and depending on what you're interested in. Yes, Lagmeister, I'd say that's... If you want to do the core, like you can start with Gundam The Origin, which is the origin story of Char Aznavour, and kind of gives you little snippets in a more modern animated style that then leads you into Mobile Suit Gundam, and then from there you can keep following it through. So that is something you can do. It gets a little hard around like Zeta, Double Zeta, Victory, and things like that, but you can follow the UC timeline right through. That's your Rincewind of Gundam. Anything involving Amuro, anything involving the UC timeline. The other stuff is more like, you know, your, you know, Witches Abroad and things like that. Oh, well, Bismarck, sorry you're having technical problems, friend. I don't know if you can still hear me, but, well, have a lovely rest of your day. What day is tomorrow? Tomorrow's Friday, so that'll be Sea of Thieves. We're doing the veil! I'm so excited! But there are some details that carry across between all of them, but they're wonderfully different. Like, if you want just cool fights, maximum cheese, like, brain off, have a great time, there's G Gundam, which, if you haven't heard the pitch for it, honestly, and if you have, I'm going to pretend like you haven't so I can talk about it. Here's the setup. Every country attaches jets to itself and flies into space to become colonies, and adds the word Neo before each of them, because the planet sucks. Every 4 years, every one of these Neo colonies sends a Gundam to an international, or intergalactic, depending on your perspective, battle royale, which then culminates in a 1v1 knockout tournament to decide who's going to be the ruler of all of the colonies. And each country is allowed to put forward its mech. And of course, it has to be, sometimes very offensively so, culturally themed. If you haven't seen the design for Tequila Gundam from Neo Mexico, oh boy, it's very racist. But it's so cheesy at the same time. All of the characters in G Gundam play it deadpan. And just to hear, so Neo America's mech is like, it's like chicken. Oh, okay. Neo America Gundam. I've got to get you the details on this one. So it's Gundam Maxiter, built for Neo America, and piloted by boxer Chibody Crockett. I'm not making this up. This mech's features include 2 revolvers, because America, a jet surfboard, and the shoulder pads become boxing gloves so that it can box. But it also has an American football helmet style design. It is wild, and I fucking love it. And that isn't even the most off the fucking chain of G Gundam. The series follows the pilot of Neo Japan's mech trying to find his brother, who may or may not have killed their dad, who, as it turns out, is piloting the twisted and evil Devil Gundam. Honestly, and it's one of those, whether you watch the dub or the sub, you're going to have the best fucking time with that show. And then, like, if you want something that's kind of like middle of the range, Gundam Wing is equal parts like cheesy soap opera, equal parts like Gundam battle nonsense. This is also the same. G Gundam is also the same series that gave us the Nether Gundam, which is a windmill. The Netherlands put forward the Nether Gundam as a means to hide through the Battle Royale phase and get entered into the 1v1 phase by pretending to be a fucking windmill. That's it. It transforms into a windmill and hides. And the more I think about it, the more I'm impressed, because it basically meant that pilot sat in that cockpit for weeks waiting for everybody to knock each other out. Like, Matey Boy has some patience. Red Burning Dragon says, build Gundam if you want some kid stuff. You know what? I was expecting Build Divers to be much worse than it was, and I had a good time with it. Gundam Build Divers, you're going to fucking love this one. So, in the future, we develop technology that will scan your Gundam model and allow them to battle. And this is the sequel to that series that is an MMO, where you scan your Gundam and that's your unit in this MMO. And Quasi, what? We're getting into some Gundam. They let me talk about Gundams, okay? They let me talk about Gundams. You scan it into an MMO and it becomes this like online experience. In season 1, our main character finds another pilot who's being bullied, and it turns out they're a virtual life form. Whoa! in the sequel, a series of misfits who are still playing the game for some reason end up stumbling into their own like linear storyline. As it turns out, they aren't just doing a story quest. They're protecting a village of like sentient AI NPCs. And it's fucking wild. You know, one guy wants to be the next big YouTuber. The other is an ex-competitive pro player who's burnt out. One of them's just a furry who used to hang out in a guild of furries but then got ejected for not being cute enough. I forget. They have an SD Gundam. Like, J-Po's like, I'm sorry, what series is this? This is Gundam Build Divers Season 2. I mean, Duke of Dim, it works. It works. They just need to have a strange quirk with their mech, and you're spot on. Ah, man. Kestrel's got pizza. I think we're doing pizza again tonight. We're basically just taking the New Year's leftovers and just turning them into big pizza. But, I mean, the one thing I will say is that if any of you... Because Rikami said they've built their first kit, and that's feckin' grand. If any of you are thinking of building the models, the great thing about it is you really don't have to worry. Some of the series that I don't really enjoy are just... Some of them I just flat out don't like. Have some great kits. So I just, like, don't care. There's no game system behind them. Like, buying them doesn't, like, signal your allegiance to the Ultramarines or some shit. Like, you can just get a kit because it looks great and then go from there. You know, I don't like Gundam Seed as a show. I think it's trash. That's my opinion. If you love Gundam Seed, I'm genuinely happy for you. But one of my favorite feckin' builds is the custom Zakus from Seed. These guys are so fun to build. Sorry, I had Ultramarines on the brain because I saw on TikTok today someone made an Ultramarine Land Raider, or is it a Rhino, with actually working treads that you could move around like a remote-controlled car. It's gorgeous. Yes, mine! Astray Red! Okay, Astray Red is one of the coolest fucking designs, alright? I am obsessed with the big arms Red Astray. And it comes from Gundam Seed. And it is piloted by one of the most awkward, dorky dweebs in Gundam. But yet has one of the coolest designs. It's like this single blade samurai jet powered. It even has one version which has got giant beefcake arms so it can hold a giant sword. It's so cool. And the guy who pilots it is so dumb. In the show, it's so dumb, but the design is so cool. Yeah, see, Martin, that's the thing that always gets me, is that Red Astray is so extra, and it's not so extra in the series. Sorry. I'm getting overexcited. Getting over keen, I tell thee. Huh. If it's still available tomorrow, so friends, here's a complete aside. Sorry, I've just been keeping an eye on the Twitch stats, and I saw I had a Twitch bounty. So, I don't know if you've seen, but today a film was announced called Renfield. The story of, a modern retelling of the story of Dracula's assistant, Renfield, the ghoul in his employment who eats bugs and was promised to be a vampire. However, the reason why everyone's been talking about this morning is that Dracula is going to be played by Nicolas Cage. Nicolas Cage is going to be going full vampire, and I think we're all ready for this. And if the bounty is still available tomorrow, we can watch the trailer together for $20. That's fucking brilliant. love it when Twitch does little bounties like that, because it's like, I can legitimately share the trailer with you all. I'm a vampire! We do need to rewatch Vampire's Kiss at some point. So, Stooge, it looks like Nick Cage is having the best time. The film looks ridiculous because it's kind of like one of those, like, sexy retellings. Because, you know, if you know the character of Renfield, they're a little bit smarmy, a little bit like, yes, master. In this, Renfield is young and hot and eats bugs to get superpowers. Yeah. And their roommate is a police officer. So, the cheese is being turned up to 11, friends. Much like the aforementioned Ritz-crusted cheese and pepperoni pizza. Well, Rikami, like, fingies crossed. Rikami, whereabouts are you based in the world? Because, worst case, we can always recommend some cool online resellers. Like, I'll always swear by New Type, because, you know, they're feckin' cool. You're right, you can't really pop on over to the US from Finland. Okay. Now, Stooge, I would genuinely watch a long-form show in the style of Breaking Bad, but it's Dracula. God, that would be funny as fuck. You ever noticed how Walter doesn't come out at any point except for when it's dark outside? Which, I guess in... God, I'm trying to... New Mexico would be a challenge. Yeah, as Angel says, it'd be a bit of a swim to pop on over, Rikami. Well then, so yeah, Rikami, we will be fingers crossed that you get your Nightingale, because you know I love that design. It's... Sorry, I have talked your ear off enough about Gundam, friends. You know, you get me all hot and bothered about the Nightingale. So Lagmeister, here's a sad thing. One of my early pitches as a teeny tiny nerd, I did actually pitch that as a story. Vampires in mechs. Because they don't breathe and they're a lot more sturdy than humans. They can withstand, you know, more G-forces and etc. It's a really cheesy idea. And Daramaniac, Watto, and welcome. Quasi, thank you for filling the pint glass. Lagmeister's like, and why are we not playing that? Because aside from the cheese, it didn't really have a lot of ideas. Like, there wasn't enough to it to make it weighty. Another concept that I pitched was the idea of using vampires like into ship munitions in sci-fi. But that's another story. I didn't say they were good stories. Although it does feel like, because Lost Flower is suggesting mechs that drain blood from large beasts. Like, it feels like I'm getting into, like, Jice and the Wheel Warriors territory there, which I'm entirely okay with. Okay. So, like, according to Twitch, things are getting better. They're continuing their recovery efforts on ongoing services, just thanking us for our patience. So we'll probably be able to get in game in about, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes. So if any of you need to go get a cup of coffee, need to go get some snacks or what have you before we get properly stuck into Hob's Barrow, now's the time to do it. If you didn't see, so the game that I want to play with you all today, is Hob's Barrow. The Excavation of Hob's Barrow. I actually auditioned for one of the voices for this and did not get it. I'm not mad. But no, the Excavation of Hobbs Barrow is fucking good and has been on so many people's Game of the Year list, and it's entirely deserved. It's done by Cloak and Dagger, but it's published by Wadget Eye. So similar to when we did Strangelands, it means that kind of like Wadget Eye is bringing their production quality to an existing successful team, and I think that's fucking cool. It does have initially a very traditional King's Quest point-and-click kind of vibe to it, but with these eerily unsettling rotoscoped parts. This game fucking goes places and is very British. Well, the moors of Victorian England, so expect a bit of spoopage, but more in the vein of like, you know, it starts off with a bit of the Sherlock Holmes spoopage and then gets weird. Oh, and the tune stopped. I realised I was just talking about. So yeah, that's what we're going to be playing today. But I just wanted to make sure that like Twitch had stabilised before we got stuck into this. Whoa, bare ankles, Mega Boss. Don't make me time you out here. We can't be having that kind of sexy talk. You know, flashing the ankle, Mega Boss. How dare you? Like, don't make me call in the mods, because I'll do it. You know I will. Why do you lot put up with me? I'm a fucking disaster. Those bastards! Sorry, Lizzie's having fun. If you want to know what that scream was, yeah, the P.O. box has been closed, and it closed officially on New Year's Eve. Oh, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Hold fire, friends. I'm just going to remove the P.O. box from the Twitch page. No double will. No double will. Bad. Yeah, Caffeine, we got no warning, no notification. The only reason we knew something was up was because somebody tried to send something and it got bounced. So, yeah, I am going to flip my shit. It's gonna be messy. It's gonna be messy. So please do not send anything to the P.O. box. If you have sent something to the P.O. box, you need to let me know ASAP. I usually wouldn't be up for spoiling surprises. We should be able to get something sorted, but I am going to tear a fucking limb through. Alright, and to the mods, I'm just putting the old post here. Just so I can pull up the text later on. Okay. Well, so Hookshot, here's the thing. Up until, like, literally this, UPS has been fucking incredible. Now, USPS, the American Mail Service, is trash garbage. Avoid as best you can. But UPS has been brilliant. And one of the things they offered was this thing called the mailing boxes. It's not a PO box officially, because you can send anything of any size. But I'm not going to open this can of worms today because I do want to play some games with you all and hang out. But yeah, up until now, like, they've been feckin' brilliant. And so, like, when Lyrus sent us a feckin' aircon unit because we were dying in the heat, like, we didn't get charged up the wazoo. We had to go and pick up a very heavy aircon unit, but we could do that. Oh, you know what? Caffeine must be regions. Yeah, Ikoa, I'll ask the lovely mod team if they can go and do a quick purge of. Yeah. So, if you have sent something to the PO box and I've not opened it in front of you, please, 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 please let me know soon as, because I am going to rage. Hopefully we can get some kind of mail forwarding set up. But Lizzie says they can't edit Discord descriptions. Peoples. All right, well, we'll go through that today. I know Jackie Fox was making a talk about a thing called Throne, which is kind of like a wish list service, but you all can suggest things as well. I don't know if that'll do the job in the short term, but we will look to getting another PO box in a similar vein, because there's a place near us, but and Angel Kalina, so the change of address form, it's a commercial address run by a company that isn't ours, so I don't know if we can do a mail forwarding. Okay. Thank you for letting me rant, friends. On the plus side, it does look like the problems over at Twitch side have all been resolved, so we can get into some Hobbs Barrow. I might need to take a second and just get a can of water and just go a few more times, but I need to remind myself that what's important is the fact that we even need a PO box in the first place. That, like, you just need to look around here to see all the wonderful things that you lot have sent and given, and the fact that it's even required is a wonderful problem to have. So, yeah. UPS have fucked us over, but, you know, the general upswing is still positive. I'm gonna focus on that. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna take a moment, I'm gonna take a breath, and then we're gonna get into Hobbs Barrow. So go grab yourself some snacks, grab water, tea, coffee, booze, blood of your enemies, and then then we'll go from there. Chop. Okay, and I want to thank Drunk Will for picking these up because this is my little battle snacks as we go into Hub's Barrow. Rikami, there is actually a Vampire Gundam. It was a short-lived run from Gundam Fighters, I want to say. To Funny QB, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Let me just grab this mech thing for Rikami. I don't know why I'm like this, because it is just me kind of inflicting more Gundams on people. It's called Gundam The End. And it has like vampire hands and shit. It's fucking cool. Let me get you a picture and a link for that one. Bacon, thank you kindly. And again, if there is anybody else who has sent stuff to the PO box or otherwise, please let me know. But yeah, Fiona did a drive-by and there is a sign in the window that just says, "Sorry, we closed." Guinea pigs, you can't eat these! Lagmaster, not quite Gundam Vampire D, but alright, I'll bring it up here. Have a look at this chunky mother hubbard. Tell me that's not Vampire Gundam. Look at that! There's the main body of it. Let's see if there's any of the decent art. Because, like, this thing has, like, revolvers. The shoulders are giant hands that... There we go. Look at the fangs deployed. Giant hands that shoot bullets. It's got these big honkin' gloves. Let's see if I can find the... yeah. And the arms then have mouths in them. Like, this thing is vicious. Vampire. Initially, I was going to go for that for the Gundam Halloween contest, but those kits are pretty hard to get hold of. Like on Amazon, it's 70 bucks. Like it is not a cheap kit to pick up in the slightest, and it's got like a real horror Gurren Lagann feel going on. Yeah, Funny Gooby with mind-blowing hands. Also, Funny, it's lovely to make your acquaintance. We're kind of just talking about Gundams at the moment, but usually I talk people's ears off about the games industry. But you might notice, I'm a bit of a Gundam fiend. Oh shit. Lagmeister, maybe that needs to be our next Gundam contest. Muppet Gundams. Muppet Gundams. It's not easy piloting green. Hermit RX, Gonzo. There's so much to do. Doing the Electric Mayhem as like a Megazoid would be pretty good. Stanner and Waldorf. It's kind of like a four-legged bipedal dual torso kind of mech. Muppet Gundam, Muppet Gundam. Could be a lot of fun. Sam the Eagle, there's another good one. That sturdy head. Because what I was going to suggest for our next Gundam contest is we do like an SD Gundam contest. So funny, not at the moment, but if you want to remind me, I can give it a good once over.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Is the Magic School Bus a Gundam?
Is the Magic School Bus a Gundam? Is Miss Frizzle a Gundam pilot? Is Miss Frizzle the Char Aznavour of education? That's the question. That's a real question. Okay. So friends, you have put up with my combination of rage and nonsense long enough. Let's get into Hob's Barrow, okay? Because I have been looking forward to this for days. The excavation of Hob's Barrow. We're going to get Victorian. We're going to get British all up in this nonsense. It's just going to be great. Thank you, Zelda and Chill. Oh, Miss Frizzle can bench 400 pounds. Miss Frizzle knows what's up. That is a good point, Crystallian. Is Miss Frizzle a Gundam pilot? You know, she commands eldritch powers, the likes of which we've never encountered. Alright, I might need to do a little bit of fiddling around with the... Hang on, you can't see my face. I might need to do a little bit of fiddling around with the video settings. But we'll see how this comes together. Okay, I think we can definitely say, if Gundam Universe, then Miss Frizzle new type. I don't think that's hard to put forward. Alright. There we go! Alright, how's the audio levels coming through, friends? With the traditional Victorian guitar solo here. No! Stop it! You are not allowed to get spooky yet. Fucking... No! Shenanigans already. Alright. I've got my can of water. Let's crack this open. Without further ado, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce to you the Excavation of Hob's Barrow. One of the Game of the Year bangers from 22. And absolutely worth your time. So, buckle up, Buttercup. We're going in. Oh, excuse me, miss. I've got the black lung. Spare us a copper. 2 nickels. Black lung. Black lung. Penny for an ex-leper. Penny for an ex-leper. Excuse me, ma'am.
Miss Bateman, welcome back to Ticehurst House. It's been quite some time. Terrible weather this evening, is it not? Nurse Blaketon has had enough of me smoking inside. Makes her cough, you see. A bit of rain won't kill me, will it?
Unless the rain is evil!
You mustn't be interested in me nattering on. Give my regards to your father. Nurse Blaketon is preparing his supper. You look pale, Miss Bateman. Do head inside. You'll catch your death out here.
Yeah, this guy's either dying of... That guy's either dying of rain or consumption. My wife gets terribly mad when I smoke a pipe around her, says it makes her cough. I say that's preposterous. I've been smoking mercury all my life.
Dearest mother, I hope this letter will reach you. I have spent these past years in torment, trying to piece together what remains of fractured memories.
Indeed, Edwin. A good hearty cough does an Englishman's lungs good. You know? Wouldn't leave home without my smokable opium. I must be a haberdasher's. Dearest mother, you've opened the letter. Now you are part of this place, Darkest Barrow! Shadow Dimension!
What I am about to recount to you will seem beyond comprehension, but I beg for your patience.
For you see, when Gundam first aired, it's giving me big Jim Jam Your Heart vibes.
I will endeavour to explain the events that led me to Ticehurst House that night.
Aldrix. Oh, hang on a second. Sorry about that, friends. Where were we?
As far as I can recall, this whole wretched story started with the receipt of a letter from a Mr. Leonard Shoulder.
Fucking Leonard again! God fucking damn it, Leonard.
The letter brought me to the isolated village of Bewley, deep in the moors.
Sorry, people buzzing the doorbell, setting the dogs off. Love it, love it, love it! It's so good! I'm so happy it's happening! Let's go to the isolated village of Badwillipadur, deep in the moors! This is why I'm drinking water.
No station master in sight.
That means I don't
I
have
hope
to
the village
pay.
isn't too far away. I can't recall our exact meeting place. Mr. Shoulder mentioned it in his letter.
Okay, left click, walk interact, right click to examine. Map when available. Spacebar to show interactable hotspots. Oh, lovely. Understood.
The tracks look quite untarnished. I don't think many trains come through here.
Duke of Dim, you're holding together all right?
Bewley. I have great expectations for this Barrow. The post looks unattended. Hello there.
Yes, it's me.
Hello. A door of fine construction.
Oh, very nice. No, Immortal then, when has a British village ever turned into anything horrifying? Alright. And so in true fashion, we have our money, our handkerchief, our to-do, meet Mr. Shoulder to discuss Hub's Barrow, read Mr. Shoulder's letter. Fucking Leonard! Dear Mrs. Bateman, I write this letter in hopes of piquing your curiosity. I read about your experience in the Barrows, and if I understood correctly, you are writing a book on them. And the treasures they contain. Well, I live in the village of Bewley, where a most special barrow can be found on the outskirts. It is rectangular in form and is certainly tall enough to stand up in. The place is steeped in local legend, and there is rumour of secrets to be found deep within. I hope you will not misunderstand me and find this letter intrusive. If you wish to visit Bewley and excavate the burrow, I will be pleased to be your guide. Please send your response to the Plough and Furrow in Bewley. I shall await your letters. Yours respectfully, Mr. Leonard Shoulder. Also, dear Miss Bateman, marvellous news. I shall meet you at 8 o'clock in the evening on the 14th of this new month at the Plough and Furrow Inn in Bewley. The inn has fine rooms, which you will find adequate for your short stay. When we meet, I shall tell you more of the circumstances surrounding the site, which is referred to locally as Hob's Barrow, on account of Hob. He's a bit weird. It is not located on my own land, but we will have no issue getting permission to excavate. I wish you a safe journey!
I must make my way to the Plough and Furrow Inn.
You there!
Excuse me?
Woman!
Yes?
I'm looking for the Plough and Furrow Inn. Do you know where I can find it?
Ah, young lady. Leave the station and follow the dry stone wall for around half a mile. You'll come to Bewley. Go straight ahead and you'll find the market square. The inn is t'other side at square.
Thank you very much. What can you tell me about Bewley?
Well, it used to be a thriving village. Not so much now. I don't spend much time there these days.
Are you local?
Ah, yes, a local I am. But I don't live in the village.
Where are you travelling to today?
That would be none of your business, young lady.
Quite. Apologies. I wish you
Grandma's
a
gonna go
pleasant
get her
journey.
nethers twixt, if you know what I say. I fancy our Darren from 2 villages over, and he's going to lay some tracks, if you know what I mean. Sorry. And I love the idea that Bewley and Dunwich are to horror what Aperture Science and Black Mesa are to sci-fi. That's my whole thing. This is a local village for local people. Right. And away we go. Oh, there we go. Oh, and Thrain with a cheeky
What
yell
brings
snipe.
you to Bewley?
I beg your pardon?
What brings you to Bewley, miss?
Tell the truth, I have nothing to hide, or lie, she looks superstitious. I mean, Granny Gam Gam's here. When has a spooky old lady ever been a bad person to tell stuff to? Also, Thrain, did I say hi? Did anyone not get a hello from me? I mean, okay, Ben, she did tell us to sod off with questions, but only because she's going to go get, you know, wham. I said that, as our Kestrel was right, village ain't been the same since them children came into that corn. I told our Darren, I said, Darren, that corn is right spooky. And did you see that child, what with the eyes and the weird little suit and the scythe? I said, there's nothing right about them kids. I tell thee, didn't I tell thee, Darren? Yeah, this is Maleficent before the Disney makeover. But yeah, do we want to tell her? C222, that was not English, that was the Midlands. A dark and twisting place. Unholy Glee says we should lie. Thraim says we should lie. She does look suspicious. C222 is like, don't be silly. The Midlands don't exist. We are lying.
Just a bit of sightseeing.
We don't get many of your type out here.
My type.
Women!
City folks. Curious young ladies. Not much to be seen in Bewley, if you ask me. You're better off waiting for the next train back to the city.
I'll take my
back to
chances.
city. I tell
Can't say
thee!
I didn't warn you.
Back of the net! Back in city!
That was odd.
You'll get to watch me just unravel with these British accents. Spooky wall. Greetings, Mr. the Crow. Ah, fuck. So edges it, door. Guess we just keep following the path. Alright, there's the church. What's that?
A local cobbler. A fine example of a church. It looks like it was built in the Norman style. The building is in a dilapidated state.
See if Triple Two's like, I think I've been here in GeoGuessr. If there is a Bewley in the UK, it probably fucking looks exactly
Plough
like
and
this.
furrow. I have a bit of time before Mr. Shoulder arrives. I should inquire about a room.
You there! Drunky Drunkardson!
Hello there. What's the young lady doing out alone in this sodden weather?
Get on my way, sir. I'm drunk. I'm heading to the plough and farm. What are you doing out in this weather? Thraim's like, by my powers, investors Jarl, I demand someone tell me what we're doing in bumfuck rural England. Firstly, it is called Arse-shag rural England. Thank you. Secondly, we have just started Hobbs Barrow. It's the latest game published by Wajidai. We don't know much more than we are a young and curious archaeologist who has been invited to excavate a burrow. Burrows are kind of a, by my understanding, pre-Roman burial grounds. So...
Digging up a barrow, obviously.
And with that, Thraim's rule was ended. Very distinctly. Stooge, thank you kindly. Firestringer says that this is based on an actual location called Beeley. Okay. Harperchar! Harperchar, baby boy. You're coming for the spooky Britons. Kestrel, I believe that by British rule, it's archaeology. Doesn't matter if you're at home or abroad. Hobbs Hursthouse near Beeley. Okay. Thraim is like, had I reached the goals set for my regency? Yes, Unholy Glee, I believe Burrows is a shorthand for, Neolithic burial places. I grew up in the no man's land between the South Coast and London, and so we were close to the South Downs, which is kind of like Diet Mountain Range. That Thank you. This should help quell the rage. Fiona got me Taco Bell.
I just pulled up and I was like, wow, they could have sent a letter, phone call. It's not like you were in contact with them multiple times a year.
Well, so I called up. Fiona went to check on the PO box today. So I called up today, and customer service was like, "No, it's still open. It's open till 5 o'clock today."
I can
The
assure you.
fuck it is! Kestrel says, "Hi, Fiona."
I mean, like, where is my money back?
Yes.
Where is my money?
Where's my stuff? Where's
Yeah.
my money? Because there's definitely something there. Because on the 29th, I got an email saying like, "Yo, we've received a package." Which means it closed the following day. Which means something's fucking going on.
I'd be pissed.
Oh,
I'd
I
be
am.
so pissed.
I am. I'm putting in the liquid death to just quell the rage. And we're going to the quaintest, creepiest British town to kind of offset it. And we've just started if you want to watch. That's a good point. Anyway, sorry friends. I got Taco Bell. I got Cheesy Crunch Gorditas. That's my go-to. So we're gonna eat distinctly un-British food.
Oh, and then they managed to fuck up my order when I was in there, and I was like, well, I ordered two tacos, and they were like, oh, well, there's only one, and I was just like, well, can I get one more? Like, it's just chicken, shredded stuff, and give me. And he goes, oh, well, actually, can you do another loop? I'm like, for one more taco? No. And I drove off. I was so angry. I was like, for one more taco, for one $2 taco, you want me to get back in the line and wait? No. I better be getting that taco for free if I have to go back and wait in that line.
Everybody's having a day, friends.
The audacity.
The lion, the witch, and the audacity of this bitch. Well, thank you for tasty lunch. Shall we continue, friends? I don't feel any need to not be direct with this gentleman.
I'm heading to the Plough and Furrow.
Bloody good pub, that. It has the finest ales in the whole county. Oh, I'll take you there if you like.
It's behind you.
I believe we are standing directly in front of it.
Oh, so we are.
I appreciate this guy. He's fucking hammered at 3 o'clock on a Thursday.
Yes.
Give us a kiss now, won't you?
Oh, fucking hell. Mate, don't put me off my taco. Yeah, I think a slap is required. I have no time for this. Whoppa-cha!
How dare you?
Wench.
What a buffoon.
Achievement unlocked. The slap.
I should speak to the innkeeper about a room.
This seems like a legit, friendly, not at all shifty pub. Alright.
I don't want to take the painting with me. It's a crudely painted scene that appears to be of a biblical nature.
Oh, let's check the menu.
The prices are cheap here. I'm not hungry at the moment.
Alright.
The last orders bell. Savior of many a life.
I like that. Alright, let's chat to the innkeeper.
Good afternoon.
We find out our
Good
room's
afternoon,
not
lass. How can I help you?
So let's ask about a room first and then Leonard.
I am in need of a room for the night.
Aye, we We aren't short of those. One night, is it?
I shall need at least 2 nights, maybe more.
Aye, 'tis not a problem. 3 shilling per night. That includes your dinner and tea.
A fair price.
I'll need that payment up front for the 2 nights.
Oh, interesting. So now we can vaguely place... This is closer to the Midlands than the North, because they differentiated between tea and dinner. Oh. Use money with innkeeper.
This is payment for the room.
Thank you. Can I ask for your name, lass?
Thomasina Bateman.
And will Mr. Bateman be staying with us tonight?
No, I am not wed. My assistant is arriving in Bewley tomorrow.
Your assistant, you say? Will you be needing another room?
Please.
I'll keep a room spare. It's not quite as nice as yours, I'm afraid.
It's alright,
Not
my
a
assistant's
problem,
a
sir.
fuck.
I'm sure it will be adequate. Kenneth is a man of inexpensive taste.
Here's your key. Just go through the door to the right of the bar, then up the stairs. Room number 2.
I need to start
Can I
referring
help
to
you with your
friends.
luggage?
No, thank you, sir. I can manage.
I need to start referring to friends
I should
as
go upstairs and freshen up before Mr. Shoulder arrives.
people of budget tastes.
The innkeeper is a serious... Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Miss...
Alright, and I wanted to ask about Leonard before we head up.
Do you know a man named Leonard Shoulder?
Aye, I know the man.
I'm to meet him here tonight.
Can I get you something to drink while you wait?
Not yet, thank you. Bye for now.
As you were.
Good day, sir.
I love being ignored
afternoon,
by
sir.
strangers.
Not for you here.
I beg your pardon?
That's not for your kind here.
lass.
This time's finished. Get away.
Charming.
Beware the old blood.
I don't want to take the painting with me. A pixie-faced peasant boy, painted in a naive style. Hello, miss.
What you want?
I...
Bugger off.
Oh, charming. I say.
A majestic animal, cut down in his prime.
Very
This
fancy.
shall do nicely. Time to change into something more comfortable. Much better.
Indeed, Phyllis, we are hobnobbing with the locals. And our assistant, what was it? They're not as they don't have such refined tastes. Sorry, Crystallion. I immediately read that as pugilist, and I was like, she doesn't look like a pug. She looks like a rat person. Oh, you mean pugilist? A woman with pants on, scandalous trousers. I dare say.
Ah, complementary matches. Useful.
I know point and clicks.
Ah, complementary matches. Useful.
Hoard them up.
There's only one match left, though.
Well, shit. Let's have a little skim through the
Jammed
drawers.
shut. The wood must have warped over the years. I've stored my case in there. A box within a box.
Oh, metaphor.
I've hung my dress inside. Aside from that, the wardrobe is empty. I don't wish to carry the bowl around with me.
Well, fine. And I guess it's not nap time.
I do feel tired after the trip, but my meeting with Mr. Shoulder must take priority.
Perhaps, Mr. the Shoulder, after we've adjourned to the local pub, we might pass by the local Taco Bell.
I don't wish to take it.
I'm not taking that bloody plate. I tell thee. I tell thee! Excuse me, my good man. I require a cheesy crunch gordita. Yeah, Kestrel, like, you know, please don't spoil the late reveals. But yes, we will need the match to set off the firecracker to scare the cow, to make the cow give birth early, so the weight of the calf will tip the scales to set the ball in motion. We'll roll down the hill that will comedically crash into the fence and open it, even though the fence was big enough for us to step over. Oh look, there's a creepy old man.
Hello, sir.
Right.
Do you know a Mr. Leonard Shoulder?
You're not local.
You're not from
You've
round
done
here.
that bloody train, haven't you?
Those newfangled
Going to
vehicles.
dogs.
Those newfangled trains. I fucking tell thee.
My name is Thomasina Bateman, and you are...
None of your business, lass. Where's your husband?
None of your business, sir.
Ah! You're brave coming in here, all on your own.
I'm a grown woman.
I'm Cyril.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Cyril. Do you know Mr. Shoulder?
That'd be none of your business, lass. I don't come to your city poking around asking questions, do I? Man just wants to enjoy his ale in peace.
What's your problem with trains, sir?
I take it you are not enamoured with the railway station.
Bewley's gonna be swarming with outsiders, like you. We don't want you coming here. It's as simple as that, lass.
Why not?
This is our town, our land.
This is local.
I assure you, I am not here to cause trouble.
We'll see about that, won't we?
Our character would then go on to immediately cause trouble.
What can you tell me about Bewley?
We're a proud community. I've lived here my whole life. Not much here to interest folks like you.
Folks like me?
Aye.
Bye for now.
Ta-ra, lass.
Miss Bateman, you've transformed.
I feel far more comfortable in my outdoor clothing.
You look like one of those explorers you see in the newspaper.
I guess you could call me an explorer of sorts.
I'm Stanley. Stanley Kemp.
A pleasure to meet you, Stanley.
And tell me, I trust your room is adequate.
Most adequate.
Excellent.
Kathy wants to point out that, by their calculation, that stag's head is like 5 to 6 feet across. I've seen stags of such a variety, not in the wild, but mounted. And it always makes me wonder how legit they are. Anyway, let's see if we can find fucking Leonard.
Has Mr. Shoulder arrived yet?
Still haven't seen head nor tail of him, Miss Bateman.
What can you tell me about Mr. Shoulder?
Aye, he's a quiet fellow. He only comes here to check his post.
Yes, I've been corresponding with him using this address.
Have you now? You found yourself an admirer.
Not quite.
What business do you have with old Leonard, then?
Unholy Glee says it's nice to know small town suspicious of outsiders, the same on the other side of the pond. It is. It's just less interesting in the UK. It's more sad. I don't think we have any reason to lie to the barkeep. Plus, I want to hear if we get like a record scratch pint drop kind of moment.
Well, if you must know, I am what some people call a barrow digger.
A what?
A barrow digger.
What in God's name is that?
Are you familiar with tumuli?
Afraid not.
Barrow is another word for tumulus, or tumuli in the plural. A profoundly interesting subject.
You've lost me.
I excavate ancient burial sites looking for relics. A barrow is traditionally a circular mound of raised earth enclosing a burial chamber.
Oh, aye. You're a grave robber.
I am no such
What
thing.
is British history
Don't
for
worry,
200
lass.
bucks?
I've met all sorts in here over the years. I won't tell anyone.
I assure you, my goal is more noble than petty grave robbery.
What sort of relics do you find, then? Gold? Silver? Bones?
Well, rarely gold or silver, but treasures certainly. Ancient pottery is the most common find. I've been excavating barrows all over the country. I'm documenting my findings in preparation for my book. It shall be called Vestiges of the Antiquities in Rural England.
Oh, aye. Very interesting. But what does old Leonard have to do with this?
He sent me a letter in which he told me about an unusual barrow in Bewley, a site called Hob's Barrow. I'm meeting him here this evening to find out more.
I've lived here nigh on my whole life, and I've heard nowt about a Hob's Barrow.
Interesting.
What can you tell me about Bewley?
Aye, it's a quiet place. People keep to themselves, work hard.
I look forward to exploring the village tomorrow.
There's not a lot to see, lass. But St. Edmund's Church is a fine building, worth a visit.
Very interesting, the barkeep said, desperately trying to escape the conversation. And remember, friends, stealing from cultures starts at home. You can't raid a pyramid, you can't raid a burrow. So let's ask about Stanley. Let's ask Stanley about himself. And then let's go for Hob's Barrow.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Kemp.
Well, I've been the proprietor of this inn for the last 16 years. I worked as a drover all over the country in my younger days. Saved up my coin and bought this place.
It's a fine inn.
Thank you. I often run short of ale, but my rooms are rarely full. We don't get many outsiders wanting to stay overnight here in Bewley.
Are you sure you've never heard of Hob's Barrow?
Not in my life, lass, but I'll tell you something. The moors stretch further than the eyes can see once you leave this village. There's no doubt many a discovery to be made.
Mr. Shoulder said the barrow is well known locally, a place of legend.
I'm afraid you're going to have to speak to him about it. Why are you interested in digging around in the dirt, lass? Haven't you better things to do with your time?
I enjoy nothing more than the thrill of discovery, uncovering the past and piecing together our history. I inherited this passion from my father.
Oh, a barrow digger too, eh?
Indeed. He would take me with him on excavations as a child.
Does he still come with you now, on your own adventures?
I'm afraid my father's been bedbound by illness for many years.
Oh, I am sorry to hear that, lass.
Thank you, Mr. Kemp. He is well looked after at a private hospital. Thanks for your time.
As you were.
Mr. Shoulder should really be here by now. I'll sit down and wait.
Just get a pint in it. We would then spend the next several hours getting quite lagered.
Where on earth is he? What a waste of time this is turning out to be.
Evening there, miss.
Not you again.
I just wanted to apologise for earlier.
Alright, well.
I deserve that slap. I'm sorry for my behaviour. The drink gets a hold of me sometimes.
Let's start again, shall we?
My name is Arthur Tillett.
Thomasina Bateman.
What brings you to Bewley, anyway?
I'm here to meet someone, but he has not arrived.
His loss, if you ask me.
Perhaps you know the gentleman, Mr. Leonard Shoulder.
Oh, I know Mr. Shoulder all right. If I may be so bold as to say, he's a bit long in the tooth for you.
The relationship is not what you're implying. I've never met him. In fact, I know very little about him at all.
Get me an ale and I'll tell you all about the old sod.
Okay, one ale coming right up. He might have useful info. I really don't think you need another. This man is a liability. And must I really buy you a drink for this? Cheek of some people. You know what? One ale coming up. Let's get lagered!
One ale coming right up.
Thank you very much, Miss Bateman. Then I'll tell you all about old Leonard Shoulder.
Threem says if Mr. Shoulder is dead, they'll have to come up with some head and shoulders puns. Start cooking them now. You never know how this is going to go.
A tankard of your finest ale, Mr. Kemp.
There we are. 2 pence, please.
Thank you.
Tankard for 2 pence.
This was the last of my money, but Kenneth will be
What?
here tomorrow with more funds.
You should have got more, but... Alright. It was not your best play.
Here you are, Arthur.
Thanking you.
Because I've got half a mind to kick the shit out of him. Yeah, XD Johnny XP.
What that does,
Let's get fucking destroyed on 2p a pint. Yeah, but you're fearless, you're right. We can come back here.
Leonard Shaw.
Fucking lightweight.
Arthur? Mr. Tillett? Oh, for heaven's sake. The man is in a drunken stupor.
2 sips and he's fucking gone.
After 1 drink too many, Arthur Tillett has passed out.
Fucking lightweight! What's up, Cyril?
I have nothing else to ask for the time being.
Yeah, we'll get a long ship meet up here, because at 2p a pint and this shit is potent.
Do you know a Mr. Leonard Shoulder?
You ought to be careful asking too many questions round here. Be on your way.
This
Oh, I don't
turn's
mean to-
finished! Away!
Listen to me, will you?
Away!
Be on your way.
I've seen things you wouldn't understand.
I'm not going to waste my time with him any further. I don't
Oh.
care for being yelled at.
Catfish is like, nah, he's just fucking died. His gentleman appears to be in a drunken stupor. He is extremely dead.
How can I help you?
May I trouble you for a glass of water?
If it's water you're after, I just refilled the jug in your room for you.
Thank you. Thanks for your time.
As you were.
Alright, so we've got a matchbox, a room key. What's on the to-do list? Wait for Mr. Shoulder. Oh, revive Mr. Tillett. Okay. So we need to go get some water and just chuck it at him.
This may come in handy.
Ah, Mr. the Pisshead. Use a jug of water on Arthur.
Oh, what the hell were that for?
You passed out, Mr. Tillett.
Yeah, fucking lightweight.
Sorry, lass. Where were I? Leonard Shoulder.
Alright.
Hold on another minute. I'm making for a piss.
This man is unbelievable.
Yeah, Ozzy, I did like how she looked at us before and just was like, we're doing this. Alright.
It feels like an hour has passed. Perhaps I should go in there and check on him.
Game saved.
Miss Bateman? My apologies. The ladies are closed due to faulty plumbing. You'll have to use the gents.
Lovely. Mr. Tillett?
Why is it called the rest room? I'm fighting for my fucking life in here.
Mr. Tillett? Mr. Tillett, are you in there?
Nothing in there.
The mirror is coated in a thick layer of some excavations are best left. The jug is empty. These look modern. I'm surprised. Mr. Tillett, are you in there?
Okay.
Well, you're not Mr. Tillett. The mangy thing is fast asleep. I'd rather not touch it. The thing stinks to high heaven.
Aye, that'd be the local Pisscat. Back in the day, every inn every inn in UK would be assigned one Pisscat. Fuck, I can't.
The door opens a crack, but appears to be blocked from the other side. I think I can hear someone moving around.
Oh, that's not the kind of moving you want.
Mr. Tillett? Arthur, are you out there?
And Sage, Watto and welcome.
Judging from the draft coming from below, this door must lead outside. I should investigate further. A cold draft is leaking in from the door is blocked.
Alright, so we're going to go out and round. Hey, Crystallian, I tried to do a whole bit about the Pisscat. I gave it my best. I just couldn't get by without laughing. Alright.
Excuse me, sir. A pearly white gent's glove. It's certainly unlike anything Mr. Tillett was wearing. It seems rather out of place here. Peculiar.
Yeah, something tells me, Ozzy, that this lass doesn't have a lot of common sense going on about.
Someone has wedged the door shut. Mr. Tillett. Why would he have done that?
When you gotta go.
Did Mr. Tillett leave, then block the door behind him? Something strange is going on here.
Yes.
Who was that old chap I saw outside the alley?
Lots of book
He headed
smarts,
eastward.
very little
Maybe
street
I should
smarts.
catch up with him and ask him if he saw Mr. Tillett.
Hey up, Pisscat. Okay.
Sir?
Oh, you are. Just go follow him out onto the fucking moors.
Super sexy taco with overloaded cheese sauce. Azrido squish, Azrido squish, Azrido squish, Azrido squish, Matt Demon.
I mean, Jackie, I just killed 2 cheesy crunch gorditas, and they were good. Cheesy gordita crunch, I should say. And Jackie, thank you for the donation. Absolute terror. Thank you. Oh.
The old man has disappeared
Reactor
into
online.
the darkness.
Sensors online.
Hey!
Weapons
To the
online. All
end.
systems nominal.
Thanks for watching me go off in Val last night.
I know, it was lovely. Wheeler Dealer, thank you for being company while I put together a tiny Gundam. It was lovely watching you just demolish people. Like, either you've gotten very, very good, or the matchmaking's gotten very, very wonky, but some of the matches that I watched during your Valheim sessions last night looked like you'd done someone an
I don't
absolute
wish
damage.
to go knocking door to door.
Fred says, if you choose not to follow and then challenge someone and you lose, you can engage them in more tall combat, only if they're lanky. Did I say Valheim again when I meant Valorant? God, my brain is jello. But no, it was Valorant. And also, Wheeler Dealer, thank you for 32 months. As a small break from the spoops, let me just do a quick shout out because I've been personally watching a lot of Wheeler Dealer stuff in the evening. We are both survivors under the waggling finger of Uncle Sonic. The guinea pigs, as you can hear, are very big fans of Wheeler Dealer. So absolutely worth watching. Last call!
Last orders.
I should get some sleep. Finding the missing men of Bewley shall have to wait for tomorrow.
Nap time! Oh, way cool. Wheeler Dealer says they are 1 follower away from 1,200 on this Twitch.television. Eagle lives just saying Uncle Sonic makes him sound like he's on a register somewhere. Last orders, 2 bells! Ding ding! No, the waggling finger of Uncle Sonic came from the 2013 E3, because the Sega had like a big multi-project space at E3 with a Sonic the Sonic figure kind of rotating in the middle, but he had the waggle finger out, which looked hauntingly misproportioned. And he would always be an eye line when you were doing presentations. So we would just refer to it as like under the guise of the waggling finger of Uncle Sonic. And then when we get our expenses back, it was like, this is going on Uncle Sonic's tab.
How can I help you?
Have you seen Arthur Tillett?
I thought he were with you.
He went to the lavatory and has not returned.
That sounds like Arthur Tillett. Don't worry, lass. He'll be back.
No, and him
Thanks
probably
for your
sat
time.
down on toilet and forgot
As
to
you
take his
were.
pants down. He shit himself furiously in this pub 17 times. Ah. Wheeler Dealer, yeah, you should have kept one of those. Good time.
Kenneth will be arriving tomorrow at midday. I should get some sleep.
There's a little bit more time in front of the fire.
A lovely place to warm oneself. The crackling fireplace is more welcoming than the facial expressions of the locals.
Fearless, I didn't know they made anti-shark knives.
Kenneth will be arriving.
Alright, let's get some... I didn't know they made
Yes,
anti-shark
I
knives. I'm
must
very
get some
happy that that's a
sleep.
thing.
I shall track down Mr. Shoulder tomorrow.
Miss Bateman,
Yes?
off to bed?
Yes. I'm afraid Mr. Shoulder's let me down.
The rotter. Perhaps he will make himself known tomorrow.
I should hope so. This is turning into a waste of my time.
Ah, don't mind the locals, miss. It's just that we don't get a lot of visitors in Bewley.
Quite.
They mean well, believe me.
Sure, Mr. Kemp.
Please, call me Stanley.
Good night, Stanley.
Sleep well, Miss Bateman.
Wheeler Dealer's like, I've been to London 4 times, and it was exactly like this game. Who's that knocking at the door? It's Pisscat! It's a gas that's covered in piss! Here comes the boy. Hello, boy. Smells like me. Oh, fucking hell! I don't like Pisscat now. Pisscat wants cuddles. Pisscat can go sleep outside. The first day, Adventus. Oh Lord, he coming. Aldrich was like, excuse me. Why is that cat looking like that? It's Pisscat. There's one Pisscat per...
Such horrid dreams.
So much piss. No. It's a weird cat in the... It's that smell
Bolted from the
of...
inside, just as I left it last night.
It's the
As I
weird
suspected,
combination.
I must have dreamt of that wretched-looking cat. I must say I'm relieved. Right then. Let's see if I can track down the elusive Leonard Shoulder. I'm rather anxious to get to this Barrow. I also wonder what happened to Mr. Tillett.
Ma, there's a weird-looking cat at the door. It looks like Grandma. No, from the amount of time spent in British pubs, the heinous, vivid smell of a proper, dank British pub toilet, combined with a smell of, like, unwashed wet cat, I can picture it in my mind so vividly.
Good morning, Miss Bateman.
Good day, Stanley.
Jellied eels! Eels up inside ya! Finding an entrance
Did
where
you
they
sleep
can.
well, Miss Bateman?
I'm gonna tell him about Pisscat.
Not really. I have the rather queer recollection of a cat entering my room last night.
A cat, you say?
Yes, an odd-looking grey one. I must have been dreaming, as I locked the door and windows before I went to sleep. I saw a similar cat in the lavatories while searching for Mr. Tillett.
Ah, Herbert. Oh, he's a harmless thing.
Herbert
He
Pisscat!
comes in now and then searching for scraps.
Indeed. Seeing him in the lavatories must have conjured up the strange dream.
The mind is capable of manifesting frightful things, Miss Bateman. I'm happy to report
Stanley,
the rain of
that's a bit
yesterday
weird.
has lifted. It's a clear morning outside. Crisp. I've prepared a room for your assistant. What time will he be arriving today?
His train will get in around midday. Kenneth will also be bringing my excavation equipment.
Oh, aye. What does that entail?
It's a fucking
Picks,
shovel.
shovels, buckets, lighting and such. He usually packs it in a large crate. Come to think of it, I'll need somewhere to store it.
You're welcome to use the alley behind the inn for any such bulky items.
Herbert the pervert. Is it safe to do such a thing? My equipment is valuable.
Is it safe to do such a thing?
I can assure you the local folk are not thieves, Miss Bateman.
That's not what I...
Now, say nothing more of it.
Thank you, Stanley.
I'll let you get on with your day.
I'll be back with my
Alright,
assistant when he
Stanley.
arrives.
Miss Bateman,
Yes?
I've something I wish to get off my chest, as it were.
I'm actually 3 different Pisscats
Would that
stacked
be
upon
Stanley's parable?
Turning
The
all
mind
night,
can
Miss
conjure
Bateman.
up frightful
I feel rotten,
things.
I really do.
What on earth are you talking about?
As you know, I like to run an honest establishment.
And Stooge, thank you for the
Well,
bits, friend. The
I
Yaldom
have
is still
not
yours.
been honest with you, lass.
What will you do with this power?
I do know of Hobbs Barrow.
Ah, fucking knew it!
You do?
You wanker!
Many here do. There are stories tied to that place, you know. If I've learned anything in this life, it's that some stones are best left unturned. Old Leonard Shoulder is someone to be wary of too. I can't tell you what to do, lass, but you'd best avoid him.
So now tell me about Hobbs Barrow proper.
Why lie to me about Hobbs Barrow?
I know, lass, I know. I feel dreadful.
But why? What are these stories you speak of?
I really can't tell you more. If you insist on visiting that place, you'll have to seek out Mr. Shoulder. He brought you here. He should be the one to tell you.
I must say, Mr. Kemp, this is all quite puzzling. I've never let local superstitions stop me in the past. I pride myself on being a woman of logic and reason. I've no time to waste on such matters.
As I say, seek out Mr. Shoulder. He can tell you more.
Where am I going to bloody find him?
Why must I be wary of Mr. Shoulder?
The man has a certain reputation.
For what?
Beyblades.
You've seen it already. Were he here to meet you last night?
No.
Precisely.
He's known to
man
let it rip at
not
a
to be
moment's
trusted.
notice. I tell thee, every time Mr. Shoulder comes in here, he's like, who's going to fight me at Beyblade? I tell you, last time our Arthur tried to fight him in the ring, it were right violent. He uses them metal spinners. Should be illegal, I told thee. Crystallian's like, excuse me, does anyone else suddenly crave tea and biscuits after listening to this? I shall fight these monsters with logic and reason. All along, it was a special effects record of the Hound of the Baskervilles. Alright, so where is Hobbs Barrow?
Where is Hobbs Barrow?
I don't know. I say that on my mother's grave, Miss Bateman.
I'm not dead!
I now
You
find
little
that
shit!
hard to believe.
The moors are vast, lass. I'd tend not to go wandering out there. A grown man could lose himself and not be seen again.
Where does Mr. Shoulder live?
I can't say for sure. As I think I told you last night, he's a quiet man and keeps to himself.
But he must
He
have
only
a
comes in
fucking
here to collect
house!
his post. Leads me to believe he lives a fair distance away. Certainly not in the village itself.
Might someone around Bewley be able to help me find him?
You could ask around. As I say, lass, Bewley folk mean well. Don't forget that.
I shall return later.
Good day to you, lass.
And Angel, good on you there. Them super bilingual powers. Oh, actually, if any of you are bilingual
It
with...
seems I may be fighting a battle against some sort of local superstition. Is there a single barrow in England that doesn't have some ghastly tale attached to it? Hogwash. All of it. I've a few hours until Kenneth arrives. I should use this time to find Mr. Shoulder.
Or get fucking twisted, both is valid. Map unlocked. Ooh, we have a map. So here's the Bellway. Oh, okay. So that's like we can speed to different locations. No, what I was going to say is that currently Supergiant is looking for translators. So if you are bilingual or nobody who is, or if you've done like game translation or translation work before, now's the time to work on Hades fucking 2. All right, let's talk to man.
Hello. My name is Thomasina, and you are?
Now then, that's none of your concern, love.
Oh, fuck you, Jon Snow. I'm looking for Leonard fucking
Do you know
Shoulder.
a man named Leonard Shoulder?
I don't know out about no Leonard Shoulder.
About the Barrow?
What can you tell me about Hobbs Barrow?
Not to be found digging around in those things.
You know of local barrows, then?
Don't concern yourself.
Ugh. Why is everybody in this town so British?
What can you tell me about Bewley?
Not much around here, love. Not worth mentioning to you, like.
I see.
You are extremely unhelpful.
What do you do around here?
Hey up. I'm not scared of sticking your neb in. I look after the churchyard. Dig the graves.
Gravedigger, if you will.
What can you tell me about the church?
Aye, it's a church.
Quite. Goodbye.
Ta-ra.
This has been useless. Okay.
I suspect the barrels are empty. Otherwise, the locals would be rolling them into their cellars. I could tether a horse here if I had one.
Here's where I'd tether the horse. If I had one!
The window is well out of reach.
I think we're quite ready to head off to the moors just yet. We'll have a little trundle round. Talk to the...
Good day.
Hello, miss.
Do you know a man named Leonard Shoulder?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I haven't... I haven't... Sorry, Stooge was asking if rain barrels are a thing in the UK, and, I have seen them, but mostly just as, accessories to gardens more than anything else.
My name is Thomasina. What's yours?
Betty.
Yeah, Betty.
Nice to meet you, Betty. What are you up to?
My brother is practicing his sword fighting technique. I'm to watch him until he tires himself out. I'm tireless! This time last month it were all about his teaspoon collection. This month it's swords.
What do you know of Hobbs Barrow?
Our parents don't like us talking to strangers, miss.
So you know of it?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Goodbye.
Bye, miss.
Alright, let's see if we can ask the tiny fighter.
Hello?
Yes?
My name is Thomasina. What's yours?
Douglas.
Hey up,
It's
Doug!
a pleasure to meet you, Douglas.
It's a nice sword you got there, Doug.
It's a great sword technique you have.
Thanks, miss. Mr. Crozier's gonna make me a real one when I turn 12. I'm preparing myself to fight the lantern worm.
The lantern worm?
What is the lantern worm?
It's gonna come back and get us all. John Lantern thought he killed it at the River Ware, but my father told me it still lives. We must all be prepared. The lantern worm isn't real, Douglas.
It can't hurt you.
Father just told you that to get you out of his hair. Not true. I saw it slithering out by the beck. Like a giant eel it were. I ran home so fast I thought I would fly. Sorry, miss. My brother has a vivid imagination.
And then
Children
I'm going to
often
ride
do
the
at his
worm,
age.
and people are going to say I'm the saviour of Dune, and my eyes go all blue.
Deep into its fat belly. Douglas, this lady doesn't want to hear your nonsense.
Actually, paid to be here, but okay. Tell me about Bewley.
Do you like living in Bewley?
Yeah, I do. Are you from the city?
I'm from a long way away.
You must have come on the train.
Fucking
I
love
watching all the
trains.
steam puff up into the sky.
Ah!
Have you been on the train yourself?
No, miss. Our parents don't have the money for train tickets. Father says we have all we need here in Bewley.
Perhaps this nice lady would like to take you away with her on the train.
No, I need to stay and protect Bewley from the lantern worm.
Bless you, kid. Bless you.
Do you know a man called Leonard Shoulder?
That's a funny name.
It is a funny name. Okay.
Have you heard of Hobbs Barrow?
What's that?
A local burial mound.
Our parents don't let us wander far from the village.
What's a burial mound?
Don't you mind about that, Douglas?
Betty's just giving me life. It's the exhaustion that we all feel personified.
Who's Mr. Crozier?
He's a blacksmith. His forge is just over there on the other side of the square.
Don't you think 12 years of age is a little young for a real sword?
I'll be a master swordsman by then.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, miss.
Fred's saying, you know, that the kids from the UK are not from the US because they think that taking a train would be fun. So what's this place?
A local cobbler.
Cobble not.
No one here.
Hey up, blacksmith.
Good day.
Yes?
Mr. Crozier, I presume.
Prithee, be careful.
George Crozier, at your service.
Over here I'll be able to upgrade your weapons and armour, but only if you bring me the embers from the Everforge. Until that point, all I can sell you is arrows and some fancy... Oh, wait, no, wrong game. I'm a regular blacksmith, me.
My name is Thomasina.
Aye. Can I help you?
Are you a Bewley native, Mr. Crozier?
Aye. Born and bred. That's where my father's forge before mine.
How is business faring?
I do an honest trade. There'll always be horses needing shoes and farmers needing tools. You let me know if you need out made or mended. I'll do you a fair price.
Thank you, Mr. Crozier. Do you know a man by the name of Leonard Shoulder?
Oh, aye. Old Leonard.
The twat.
Have you seen him recently?
No, not recently.
Do you know where he lives?
Why all these questions, lass?
I need to speak with him. He invited me to Bewley.
Oh, he'll turn up. I've seen him in the plough and furrow from time to time.
But do you know where he lives? I need to find him.
I believe he lives somewhere out on the moors. Can't tell you out more than that.
Thank you, Mr. Crozier.
And something.
Do you
it's
know
not
of
like
a
the moors are
local
massive and
landmark named
vast.
Hobbs Barrow?
There's a fair many barrows found out on the moors, lass. Too many to put a name to. Not a soul in Bewley pays them any mind.
Yeah, and Sage, if he cuts himself, it will be a very important lesson.
What can you tell me about Bewley?
Educational.
We don't get many visitors here, outside of market days. But there's plenty of work for the village blacksmith. Where are you from, then?
I arrived yesterday on the train from London, by way of Derby.
Oh, you fucking
I've
townie.
heard about London.
Fucking townies.
What have you heard?
Plenty of factories there.
Yes, indeed. The city is always changing and moving forward.
Too busy for me, though, lass. I prefer a quieter pace. Aye.
I can respect that.
When do market days run in Bewley?
Once or twice a month. The next one is tomorrow.
How delightful.
Unless your vice is cabbages, there'll be naught to interest a young lady.
I don't mind a cabbage.
Then you're in luck.
Thanks for your time.
Aye.
Beelzebub's
Speak to you
broccoli?
later.
The jazzy cabbage? Alright. Let's go check out the church while we got time.
Bake sale! Bakes for sale!
In memory of George Paxton. In memory of Peter Black. In memory of William Ager. In memory of Barnaby Tillett. In memory of Mabel Hurst. In memory of Percival Roach. In memory of Benjamin Garkham.
And...
In memory of Romeo Hegg, dearly missed by his beloved Juliet.
Ah! Never has there been a tale at more war.
In memory of Millicent Smith. In memory of Henry Crozier.
Alright.
A fine assortment of baked goods. A lovely treat for those who enjoy such things.
I, however, only enjoy science!
Hello.
Good day. Would you like to buy one of these cakes, pet?
It's exceedingly middling. What have you got?
What kind of cakes do you have?
I have some lovely Bakewell puddings. The sweetest marriage of almond and jam. I can tell you're not from around here, because if you were, you would know about my Bakewell puddings. They are quite famous.
Alas, I'm not carrying any money with me.
That's unfortunate, pet. I'm sorry. I can't give them away for free. The money goes to the church, you see, and one cannot shirk one's duty to the church.
She's going to burn us
I
alive.
understand.
I'm calling it now. This old lady is going to... She's going to be the one that lights the wicker
My
man.
name is Thomasina. What's yours?
Mrs. de Plancy.
A pleasure to meet you, Mrs. de Plancy.
Likewise, pet.
So Midlands.
Tell me about yourself, Mrs. de Plancy.
About me? What would you possibly want to know about
She's too
me?
nice. She's too
I've
nice.
been attending St. Edmund's Church my whole life.
Aye.
I always want to help where I can, so I sell my baked goods, and all the proceeds go to its upkeep. This place means so much to me.
Your cakes look delicious.
I can assure you they are. You'll not find better in the entire county.
Kestrel said like we should steal one, and it's a satanic church. It's exceedingly British, but I've been playing so much Hitman recently that what I want to do is get a coin and flick it behind her. She's like, "What was that noise?" And we just fucking hoover up the cakes and run.
What can you tell me about St. Edmund's Church?
Isn't it the finest building? It's been standing here since the 12th century. The box pews in the nave are very fine and date back to the 17th century. The door is open if you'd like to worship.
Thank you, Mrs. de Plancy. Do you know a local man called Leonard Shoulder?
Yes, I know Leonard.
He's a
What
bit of a
business do you
twat.
have with him?
It's a long story, but I'm trying to find where he lives.
I'm afraid I don't know, dear. Father Roach has access to the parish register. He might be able to help you.
Okay, firstly, Fred, this isn't a cult. This, very fucking probably. Alright, what can you tell
What can
me
you
about
tell
Father?
me about Father Roach?
It's not a cult.
He is a lovely man and an exemplary servant of the Lord.
I kick ass
He's
for the
been
Lord.
Vicar of St. Edmund's for many years.
The ambient dog barking and stuff is really throwing me for a loop.
Where can I find Father Roach?
At this time of day, he'll be taking his exercise in Herne Wood, to the west of the village.
I'm gonna need another cup of tea,
Thank
friends.
you. I'll go find him.
I think being
Be
angry is
sure
just taken
to
out of
listen
me.
out for his merry whistling. Such a jolly man.
Where can I find... Thank you.
Okay. Oh, and then Hobbs
What do
Barrow.
you know of Hobbs Barrow?
Hobbs what?
Hobbs Barrow, a local burial mound.
Yeah.
The only place of burial I know about and care for is in this very churchyard.
I buried my husband here. He was a bastard, and I finished him off with a shovel.
Thank you for your time.
Lord be with you.
Goodness me, look at these box pews. I've never seen any as tall as that before. Most unusual architecture, even for the Normans. Someone has left a necklace hanging here. A silver cross. Sterling by the look of it.
I poisoned
Maybe I
my
can
husband
reunite
with
it
a
with its
bacon
owner.
tart.
The flowers have long since dried out. I don't want them. I've no time for such. A memorial list of former vicars. They stretch back several hundred years. Extraordinary craftsmanship.
What's more info on
The
the
pews
box
are
pews?
contained within compartments that can be locked. I've seen a similar design in other Norman churches around England, but this is a particularly impressive example.
Yeah, Fred, I do love how this is an old school adventure game. Like, it very much reminds me of like the core block of King's Quest games. And it's very different from Strangeland's kind of like heavy surrealist.
It's locked.
Oh. Stragus is recommending that we look at the altar. Thank you!
This must be where the local vicar sacrifices the newborns.
No, Dream, we found a necklace in a church which we're going to reunite with its owner. Now, I think we're getting close to the vicar. Hey up, vicar! What? Oh, fucking hell! What the ah, dude! Ah!
Very sorry. Oh, the shame.
The shame!
This malaise will not pass. Oh, the nausea. I need your help, young lady.
Tell me what you need.
Let the blood from my arm.
Excuse me?
Cut me. I beg you.
We don't have anything.
Ouch! The broken lens is extremely sharp.
Ha.
The vicar's spectacles. Perhaps I shouldn't risk Ouch!
Okay. So we need a way. Oh, handkerchief to pick up the broken spectacles.
This handkerchief was a gift from my mother. I hope she will understand. This should work.
Alright, so, germs be fucking damned. We're going to use broken glass on Vicar.
Are you sure you want me to do this?
Yes, it will cure me of my ills.
I shall do as you ask, Father.
Thank the Lord for my spare pair. God bless you. I already feel quite better.
I'm glad, Father.
The rapid healing properties of bloodletting cannot be overstated.
Excuse me,
I'm
what?
Frederick Roach, Vicar of St. Edmund's Church.
My name is Thomasina Bateman. It's
Welcome to Proto-Bloodborne. The fuck? Excuse me, I'm the vicar of this local town. I'm feeling rather under the weather. I probably had a dodgy ham sandwich. Could you cut me open, love? I need to feel something. Fucking hell. Are you feeling better?
Yes, thank you.
What ails you, Father Roach?
I just ate a rotten berry, that's all. I like to pick blackberries for my supper, you see. They are quite delicious, as long as you mind the bramble. My apologies again. I wish we had met in different circumstances.
Oh, that you didn't spew chunks and then ask me to gouge you open, but alright, because you had a dodgy blackberry? The fuck did... Alright.
Are you from Bewley originally?
I was born in our very own St. Edmunds. It's quite the story.
Do tell.
My mother was sheltering there as a frightful tempest raged. And lo, did her waters break right there and then in that pew.
One could say that you were born into your role, Father.
What?
Indeed. When my mother told me the story as a young boy, I knew that this was my calling.
Okay, tell me about the church.
St. Edmund's is a fine building.
Thank you for saying so. It's hard work keeping her in good shape, but our congregation is always willing to lend a hand in the Lord's name.
What is it like being the vicar here?
Every day is a blessing, my child. I have a great love for our parish, and the Lord looks after us.
What about your congregation?
Numbers have fallen over the years, I must say. But those that remain are faithful and full of his spirit.
Hopefully full of some spirits as well. Ha-ha!
I'm looking for Mr. Leonard Shoulder.
Oh, yes? Are you a relative?
No, it's a long story, but he invited me to Bewley.
And he didn't tell you his address?
He was to meet me last night at the Plough and Furrow, but he never came.
I see. Well, let me welcome you to Bewley on his behalf.
Thank you, Father.
Well, yeah, Sage, that's the long and short of it. The dude was noshing on some wild berries, just fucking tucking in, I guess. Chundered, and then was like, the only way that you can cure me is by jabbing me in the arm with broken glass. Fucking alright, mate.
Do you know where Mr. Shoulder lives?
Let me think. It's been many moons since I've paid him a visit.
Perhaps you could allow me to take a look at the parish register.
No need. I remember it now. A fair hike across the moors.
Could you please give me directions?
I'll take you there myself. It's the least I can do after you aided me so.
Capital. Thank you.
Hooray!
Just let me know when you're ready to pay him a visit.
Alright,
I'll
so
be resting here for the time being.
So we'll explore a little bit more, and we'll ask about Hobbs Barrow and Bellway, and then we'll go from there.
What do you know of Hobbs Barrow?
Also, I'm gonna need another cup of tea, friends.
I've heard of it.
It's supposedly a famous local landmark.
I'm afraid I know nothing about it.
So, Immortal Len, do you find that number is going up, the likelihood that we're going to be burnt at the stake, or do you think that's going down? Like, I'm curious as to the wibble wobble.
What can you tell me about Bewley?
It's a quiet town. The railway line, which I presume you arrived by, is the only news of note we've had here for years.
I've heard the new station has received a mixed reaction.
I've heard many a debate, it's true. But my role is not to adjudicate on that matter. I'm very busy in my own work, you see.
Berry noshing.
Thank you for your time.
Lord be with you.
I don't wish to look too closely.
Squirrel!
I've no desire to go rooting about in there.
I shall see you later this evening, gents. Well, I say. Greetings, my dear.
Oh, hell no.
Hello, sir.
A pause on your beauty, for I shall see you again soon.
Wait! Some nerve.
Lady, you're blushing.
I certainly am not.
You guys suck!
Sorry, lass. No way through here today.
Says who?
Lord Panswick. Now get back before you find yourself under a falling tree.
Fine.
My name is Thomasina Bateman.
Oh, aye? You're not from round here, Thomasina Bateman.
No, you're not from round
just
these
visiting.
parts. Oh, lordy, lordy.
What is your name, sir?
Horace.
Are you in charge here?
I am indeed.
And who was the arrogant man being a cockwomble?
Tell me, who was that arrogant man here just now?
Just someone passing by.
It sounded like you knew him better than that.
I don't mean to be disrespectful, but that's none of your business.
Oh, fucking hell!
What are you doing here?
What does it look like I'm doing? We're chopping down trees.
There is no need to be sarcastic.
We're employed by Lord Panswick. He's ordered us to gather logs from his woods. That's what we're doing.
Who the fuck is Lord Panswick?
Who is Lord Panswick?
Our governor.
He's the governor of the whole town.
All right, Owen, back to work now.
He lives in Bewley.
Aye, not far away. but his lordship doesn't like questions or visitors. Now, please leave us to our work.
So, friends, bear with me just a second. I shall leave you
Thanks for your time.
We'll be done by tomorrow morning.
leave
Come
you with the
back then if
soothing
you wanna
sounds of
explore
the
the
forest. I'll be back in just a second. I'm just going to pop the kettle on and have a quick wee, I know, adventurous. This is already feckin' brilliant, and I really appreciate the slow burn of it. It kind of reminds me of the point and click of Call of Cthulhu that was like PC and PlayStation. But I'm very curious to see where this all goes. But I'll be back in just a second. Hello, hello. Thank you for waiting. I was just saying to Fiona, like, I think this is making me... it's not making me tired, but this is kind of like... I don't know, there's a homeliness to this game in all the accents that I'm really enjoying. Very few of them feel like people putting on a proper fake accent, you know what I mean? It's not authentically... it's not accurately British. It's authentically British. Because you have to understand, like, I grew up with one of those, like, near somewhere postal addresses. The closest village was called Dunkton. And it was literally one of those, there's a church and a school, and that's fucking it. You know, it's farmers' kids and locals. It was one of those areas that got kind of gentrified due to what we used to call weekenders, but, like... Bacon, Uncally, not quite homesick, but very relatable. You know, if you look up Petworth, which was the other closest village, Petworth, well, I guess Petworth was a dance site larger than Dunkton. You know, there's a stately house, which is a tourist attraction. The thing that Kathleen was saying about, like, stags and deer and stuff, like, admittedly, they're protected, but there is some taxidermy deer because the Petworth estate has lots of, like, wild stags just running about. So let's finish chatting with this bloke. We'll have a little look around.
These are his woods.
Aye, his lordship owns most of the land round Beoley.
It's also very common for, you know, lords to still hold land. Some of the houses in the local area that I was around were still owned, and you could see them denoted via. Let me check, Fearless. You could see them denoted by the way that the windowsills were getting painted. Yeah, Dunkton, West Sussex, a civil parish in the district of Chichester, West Sussex. God, it has the tiniest Wikipedia entry. Prehistoric remains in the parish include a Bronze Age round burrow in Dunkton Common in the north of the parish. Yes, there is a British villa, although the proper British villa, the proper Roman villa was where I worked. The fucking Cricketers is apparently a pub that was founded in 1867? Fucking hell. Yeah, fucking Dunkton. God. Fucking flashback and a half there. I mean, Fearless, like, thank you for pinging me that. Like, I wouldn't say that I'm, like, homesick for that area, you know. It's one of those things that I'm sad that... No, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm never going back to Dunkton. There's nothing to be had there. I would be curious to see what state it's in, but there's nothing to be lost.
Do you know a man named Leonard Shoulder?
No, I don't. Can you let me get back to my work now?
Have you heard of a place called Hobbs Barrow?
Can't say I have.
God, this guy's no help.
Why are you gathering logs for Lord Panswick?
By heck, you ask a lot of
An
questions.
air dragon. What's up and welcome?
You must know his lordship is repairing an old ruin on his land. We need the timber for the restoration work.
How intriguing.
50p and a bag of chips says this is the tinder we're going to get burnt on.
What type of ruin is Lord Panswick restoring?
An old chapel.
I should rather like to see it.
Not possible. His lordship does not welcome visitors to his estate.
And smallest waffle?
Thanks for your time.
Nice.
We'll be done by tomorrow morning. Come back then if you want to explore the woods.
No, and so Dustin is right. Like, nostalgia for and homesickness as opposed to, like, here and now homesickness. Like, there are parts of London that I am homesick for. There are parts of, like, the UK that I wish to revisit. But, like, you know, despite growing up in that area, there's nothing there. There was never anything there. And whilst the means in which I did end up...
No doubt home to many a woodland creature.
Okay, so for those of you who don't know my story, I got chucked out when I was like 18, 19. So that's why I ended up moving up to London, because it was the only like sofas I could crash on. And that would then basically allow me to become more of a person.
I bet they didn't have a Soho here either.
Okay, Rainier, I want to say this with love and respect. Are you telling me on this, the Thursday in our year Waluigi, Thursday the 5th, are you telling me that I would enjoy the Wajidai games? Now, we've gone through all of the Blackwell and Unabowed. We did Strangelands recently, and I was going to work through them in more of a chronological order, but Hobbs Barrow was on so many people's Game of the Year list that I really wanted to get to this one quicker. Yeah, so, Rainier, sorry, I realised I was being a bit of bellend there, and I didn't mean to. It's one of those things I sometimes find... I don't mean to get prickly about my games knowledge, and it's an overhang from, you know, times long past, you know. And Air Dragon, yeah, no, this is absolutely bringing the... Yeah, more of the Sierra King's Quest style than the LucasArts style. Greetings, Arkor.
Here lies Margaret Tillett, beloved mother, wife, and sister. Today she dances with angels. John Purchase, dearly beloved husband of Florence. Forever in light, Anne Kemp.
And Rainier, like, I'm glad you took it in good spirits. And it's an easy reminder that Twitch is such a... streaming as a whole is such a fluid and transient means. Like, VODs are pretty... VODs can be very unapproachable. And I'm so lucky that, you know, we've had Scardy helping us out with, you know, making it so that people can actually watch the VODs and, like, bookmarks and all of that stuff. Scardy is currently on break, but they will be returning, which is a good reminder to myself. But yeah, it's a good reminder that it is possible to be hanging around a stream for 40 months and miss like an entire block. Actually, you know what? Because today has been a day of a lot of rage. I have some very good news, friends. I have some very good news before we continue. So, as you know, Rain World Downpour is coming out on the 19th of this month. So that is 2 weeks today. Whilst I was making a cup of tea, I just got an email through from the publishers. Not Annapurna, it's like Akapana. I have been given permission to stream the game early. So you will be getting an extra stream out of me on the 16th. And we're going to be beginning. What made me feel really fucking proud with Rain World was in the email I got from my press contact, they were like, just to let you know, you are going to have to finish the game as one of the other characters, be it the monk or the survivor, before you're going to be able to play as the new slug cats. And I'm there like, all three, baby! It's going to be so good. So yeah. I have gotten permission to jump into Downpour early. I'll work out what days a week we're going to be playing Rain World, because we've got 5 slug cats to get through. But, yeah, we basically get to rock socks for a couple of days. Like, we might end up doing a double header like Monday, Tuesday of Rain World. But we'll see how the week shapes out. Also, fingers crossed, we have an exceedingly fucking cool guest next week. But I don't want to announce that too early in case they can't join us. Like, you know how it is. I don't want to jinx us. But... Oh.
A fine spot to take a rest.
It's a sad bench. Yeah, and Rainier, I realised that was where I was kind of being a bit of a jerk about that. It's like, you know, it's real hard to catch so many different streams and see everything as it's going on in real time. I'm so lucky that so many of the Longship do spend time here and want to, you know? Hopefully, fingers crossed, hopefully I'm doing a good enough job. Oh, and I got an achievement for taking a rest. Well, so Castrol, it will be a good reason to start Rainworld again, plus they're adding a buttload of accessibility issues. Accessibility issues. Oh, hardy bloody har! Accessibility options, God. So you'll be able to set, like, how much food you get and how aggressive creatures are and how they treat you. So you can temper it to better experience Rainworld if you're struggling with certain aspects. I'm going to be trying to play it as untweaked as possible, but I wholeheartedly recommend that, like, play as the survivor, but make it easier for yourself. And yeah, Immortal End, if you want to make it harder to play, if you need it to be spicier, put that spice on there, friend. So yeah, let's go talk to the priest. He'll go get us over to Mr. Leonard. Oh, actually, we should check the to-do list before we progress the story. To do. Find Mr. Shoulder. Explore Bewley.
Amos is very tired.
Oh, baby boy.
So tired. He let me do posse maintenance.
And she just kind of lay there, was like, oh. But he was helping you out today and being a good lad.
He got to be off leash in Nordo.
Baby boy.
There was a lot of like, come here. Where are you going? Baby.
Baby. Oh yeah, and I will say to those of you that have played this through, if there are bits that I might miss, because it seems like Hobbs Barrow's got a little bit more of a branch to it than, say, Strangeland, which was very kind of like a clear, albeit winding path. Please let me know. I'd much rather you be like, hey Will, go look under that rock, than we miss it. After Infra, like... Oh yeah, so friends, for those of you who don't know, so we've been playing Infra once a week. We're not doing it this week, but hopefully we can get back to it next week. That game has so much depth to it. And because of something we missed at the very beginning of the game, we missed a little bit of the big reveal. Okay, Edwin's saying, so long as we click on everything, we should be good. Okay. You know, I'm making sure I'm checking using the tool and things like that.
I don't wish to look too closely.
Thraim says, hey Will, look at the fresh grave. Hello, River. Yes. River, you are perfect and beautiful and you have no flaws. Come say hello. River's the best girl. I've got River coming to hang out. You're so comfy, big girl. Yes, hello. Look at that little face. Look at that little face. Even if you did pee on things yesterday, we still love you. So Rainier was saying one of the things they liked about Resonance was they felt smart figuring out the puzzles, like knowing the password was pi, etc. Yeah, it's the old 0451 Smash the State, but puzzly game.
This appears to be a recently dug, unmarked grave. This appears to be a
No, Jackie, you're not getting me with this. There's nothing under my mouse. No, I'm not checking. I'm checking, you can't make me. Alright, so let's go check out what's-his-face. Alright. I am ready to go to Mr. Shoulders. Oh, so Lord Painswick.
What do you know of Lord Panswick?
Oh, yes. A rather important fellow around here. His vast land holdings give many a steady employment.
I hear he is renovating an old chapel on his land.
Aye, I've heard such reports.
Can't make me.
He
Can't make
believes
me.
this to be a godless land. Something I wholeheartedly disagree with. To which god his chapel will be dedicated to remains a matter of concern.
Why do you say that?
Oh, my apologies. Don't listen to my oafish conjecture. Let us move on.
So Fred, the tea blend, honestly, it's just the Tazo orange. Right now I kind of have two, like, I have stop and kill when it comes to caffeination, and I realized that I wasn't sleepy. I wasn't sleepy like I need more caffeination earlier. That I was sleepy because, you know, the combination of like the ambient sounds and the British accents was making me feel very at ease.
I'm ready to go to Mr. Shoulder's house.
Excellent. I feel the fresh air will do me well. Follow me.
Ophis Conjecture, the title of their autobiography. I like that. Turns out he lives just in the feckin' back of the church. Ah, yes. Spot of fresh air and bleeding. Good for the constitution.
Good morning, Father.
Good morning, Mrs. Duplancy. Mrs. Duplancy, this is Thomasina Bateman, a visitor to our parish.
We've already had the pleasure of meeting, Father.
Excellent. Miss Bateman, don't hesitate to try one of Mrs. Duplancy's wonderful cakes.
Yes, I've heard about her famous Bakewell puddings.
I'll be here all day, young lady.
I have nothing better to do.
Remember, once they're gone, they're gone. Those little whelps have already gobbled up all the gingerbread.
You are doing God's work, Mrs. Duplancy.
He smiles upon us, Father.
Miss Bateman, if you'd like to follow me.
Sorry, so Lord Lost and Founder says that the sounds of this helped them have a nap, which I'm very happy about. And then Kestrel's like, the secret ingredient is cocaine.
Of graves, of words.
Mrs. Duplancy, I have your Bakewell tart and I feel 1,000 years better. I'll tell you. Oh, that's all the opium and drugs.
Sorrow on the bosom of the earth. Let's choose executors and talk of wills.
Oh, I'm Wills!
Shakespeare?
Quite. Which play?
Oh, okay. I think I know it. I think it's Richard II. Because I know Hamlet and Macbeth pretty bloody good. And it's not from either of those. So I think it's Richard II. He said bosom. But whilst you're all catching, the thing that this is doing very well, and the reason why I referenced the PlayStation Necronomicon game, is that the slow pacing of a point and click, especially with this kind of like soft environment. We've had a little hint of danger with Pisscat, and then the rest of this is very calm, very comforting, very warm and fluffy. You know, this feels like a lovely little village where you could spend some time. The locals are a bit gruff and they don't like outsiders, but you're in no danger. It's fine. And this is the baseline where we can just turn up the fuckery throughout. The is it Call of Cthulhu Necronomicon? I forget. I'll have to look it up. It's an FMV point and click game that was released on a PlayStation, and it is slow as molasses. But what it means is that it sets such a solid bedrock that even though you know empirically game's gonna do some weird shit, Cthulhu's on the fucking box, it lulls you into this false sense. It takes you past the point of trepidation and waiting for jump scares and just lulls you into like, oh, what a lovely village. Although that one's meant to be some like East Coast, like Bostonian-esque little town where everyone's a bit gruff, but they're very charming and nothing bad happens. And yeah, okay, so Fearless agrees with me that's Richard II. Oh no, so Fred, that's not Far Corners of the Earth. Far Corners of the Earth was a later one. That was the really good first-person game that is unfortunately buggy to all hell.
Richard II.
Correct.
Hey!
Oh, well read, Miss Bateman. Studying the work of the bard is one of my favourite pastimes.
That and bleeding in the forest.
Follow me. Behold, the vast expanse of God's creation. The moors extend as far as the mortal eye can see. Beautiful, is it not?
Indeed, the moors are rather beautiful. And the problem is, growing up in the UK, is that anytime people start mentioning the moors and things, all I can think of is the Rotten Trolls, which was an incredibly strange, I believe Welsh, BBC Wales produced kids cartoon about a family of weird trolls that live out on the moors. And they're a protector, Commander Harris, a sheep who has mastered the art of Jim Jam Yahar, a distance-based martial arts that allow you to throw a person into the air without touching them. Yeah. Telly's weird. You all got the Wiggles, we got Jim Jam Yahar. Ha! Sorry. Unholy Gleeson. Ah! Shakespeare and bloodletting. Can't get much more British without colonising. You're right. Except for, we're going to go break into a tomb and steal some ancient shit. So we're tapping 3 for 3 here. Have you got a troll? I mean, flag. And yes, Favour 6, the show was Roger and the Rotten Trolls. But it was about Commander Harris, let's be honest.
Indeed. The moors are beautiful.
The beauty of God's creation is that it takes so many forms. How can one take in such a view and not have faith? Some look at these moors and think this a godless land. But I tell you, he is found in all domains. The Lord's work is all about us.
Even in Funko Pops.
Tell me, Miss Bateman, do you believe in God?
So here, tell the truth, Father Roach seems prepared to hear it, or lie. You might want to avoid a tense situation. I don't think we should tell chundery, bleedy, possibly unhinged father. I think the truth is that we are a person of scholarly pursuits. You're all like, tell him the truth. He's gonna get fucking mental. Sorry, I should probably rephrase that. I do apologise. That is a terrible turn of phrase, and I apologise. He's going to get livid. He can't handle the truth. Yeah, Dustin. Shakespeare, bloodletting, colonisation, puddings, moors. The 5 fingers of the British hand. Alright, Strags, Jackie, and Fearless. Oh no, Fearless was saying those 2 fingers will be raised with the palm inside. Truth don't sin. Fine. He's ready to hear it.
I was brought up Anglican. The church was an important part of my early life, Father Roach. But what happened to my father eventually made me question things.
If you don't mind me asking, my child, what happened to your father?
Gotcha games.
He had an accident when I was very young.
Me using humour to deflect a tense situation. Oh, very close.
Come along now, Thomasina. Let's get out of the rain.
They have a long history of being in the rain. He's the first man to get hit by a car in the United Kingdom. Papa?
Remember what I told you, all right? Be a good girl. People are unwell here. They don't want to hear you running about making noise. Understood?
Yes, Mother.
Good. And don't annoy the nurses.
I promise I won't.
Good. Now, let's see your father.
Mummy? Mummy?
Oh, Edwin says that their co-star from Old Sky is right there. Yeah. Edwin, when are you going to hook us up with that early Old Skies code, huh? Just sneak us in. It's fine. I like to imagine that there'd still be some pieces of the set being built. Like Like a dress rehearsal.
Daddy, wake up!
Good evening, Mr. Bateman. Hello, little one. You must be Thomasina?
Yes.
My name is Nurse Blaketon. I just need to talk to your mummy for a little bit. I'm sorry to disturb you, Mrs. Bateman. Mrs. Bateman?
Will he ever talk again, Nurse Blaketon?
The doctor is uncertain, Mrs. Bateman. There is the possibility that Mr. Bateman won't regain any movement at all. But we will do our utmost to look after Mr. Bateman here at Ticehurst, ma'am. He will have a nurse by his side at all times, I can assure you.
Edward, like, I'm joking. Especially with something like Old
What
Skies,
sort
I'd
of
obviously
god
want to
would
do
allow
it.
this
Like,
fate to befall such a kind and honest man?
hold that thought.
I'm sorry to hear this. God moves in mysterious ways, but he loves us all. Come along now.
No, so Edwin, I'm gonna wait until like Old Skies is out, and I know there's probably a bunch of people in the Longship who are gonna want to play through it first before we do a stream of it.
Hello. She scampered off in a hurry. Who was that?
Some primitive folk make their home out on the moors. I suggest you keep your wits about you when you are exploring, and don't stray too far from Bewley.
I see. How much farther to Mr. Shoulder's house?
Still quite a walk, I'm afraid, but we'll get to him soon enough. Now then, take a look at this.
Now then.
Legend has it that this cairn has stood here for over 1,000 years.
How remarkable.
The Devil's Toe.
I beg your pardon?
That's what it's called. The Devil's Toe.
Oh, I see.
Come now, onward.
Was called the Devil's Ball Bag until part of it fell off.
We walked and walked across that vast, featureless landscape.
Also, both Lizzie and Fred are giving me shit for daring to question them.
All the while, Father Roach was whistling away merrily. Just as I had begun to wonder if we were hopelessly lost, a building emerged from the mist.
The Devil's Dangly Bits.
Mr. Shoulder's cottage.
We bang on the door and be like, "Oi, fuck all!"
Here we are, Miss Bateman. Unless my memory fails me completely, this is Mr. Leonard Shoulder's house.
Thank you for your help, Father Roach.
Now, no need to thank me after your providential assistance today. However, I have something to ask you.
Yes?
Please don't tell Mrs. de Plancy about my little scene in the woods. She will only fret. The poor dear woman has enough on her mind as it is.
I shan't mention it.
Thank you. You'd better see if Mr. Shoulder is in.
Okay, so Unholy Glee, there's only two paths that, like, the Digimon that is, like, this Vicar can go. He's either the most heinous evil one of whatever is about to befall us, or he is the only one fighting against it, and it's going to be full-on, brain-dead, I kick ass for the Lord, as he comes in kung fu hitting. And if you haven't heard of Brain Dead, that is Peter Jackson's seminal horror film involving a kung fu kicking priest, and I believe Brain Dead's the one with the zombaby, but that could be another story.
Mr. Shoulder? Is Thomasina Bateman here? I'm here in Bewley as discussed.
Maybe try again. His hearing probably isn't the best at his age.
Alright, click the chicken.
Here, chuk chuk chuk.
Don't encourage them.
He looks much too unruly to be picked up.
That's the rooster.
Care to hold one, Father Roach?
Put that thing down, would you?
You're no fun.
I like how, as he becomes more flustered, the father's accent comes out more and more.
That glove looks familiar. I I wonder if it matches the glove I found behind the plough and furrow.
Austin says, it seems that he's giving you the cold shoulder, and Ozzy jumping in with the yeah! Use
The
glove.
gloves are a pair.
Aha!
Does this mean Mr. Shoulder was in the alley last night? Why didn't he come inside to see me?
An interesting question.
The trousers feel damp. Freshly hung, or still wet from last night's rain? Slightly damp.
I have a similar one myself. So very warm.
Excuse me. And I am glad I did not miss picking up a chicken. Chicky buck buck. Oh, excuse me. Alright.
Mr. Shoulder, you home? It appears Mr. Shoulder is not at home. Curses.
Perhaps you could try the handle?
It's locked. I'm rather fond of this colour. Perhaps Mr. Shoulder and I share similar taste.
Oh, sorry, the thing I was half telling about earlier about, houses owned by the local lord is that they all have a similar painting scheme, so you know which ones are and aren't. And what was quite funny is around our area, you could always tell because they had this grey hue to like the windowsills and the doors, because the local lord bought a shitload of battleship paint super cheap. So that's why everybody had grey doors for a while.
No sign of life?
None. The window is nice and clean. The dwelling is by no means abandoned.
Perhaps he's gone for a stroll.
Possibly.
I'd suggest you call back later, my child. I myself must make my way back home. I have some matters to attend to at the church. Shall I accompany you back to Bewley?
Let's send the father ahead. I want to have a
No,
look around.
you go ahead, Father. Thank you.
As you wish. Farewell, Miss Bateman. I hope Mr. Shoulder finds his way to you.
Thank you for your help, Father Roach.
My pleasure. Parting is such sweet sorrow.
Ha! Romeo and Juliet is parting as such sweet sorrow.
Romeo and Juliet?
Correct. That I shall say good night till it be morrow. Lord be with you.
I used to know much ado about nothing
Well,
very
Mr. Shoulder, you've brought me to Bewley, and now you're nowhere to be found.
Bloomin' rude, I tell thee. Alright, so let's have a
I'm
look.
rather fond of the perhaps.
Okay, so we've got the wood, the trousers. Oh, the carved stone.
A carved stone has been affixed to the door. I think it depicts a crescent moon. I think it's bolted onto the door itself. I can't remove it.
What do you think, chickens? Trousers, glove, wood.
I've no desire to lug a block of wood about the countryside. Mr. Shoulder has stacked blocks of wood neatly beneath this small lean-to.
Now, I do agree with Dustin.
Sweet little thing, aren't you?
We should be allowed to carry the chicken with us for the rest of the game. That should be a feature.
No sign of any movement. No sign of any movement. As I trudged back to Bewley across those cold moors, I made a new resolution. I would find Hob's Barrow myself, with or without Mr. Shoulder. The train! That must be Kenneth.
Fucking Kenneth!
I should go and meet him at the station.
Let's fucking go. Rainier, we may get to utter the lines, "Oh my god, you killed Kenneth." Ah, I see the puke's already been eaten by woodland creatures. How delightful. Oh. Yeah, just take me to the central area. Alright, there's Shifty Pubsman. Greetings, creepy children.
Good day.
Yes?
Are you sure?
Sorry,
What can you tell me of Lord Panswick?
His lordship commands much respect around here, lass. Keeps me busy with work. Why do you ask?
Just curious. Thanks for your time.
Aye. Speak to you later.
So Rainier, this is what we would refer to as the Midlands. Now, the Midlands is both a region and a joke simultaneously, so it can be a bit difficult to get info on. But basically, it's not quite considered what is, air quotes, the north of England, and it is north of London, but not to the north. And it's kind of a nothing area. The moors suggest that it's more towards Wales. So, if you've got, like, the UK is a big stretchy blob. You've got Wales over here. You have like the north, which is that block right before Scotland, and then there's kind of the nothing zone. It's round about that. Now, someone said it's Beeley or Bewley. No, this is Bewley. It's based in. Is it Beeley? Beeley village in England. And where is Beeley based? Beeley's based in Derby, Derbyshire. So, there we go. So, at least given the details that we have, so this game is set roughly here. But yeah, you can kind of see what I mean by that being, air quotes, the Midlands. Well, I guess that... where the north does and doesn't start in the UK is both a mimetic and combative conversation that continues to this very day. The running joke is that to people from the south, basically the north begins from North London, and to people from the north, well, you'd have to ask them. So yeah. Yeah, Slambar, we took the train past Derby in-game, so it all lines up. Now, I would have guessed it to be slightly more west of where it's currently set, but again, it's not accurately one place, so... Anyway, onward! Okay, thought you said you were from the north. Lots of planets have a north.
Where is Kenneth? He was supposed to wait for me at the station. Mr. Tillett, where did you go last night?
Have we met?
Last night at the Plough and Furrow.
Oh, Miss Bateman. I were blind drunk last night and woke up with a stinking headache.
You still smell like a brewery.
Sorry.
You went to use the lavatory and never came back, Mr. Tillett. I searched everywhere for you.
I think I remember you bought me a drink.
I did?
And it's all a blur. I woke up in my bed this morning with my wife sour at me for waking her at some ungodly hour.
Deservedly so. Alright, so first things first, last night.
About last night. What were you going to tell me about Leonard Shoulder?
Who?
Leonard Shoulder.
Don't play this game.
You told me you knew him. And promised to tell me more if I bought you a drink. Which I did. So what were you going to tell me?
I don't really know the old bugger.
But you said you did.
Oh, aye. No, I know naught about him. No, naught about Leonard Shoulder.
If you say so, maybe you're telling the truth. I don't believe you. He's hiding something.
You're hiding something, Mr. Tillett. I don't believe you.
I say a lot of things when I've got the drink in me. I probably just wanted you to buy me an ale.
A likely story.
Look, what would I gain from lying to you? I just wanted another drink.
Even if that's the case, it doesn't explain your disappearance.
I don't remember out.
I mean, it's accurate, won't lie. Okay, so you don't know anything about Leonard.
I found Mr. Shoulder's house, but he wasn't home.
Don't worry, you'll find him.
How's your headache faring?
It feels like a steam engine is driving full pelt in a circle around me skull.
Be sure to drink plenty of water, Mr. Tillett.
Aye. I'll survive.
So, you work here?
Aye. Bewley Station Master at your service. Would you like to buy a ticket?
Not just yet, thank you. I understand that some of the locals are not too happy about this new station.
Aye. I'd go as far as saying the whole village.
How long has the station been open for?
About 3 months. We're on the Midland Railway line.
Alright.
This employment's been a saviour for me. If I weren't stood here, I'd be drinking my life away at the pub right now. It's worth the occasional withering look from Cyril and the rest of them.
What does a station master do?
A bit of this and a bit of that. I don't wish to bore you with such things.
As you wish.
My responsibilities here keep me on the straight and narrow, I'll tell you that much. A sense of duty can do wonders for a lost soul.
Indeed. This must be a rather lonesome post to occupy.
Trains pass through here more regularly than you might think, lass.
Sorry, jumping back in. So, Fire Trigger were just clarifying that this game was inspired by Hobshurst House, and the village shares the layout of Beeley, so it's not exactly the same spot. And Phyllis was pointing out, Bright Falls doesn't appear to be any specific part of Western Washington, and yet it feels authentic. Yes, it's. That was a really good term for it. Fuck. I guess just authentic. Apparently, Generation Zero, the co-op shooty up 80s versus robots game, apparently is very, very authentic to parts of, I believe, Sweden. It isn't based on any specific map layout, but the authenticity of it is genuine. And honestly, I'll take this over the uncanny valley of, this is a place that you know, just kidding, it's weird and broken.
I'm looking for my assistant, Kenneth.
Oh, aye?
His train has arrived.
Not a single soul disembarked the last train, Miss Bateman.
Impossible. Was that not the midday train from London by way of Derby?
Aye, it were. Mr. Price were here, unloaded a few crates.
But no Kenneth.
Not a soul. Hold on. One of them crates had your name on it, Miss Bateman. A great big one it were, with...
A red ribbon?
Aye.
What is Kenneth playing at, sending my equipment but not himself? Curses.
Fucking Kenneth! Slambar was saying that as a Swede, Generation Zero is. And yeah, Phyllis, it's the difference between realism and authenticity. You can go the other way. There was a series of driving video games set in London. I believe it was called The Getaway, but don't quote me as my memory's been shot the last couple of days. But it was set in London, and it had a realistic layout of London, but it didn't feel authentic because they couldn't generate enough content to make it feel like the actual city itself.
Where is my crate now?
Mr. Price took away all the crates on his cart.
Who?
Mr. Price, he's the postmaster.
Where can I find Mr. Price?
He lives above the storeroom, just north of the plough and furrow. You'll see it. There's a Royal Mail plaque on the wall.
Thank you. Where can I find... Thank you. What can you tell me about Lord Panswick?
Oh, you've heard of his lordship, then?
Yes. Do you know him?
Aye. He comes into the village from time to time, gives sweets to the children. He's well-liked around here.
I sense some hesitation, Mr. Tillett.
Well, we kind of have an unspoken agreement with his lordship. He looks after us, provided we leave him alone.
I don't follow.
He likes his privacy.
Some people do.
No one is allowed to visit him.
Do you mean to say that he's a bit eccentric?
No. I've heard people got fired at when approaching his manor uninvited.
Good grief. But is this true?
Well, I won't be the one to find out.
I'm looking for Hobbs Barrow.
Hobbs Barrow.
It's why Leonard Shoulder invited me to Bewley. He thought I might like to excavate it.
Oh, aye. I heard about a Hobbs Barrow somewhere out there. There's some old stories around it.
What stories?
I can't remember.
Oh,
Mr.
bullshit.
Tillett, please. This is important.
I'm awfully sorry, Miss Bateman. I'll try to remember. If he invited you here, then I'm sure Mr. Shoulder will tell you all about it.
That's if I ever get to meet him.
I'm sure you will.
Megalyn, yes, eccentric and territorial. With a loaded shotgun. You really don't remember where you went?
You really don't remember where you went last night?
As I say, it's all a blur. I remember needing a piss. Then... nothing.
I reached
You
for the
must have
piss
missed
cat,
me
and
when
it's
I
all
came
just
out.
a blur.
I did not. I even went to the gents' toilets to find you.
Oh, aye. A sight for sore eyes.
Ah, that piss
It
cat,
was.
I tell thee.
I checked everywhere, and you were nowhere to be found. The back door leading to the alleyway was blocked from the outside.
Oh, aye?
Yes. You must have exited through that door, Mr. Tillett.
But you just said it were blocked.
There must be an explanation.
You blocked it behind you, you pisshead.
My mind has drawn a blank.
Why was the door blocked? Did you block it?
I told you I don't remember. I've nought to say, 'cause I remember nought.
Anyway. Farewell for now.
Ta-ra.
Yeah, are you shit-faced now? Piss cat versus crow. Piss cat versus crow. Ah. My money would have been on the crow. Let's talk to old Cyril.
Good day to you, Cyril.
I'll do, lass.
I'll do. How are you
What
doing?
are you up to, Cyril?
Keeping an eye on that bleeding railway station. That's what. Thankfully, no one got off the last train.
Really hate that station, don't you?
Oh, I curse Midland Railway for bringing their damn line through Bewley. This is our town, our land. There's no place for outsiders.
So you keep saying.
Anyway, no more trains today. Almost time to celebrate with an ale, I think.
I could do with one myself.
You paying?
No.
This would not be the last time that people would curse Midland Rail. You know what, friends? I genuinely appreciate how you're assuming that what's-his-face got drugged, and maybe it was intended for us as a personage. Whereas, in fact, that guy had been drinking since noon. Like, he was already hitting the whiskey. That was the last bit to tip him over the edge.
I found Mr. Shoulder's house today, but he wasn't home.
Why the bleeding hell should I care, lass?
I really appreciate Cyril. I don't know why.
I'm looking for Hobbs Barrow. Do you know where it is?
Mind your own business, lass.
You really are quite helpful, aren't you?
Bah.
Goodbye.
Ta-ra, lass.
Alright, so the postmaster was just...
A local cobbler.
The postmaster was just north of the pub. So that should be...
That must be the postmaster's storeroom.
And this must be a man.
Hello.
Good day. I haven't seen you in Bewley before.
I'm just visiting.
Lovely. It's nice to see a new face. We don't get many visitors. My name's Henry. Henry Long.
Nice to meet you, Henry. Thomasina Bateman.
Wonderful. What a treat.
That guy's a creepy weirdo.
You seem in a good mood, Mr. Long.
It's just lovely to see a new face. Where are you from?
A
Miss
lovely
Bateman?
face that I plan to wear over my face. I'm not telling, like, British Buffalo Bill here, like, our location, as he plans to wear us as a fanciful scarf made of faces. You know what, Rainier? That's it. Cyril will always tell you the absolute truth. And if that truth is he hates your guts, he'll tell you to your face. But he'll be right honest about it. He doesn't like trains, but he makes sure he gets up right early every day and he watches them trains, in case they pull anything funny. Train says he seems nice. Not his fault, he got a porn name. Darn it. I was trying to think of in Britain, it's not called a porn name, it's called an X. I couldn't make the joke land, I'm sorry, friends. I am lying to this guy. Oh, no, he's the postmaster, isn't he?
Originally a small town on the outskirts of Derby, Mr. Long. Though I currently reside in London.
London? I've never met anyone from London. How very exciting.
But your face
Have you
tastes
lived there
great!
a long time.
It's been quite a few years now, yes.
I've heard that the air there is so heavy with smoke, it makes it hard to breathe. Is that true?
Some days.
Oh, you must miss the fresh northern air.
You're from the Midlands!
You've got that in Bewley. No factories out here. Such things are a blight on his creation. I were born in this very home I stand in front of. Bewley is in my blood.
And my dead mum's still living in the living room, I tell
want to
you.
leave? Especially now I can meet new folk thanks to the railway line.
Please tell me you're the postmaster and not just the... Wow. Wow. Immortal Lens calling me out saying, person is a dick. I trust this man with my life. Person is normal. They are going to wear up. If you'd been to the north of England, you'd understand. Alright, are any of the UK lots still in? Like, back me up here. If a northerner is mean to you, that means they're trustworthy. If a person you've never met is happy and smiley and, like, overly chipper, what does that fucking tell you? It's a fucking weirdo psychopath, especially if they consider themselves to be northern. This guy, I'm with Kestrel, this guy has stuffed his dead mum and taxidermied them and is currently sitting in the front room. Favor 6 says, I'm from the north by London logic.
I'm looking for Mr. Price, the postmaster.
Oh, Mr. Price, my lovely neighbour. I'm afraid you've just missed him.
I watch him get dressed every day.
I saw him wheeling a large crate into his storeroom just there.
It must be mine. I really need it.
Have a look through the window to see if it's yours.
Where did Mr. Price go?
I don't know. The man were in a hurry. I know he has family in Bakewell.
That's miles away. Did he leave by foot?
No, by horse. He must be a few miles down the road by now.
Curses. When will Mr. Price be back?
He didn't say. Could be tonight, could be a few days.
How infuriating.
I told him I'd keep watch of his storeroom. And I'm a man of my word, Miss Bateman. I shall not budge from this spot.
Verdant flow with, Will, just because he wears the faces of others doesn't mean he doesn't have feelings.
Do you know a man named Leonard Shoulder?
Aye, funny old fellow. I hear he lives way out on the moors somewhere.
Have you seen him recently?
No, not for a long while now that you mention it. Why do you ask?
It's a long story, but I was to meet him in Bewley. He invited me here.
Well, I must thank him when I see him for inviting such an enchanting young woman.
You flatter me, Mr. Long.
I've got to wear your skin. Sorry, just came out.
I'm looking for Hob's Barrow.
One of those old burial hills.
Yes. Do you know where it is?
Believe it or not, I haven't set foot on the moor since I were a child.
Why is that?
I've got all I need right here in Bewley. And we're all truly blessed with the railway station, which brings us lovely new faces.
Faces for my collection. Ozzy, I also do not trust the pornman.
Your opinion of the railway station differs widely from your fellow townsfolk, Mr. Long. I've not met anyone particularly keen on it.
That railway line is the start of a new era for Bewley. Mark my words. There's much to protect here, but we need new blood. I hope that some of you visitors will actually stay here.
Beware the old blood!
Why is that?
So I have new
Reactor
friends
online.
to talk to.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems
Some
nominal.
people here don't want any new friends. Cyril Farnaby,
Hello,
the
I'm back.
miserable
How are you
old
doing?
sod, is the worst offender.
So to personally defunct, it is lovely to see you. How many months is that? Fucking 18 months. We go through days where we don't get anybody whose streak is like under a year. It is wonderfully ridiculous. Personally defunct, while I'm not actually sleepy today, it's so much as this game is calming and I'm enjoying it thoroughly. It has been a roller coaster of a day, but I'm doing good. How are you?
I've had the pleasure of meeting Cyril. He really dislikes the railway station.
Absolutely miserable he is. I've tried to convince him many times that the station will help Bewley. He just doesn't understand.
I met him last night in the Plough and Furrow.
Aye, the scene of our many debates. Blimey. I could go for an ale right now, actually.
Let's go get fucked. This is a guy we can absolutely trust with our drink when we go to the bathroom. Cam Zerg is saying new faces and skulls and blood. Is he a corn cultist? Have you ever known a corn cultist to be such a soft blazer wearing individual? I mean, it's possible. I don't know if it's going to be this year, but I may wage war on the term cozy when describing games. But that's another story. For this, it is not cozy. There are elements that are weird and strange. It's just familiar, you know? In a weird way, it's very familiar.
Can I buy you a drink?
Really?
No. Wait. Do you think Mr. Kemp will let me open a tap?
Perhaps. You could always ask him. I shouldn't leave anyway. Mr. Price is relying on me to keep watch of his storeroom.
Goodbye.
Don't be a stranger.
Alright, so let's have a look at the plaque.
Royal Mail, Postmaster's Residence.
And to the
This must
Valkyrie
be the
Lantern, I
local
say
post
Watto
office.
and welcome. Mortland. Well, this stream's very cozy, Will. I mean more cozy uses a descriptor for games. That it's potentially... It's not potentially. It's very frequently misused. And it's interesting each year when you see like Cozy Direct. And some of the games, they may have a hand-drawn art style. They may have a soft color palette. But those games are not cozy. Ehrman says, I feel this is the good bit of the terror, like the apprehension and the off-putting nature of things. This is doing a very good job of what The Wicker Man, the original, did so well. Is our character is at no point constrained, is at no point being necessarily herded until later on. But every time they try and do something or find something, everything's a little bit, oh, don't worry, so-and-so will be back in just a moment. This soft kind of everybody knows each other village mentality of, you know what it's like being in a small village, the postmaster's already gone. Don't worry, I was watching the train, nobody got off. But when you think about it, it would be incredibly easy for all of these people to just lie to us.
There's my crate. Kenneth always ties a red ribbon to it. I can see an envelope tucked behind the ribbon. Perhaps it can help explain Kenneth's absence. I'm going to have to get in there. There's nothing else I would...
Okay.
A warehouse.
The postmaster isn't home.
No shit.
But my crate is in there.
You'll have to wait for Mr. Price to get back.
Verdant's bet 50 cents that they're in the crate.
Oi, keep away from that door. I promise Mr. Price I keep an eye on his storeroom while he's gone.
Okay, so if we check our to-do list, Spiobuli, okay. Find a way into the postmaster storeroom and open a tab at Plough and Furrow. So yeah, basically... I thought it was the other way around, Aussie. So it's 50 cents if the dollar marker's at the other side. Because yeah, a 50 quid bet is more than I can afford.
I can't remove the plaque.
What does it say?
A small plaque beside the door reads Vicarage.
Oh, it's the vicar's place. All right.
Good day, sir.
He's still drinking, right. Okay, so let's talk about the other things before we ask about opening a tab.
I found Mr. Shoulders home, thanks to the help of Father Roach.
Wonderful. So you've met our vicar then?
Yes, I did. An interesting character.
Indeed.
Bravo, Fearless, bravo.
So, did old Leonard apologise for his absence?
Not quite. He wasn't home.
What is that man playing at?
You tell me.
Also, bartender is the maximum amount of sauce.
I've decided to find Hobbs Barrow without Mr. Shoulders' aid.
Are you sure that's a wise idea, lass?
What other choice do I have? I have a feeling he is avoiding me. Do you know where I can find the Barrow?
No, sorry. I say that on my mother's grave, Miss Bateman.
Fiona, no.
My assistant has not arrived as planned.
Oh, is everything all right?
I'm not entirely sure.
Am I to keep a room for him, just in case?
If you could hold it for one more night, Mr. Kemp.
As you wish.
What can you tell me about Lord Panswick?
A most charming man, Miss Bateman. He looks after us here, a good fellow.
Where does he live?
Panswick Manor, on the moors. No visitors allowed. His lordship likes his privacy.
I was about to say, if my arms failed to open the Drango...
I'm sorry to ask this, Mr. Kemp, but could I please open a tab?
Still not in your purse?
I'm afraid not. My assistant hasn't arrived as planned, so I find myself in a bind. He must have put the money in my crate, which is currently being held in Mr. Price's storeroom.
Well, as you know, I run an honest establishment here, and I do trust you. So yes, I'll open an account for you.
We're getting
Settled
lashed!
at the end of your stay.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Kemp.
We're gonna get
Now
fucking
then, I'll
hammered.
be needing something of value as a deposit.
I thought you said you trusted me.
Aye, it's not personal, lass. One can never be too cautious.
How can I open a tab?
Leave me. I'll give it when it will be.
Goodbye.
See you soon.
Alright, what have we got of value? The silver necklace?
Will you accept this silver cross pendant as a deposit?
Can I take a closer look at it? Aye, silver. That'll do.
Thank you, Mr. Kemp.
Can I get you something to drink?
Alright. One drink. We're just gonna have one drink.
A tankard of your finest ale, Mr. Kemp.
Just one. Hey, that's me mother's. Sorry, Thram. We done borrowed it.
That's 2 pence on your account.
Thank you. Most agreeable.
Yep. Right here. It comes in pints. No, I don't want to go into the alley. Hello there, boy.
Hello there. My name's Thomasina.
Yeah?
What's yours?
Wally?
Ah, fucking Wally! Help, Wally!
Do you know a man called Leonard Shoulder?
No.
What do you know about Lord Panswick?
I heard he owns the whole county.
Have you met him?
No, he lives out on the moors somewhere. But everyone does what he tells them to.
Why's that?
Because he has a lot of money.
You know what? I was about ready to take the piss out of Wally. Wally fucking gets it.
Have you heard of a place called Hobbs Barrow?
No.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, child.
The road disappears over the horizon. I see nothing but moorland.
I do like that tiny little pixel style there. Okay. Oh, Unholy Glee. This is absolutely serving as Baskervilles.
There's nothing else I wish...
So personally defunct. Sadly, we did get rejected by Mr. Twitch.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
How goes it?
Breathes in 50 months. Wow.
Skynix, try and imagine that from my perspective. 50 months. I don't even know how to comprehend that. Anyway, let's take the local toucher for a pint, see if he'll ignore his post.
Can I buy you a drink, Henry?
Really?
Really. We can talk more at the inn.
But I told Mr. Price I'd keep watch of his storeroom.
Doors have locks for this very reason.
You're right. One drink won't take long.
Ha!
I shall take you up on your offer, Miss Bateman.
I'll just come out for 1 pint. Many the ruin of an Englishman. Yeah, and Megalyn, the time truncation of the last 3 years doesn't help.
Only design, you know. Before that, there were the Blucher and the Locomotion. But my favourite would have to be the Lancashire Witch. I believe he built that in 1828. In Newcastle, of course.
Oh, thank God. He's not a killer,
Well,
he's a train fan.
That's me. I better be off.
Wait.
Ta-ra, Miss Bateman.
I couldn't even get a word in.
He likes a good chinwag, our Henry.
He
He
fucking
certainly
loves
does.
trains. Some say he actually tried to have sex with a train once. Crushed his penis. But I've never been able to confirm.
Hello.
Good day.
Can I buy you another drink?
I suppose one more ale won't hurt.
I'm getting
I shall
this guy
take you up on your
fucking
offer, Miss
destroyed.
Bateman.
Let us make our way.
The rear wheels are powered by coupling rods. Would you believe? The boiler had 2 flue tubes.
Fuck me, 2?
There were nothing like it.
By the fucking 9.
Well, that's me. I better be off.
Wait.
Ta-ra, Miss Bateman.
Look, personally defunct. This is why I've been really
Curses.
enjoying...
I'm starting to feel somewhat tipsy. I'm here to excavate Hobbs Barrow, not Hobbs Barrels.
Achievement unlocked, Hobbs Barrels. I've been playing a lot of Hitman recently. Since Hitman 3 is going to be kind of like the new thing, I got all my stuff transferred over. And the thing that I'm really enjoying about it is that Hitman games are essentially like a free-form point-and-click. But the outcome is violence rather than narrative. The funniest violence is enacted by doing the most amount of, like, story beat elements. And I think about that a lot. Mainly because we'd be able to beam this guy in the face with a fish.
Hello.
Good day.
Can I buy you another drink?
Come on, 3 for 3,
I
let's
suppose
go.
one more ale won't hurt.
Let's get this guy
I shall
fucked
take
up.
you up on your offer, Miss Bateman.
Let us make our way.
Chug, 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 chug. Which is also a valid shout for train enthusiasts.
Bewley is the latest of many additions to the Midland Railway line. Speaking of change, I hear the whole frontage of Derby Station is being rebuilt. Designed by an architect by the name of Tubshaw, if I remember correctly.
Oh, Tubshaw, I tell them.
Well, that's me. I better be off.
Wait.
Ta-ra, Miss Bateman.
Mr. Long can really put away a drink. Thank goodness I've switched to water.
Smart.
Henry Long can talk, can't he?
He's a colourful character. The man drinks like a fish.
He certainly does.
I've seen him drink this place dry and still be up to tend his garden at sunrise. The man can truly hold his ale.
Goodbye.
See you soon.
So we've got to get him fuck-a-doodle dude. Also, I like how him as a threatening individual went from full-on to naught. By way of... Excuse me. Went from full-on to naught. By way of finding out that he's a train enthusiast.
Hello. Good day.
What do you know about Lord Panswick?
Wretched man. They say he is restoring a chapel near his manor. But for whom and to what god, I ask?
Is he a man of faith?
I've barely seen him set foot in St. Edmunds. It doesn't stop him from acting as our God-given ruler. Stay away from him, pet. Don't get yourself tangled up in local affairs.
I certainly don't intend to.
Okay.
Are you sure?
Hobbs?
Never mind.
Okay.
Thank you.
Conversation. Yeah, Rainier, definitely, if this game had bad endings, we'd hit upon it. Okay. So, to-do list, we need to find a way to get into the postmaster's storeroom. We can't get what's-his-face drunk. Unless we keep getting train facts.
What can you tell?
Naught to say, except don't be sniffing around his look. You'll end up with a round of shot in you.
I beg your pardon?
You heard me. Just mind your own business around here.
Goodbye.
Okay. Oh yeah, and Captain Zergi, British pronunciations are a whole heap of nonsense.
The man is standing right there. Hello?
Good day.
Can I buy you another
I suppose I shall...
Let us make our...
Keep trying to get him trashed, but... I should say trolleyed.
It really is great to have someone new to talk to. I've so many more stories to share. Well, that's me. I better be off.
Wait!
Ta-ra, Miss Bateman.
You not really learnt the art of a conversation. That's where usually both people have a
Mr.
turn
Long
to
can
talk.
really put away a drink. Thank goodness I've switched to water.
Okay. So what have we got? We've got the glove, matchbox, the room key, some letters. How can I get in there without attracting too much attention? If anyone has a suggestion for how we're going to crack this old walnut, I'm very down for it. That's a room key. Edwin says, remember he likes getting into arguments with the old man. Oh! Thank you. So, yeah, we'll invite old Cyril out for a pint, and then invite Mr. Long out for a pint.
Good day to you, Cyril.
I'll do, lass.
What do you make of Henry Long?
He's a
An
guy was
idiot
about to
who
say a
thinks
very
that
bad word then.
station's a good idea. Can you imagine? Strangers pouring into Bewley. Turns the stomach, that does.
Maybe he has a point. You could travel.
Bah! You're an outsider. I'd expect you to have such a bad opinion. But Henry, he's a Bewley lad. We've had the odd Barney or two in the pub over it all.
There we go.
I can imagine. Can I buy you a drink, Cyril?
Now?
Yes.
Go on then, lass.
Follow me.
So then, he turns around and says, "Why is a dog like a tree?" And I says, "I don't know." And he says, "Because they both lose their bark once they're dead."
Oh, fuck!
Very droll, Cyril.
Very
well,
droll.
It's been a pleasure, but I must be off.
Aye, lass. Ta for the drink. You're not too bad for an outsider.
See, that's the bit where... Okay, before we found out that Henry Long has a long-on for trains, that's the point where if Cyril says, "You're not too bad," he means it. When the old boys accept you. Alright.
Hello.
Good day.
Plough and
Can I buy you
furrow.
another drink?
I suppose one more ale won't hurt. I shall take you up on your offer,
Splash
Miss
cut
Bateman.
to
Let us make our way.
those two screaming at each other.
To think, if that station hadn't been built, we would never have met. Blessed be the Midland Railway.
Idiot!
Fucking twat!
That station is the worst decision this village has ever made!
Cyril Farnaby.
We
A
meet
miserable
again.
man with miserable ideas. I will change your mind even if it kills me.
Haha!
I'll leave Cyril and Henry to their grand debate.
Fucking love it. Love it. And now for a spot of breaking and entering.
Locked, as expected. I need to get inside without attracting too much attention. He's currently debating the merits of the railway station at the inn. A warehouse. Royal Mail. This must be the Royal Mail. This must...
Yeah, Unholy Glee. All we had to do is get them together. Then it starts. Okay, so now we need a way to get in. Use glove with window.
No, that won't achieve anything useful.
It'd be funny. Oh yeah, sorry. It already got answered. But I was going to say, Angel, so we managed to use the silver cross to open up a bar tab at the pub. And we use that as collateral. Alright.
This house looks pleasant. He's currently debating...
Oh, excuse me. So I guess we need to talk to the blacksmith or possibly the postmaster? But again, if Striggs or Edwin, if you want to give us just a quick pointer in the right direction, whilst waiting for the Drangos to kick in and give me the brain powers of a mango. Okay, we haven't been to all the screens. Alright, so where did we miss?
I don't think anyone is home.
Okay. Yes, the powers of a mango. Mangoes famously, of course, having the highest IQ of any fruit. I have a habit of ignoring North. Northerners. That's what the North's for. So that's probably... Oh. It's probably this way. Wow. Ha-ha! Thank you!
Hey! Stay away from that! It's bad luck to touch the Ammon's horn. I'm serious.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
That made me jump there.
Online. All systems nominal.
Fallen Angel Lena, thank you kindly. That made me jump.
Fearless Sun für mein Geschenk.
Which I believe is German for a lot of words. Let's talk the kid.
Remarkable. A gargantuan fossilized ammonite. This would look fantastic on my mantelpiece.
That's the most British thing she's said all day. But no, to Fallen Angel Lena, thank you for 4 months. I hope you're doing good. I don't know how far into Hob's Barrow we are, but we're certainly here.
Good day, little one. What's your name?
Wally took Myrtle.
Pardon?
He took her and ran off. I hate him.
Is Myrtle one of your dolls?
Yes. My favourite.
Fucking Wally.
Mummy made
Crack.
her for me.
Crack.
She's so beautiful. Wally is the worst brother in the whole world.
I'm sorry to hear that. What is your name, little one?
Jane.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Jane. My name is Thomasina.
I'm just like, don't worry, Jane. We'll be back in a second. As Thomasina pulls on the cowl, just whoosh, whoosh. Where's the doll? Wally, where's the doll? Sorry, where were we?
This is a lovely little beck.
It's where we get our water, miss.
What?
It's good for drinking and cleaning.
Your dolls look lovely, Jane.
Thank you, miss. I love them very much. Today was their bath day.
Tell me more about the Ammon's horn.
Daddy said we should never touch it. It will make the god angry.
What god?
Ammon, of course.
Duh. And yeah, sorry, I was being silly, but when you gift somebody a sub and the auto message that Twitch gives you puts it in whatever their native, or at least their desktop native language is, it can get very entertaining. Explain the object is a fact. Go along with the Ammon story. She's only a child. I'm going to be nice for a change. Look, look, look. This is me being nice to a child. Make note of this, as it will not happen often.
How wonderful. I'll be sure not to touch it. I wouldn't want to anger the gods.
Sensible.
Jane, you're a fucking treasure.
Why did your brother take Myrtle away?
He's just jealous because Daddy is letting me come with him to the market tomorrow. Wally thinks I'm Daddy's favourite, so he took Myrtle from me. What if he rips her to tatters? What if he feeds her to Mr. Bryden's goat?
Don't worry, Jane. I'm sure he wouldn't do such a thing. Where did your brother go?
I don't know. Home, maybe. But I have to wait here for Myrtle's friends to dry out.
Immortal Hen says, now be nice to real children. Whoa, 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 whoa. Baby steps. Immortal Hen, baby steps.
Do you know an old man called Leonard Shoulder?
No, miss.
Have you heard of a place called Hob's Barrow?
I have, yes.
You have?
We aren't supposed to talk about it.
Why not?
Would you like to go there?
Yes, I would very much like to.
I'll tell you where it is if you find Myrtle for me.
You will?
Yes! But don't tell anyone about it or I'll be told off.
I promise.
Lies and slander, Stooge. Lies and slander.
I will. Where do you live?
Our home is on the other side of the village.
Now, I do remember where Wally was.
Maybe Wally went back there. Or maybe he's left her out on the moors. Poor Myrtle. I'm going to kick him so hard.
Hey, remember.
Goodbye.
Bye, miss.
Aim for the squidgy parts, kid.
The delicate flowers smell rather sweet. The water is icy cold.
Alright, let's go kick the shit out of Wally. Come here, you little wanker. I mean, personally defunct, if video games have taught me anything, it's that all problems can be solved with a combination of repeated clicking and extreme violence. Douglas, I need to borrow your sword. I gotta beat a child. Listen here, you little fuck.
Good day.
Hand over Myrtle.
Jane tells me you've taken Myrtle away.
And what if I did?
That's a bit mean, don't you think?
She kicked me! Look at this bruise on my leg!
That does look quite bad. Why did she kick you?
Because she's a little goblin. You don't know what she can be like. Besides, Myrtle is gone now. I've given her to the fair folk. That'll teach her.
The fucking
Who are the fair folk?
The little people of the moors. I gave Myrtle to them.
Little people? You don't mean fairies, do you?
We call them fair folk round here.
Wally, there is no such thing as fairies.
It's true, and I gave him a doll.
Wally, you little
Where can I
dingleberry.
find these fair folk?
Follow the tinkle of their tiny bells. I hear them when the wind dies. They dance around their little house.
But where is this little house?
Just listen for the bells. You'll find it.
Right.
Don't think about bringing that doll back. That'll just bring bad luck for all of us.
Goodbye.
Do 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 do. Two bells. Yeah,
The
don't.
road disappears over the horizon.
All right, so that's not the way. You suck, Wally. Aw, well, Kestrel, do pass on our best to Little Bear. So Fallen Angel, I think, I'm pretty sure that Firestrager has played through this. And I think if Edwin's not in this one, Edwin does a lot of work with the dev team behind this, so may have played through this as well. Oh, wrong place. Oh, man, the accent's starting to catch. I've got to be careful. I'll be talking like them at the Midlands for the rest of the day. Oh, hang on. What the hell was that?
Excuse me, do you think anyone would mind if I borrowed this trowel?
You help yourself, dear. Father Roach won't mind lending it.
I'm
Just be sure to put it back when you're finished.
Gonna smash into the warehouse.
It is more blessed to give than to receive.
And now, dearie, I'm going to give an ass whooping for the shit you stole.
The whole day! Alright.
I better not touch
Bells,
them. They could be poisonous.
bells, the
It
tintintabulation.
looks like something has been buried in the middle. I'm not sure. It looks like something...
Do 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 do. Found the dough. Use trowel with mushrooms. Wrong kind of mushroom.
Thomasina, please stop leaving your toys lying about the place. What happened the last time you left your dolly under the tree?
A fox ate it, madame.
Yes, it did. Fetch it now, won't you? Then I'll fix your supper.
Yes, madame.
Fallen said they watched Johnny Chidori play it. Way cool. I haven't actually looked too hard into.
Hello, fairies.
I haven't looked too hard into who the cast of this is. I forget who it was that I put in for. Obviously, I didn't get the role. Because it was an open casting call for this, and I was like, fuck yeah.
There you are,
I make
Josephine.
British noises with my face. I can do this.
Foxes eat you.
But listening to the caliber of everybody in this so far, like, I completely understand.
Who's that you have there, little bird?
Josephine. She introduced me to the fairies.
Oh, fairies, you say?
Yes, Daddy.
Do you believe in fairies?
Of course. Do you see those mushrooms over there?
Yes.
That's the gateway to their kingdom. That's where Josephine and I go to talk to the fairies.
Now, listen to me, Thomasina.
Yes?
You're old enough now to hear this. There's no such thing as fairies or talking dolls, my little bird.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, my dear child. I do not wish to upset you. I just want to make sure that you understand the difference between fantasy and reality. Josephine is just a doll, and fairies
Boo this
do
man!
not exist.
Boo!
Daddy?
Science is the great antidote to the poison of enthusiasm and superstition. Please always remember that. If you
And then
hear
suddenly,
anything about
a
fairies
fucking
or the
truck
like
comes
again,
in from the side.
know that it's hogwash. What is it?
And here we see
Hogwash.
an old man.
Did Wally bury the doll, I wonder?
Yeah, apparently did enthusiasm drive over his mother? What?
This must be Jane's ragdoll.
Oh, it's...
Perhaps these wriggling worms are the fair folk young Wally was so fearful of. How strange. There is a hairpin pierced through the arm. This may come in handy. I'll keep it.
Fuck yeah.
At least I shall not return from Bewley empty-handed.
Alright, I'm just gonna check to see what's further north.
The moors stretch into the distance.
Okay, don't wander around aimlessly. Alright. The worm that walks. Ah, I see you too have red goosebumps. Here we see a father destroying the dreams and the imagination of his daughter, and what's this? My word, it's Stone Cold Steve Austin with a chair, set to destroy this father. I'm sorry, ma'am. As you can see, your husband may no longer talk on account of the fact that Stone Cold Steve Austin's gonna give it to him. In fact, ma'am, I think he already did. You can see quite clearly where he got beaten with the steel folding chair. Sorry. Oh, Rainier was saying that the worm that walks is also an elder evil in Dungeons & Dragons. Interesting. In my perusing of TikTok, I was introduced to a concept for a D&D campaign, which has thoroughly fascinated me. And the campaign is simple. 20 pissed off dragons. And as a group of adventurers working out how to assassinate and destroy 20 pissed off dragons. And it's fucking fascinating. Alright, so... Oh, yeah, so we're going to go give... Sorry, I got spun round then, so... Oh, I can just use the map. Sorry, I'm being a dingleberry. Oh, okay, so I can't go see the... I can't go see the child! And the thing is, I'm not usually a rules competitive kind of D&D player, but I will admit that I found a lot of the ideas used in 20 Pissed Off Dragons to be fascinating. No! To Fallen Angel, thank you for gifting a sub to Unholy Clean. That's really fucking cool of you. Especially with the problems we were having with Twitch earlier on in the day.
I can't see how that will help me.
I thought I'd clean the dog before giving it to her. No, that is very kind of you. Thank you.
I present to you Myrtle.
Myrtle! I missed you so much.
Now, I believe we had a deal.
Hide and seek.
Come back. It's in moments like these I thank myself for not having children. Hey!
Child, you are testing my patience!
Jane?
I don't like this.
Jane, get out of there. Don't make me come in. Fine.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Curses. The hole is too small for me to fit through. I was always happiest with a trowel in my hand.
Oh, no. I have fucked up.
Uncovering hidden worlds within the earth itself.
Yeah.
Clod by clod.
The child laughter. Nothing bad happened. The end.
That should do it.
Don't go in.
Jane! Jane! Come out this instant. I can't see a damned thing in here. I need a light source.
We've got one match.
Curses. The useless thing blew out.
All right. Alright, I'm sure I've got a lamp or something in me kit. Although I'm slightly worried that we just used up like something would have saved our ass later on. I just fecked up like our magical I'll save you match. Sorry, going back to the 20 pissed off dragons concept. The thing I love about that one is that at least the stories I was hearing, the team playing it, while they were using a lot of D&D rules to the letter, they were going more for like what is hilarious or what is rule of cool, and that's where I really appreciated it. They were saying that they once spent 4 hours and an inordinate amount of gold recruiting 100 archers from every village they could travel to. And at the fight with that particular red dragon, they had to roll 100 hit dice every round. But they
Alas,
did it.
It is not mine to take. A fantastic specimen.
Alright, I didn't notice that fossil next to his setup. Alright, so I get the feck in. So we use the hairpin on the door. Jimmy and wriggle that lock.
Kenneth taught me this useful trick. A hairpin is much more than a hair accessory. A few wiggles and this lock should spring right open.
Many hours later.
I've snapped the hairpin in the process, but I managed to unlock the door. Let's open this envelope. There's a note inside.
Dear Tamina, I am extremely dead. Mrs. Bateman, I beg your forgiveness. A matter of grave urgency has arisen in London and I cannot join you in Bellway. I've packed your usual equipment and pray you will find local assistance in my absence. I look forward to seeing you upon your return. Yours faithfully, Kenneth Murdoch, a.k.a. Daredevil. Sorry.
How very frustrating. I wonder what happened.
Kenneth is absolutely
I'd better
fucking
get this to
dead.
the alley before Mr. Long comes back. Moving a fully laden crate through the village square was no easy task.
Though Thrain makes a good point. That the xenophobes in this little village might have actually been right, because since we've arrived, we have caused trouble, gotten drunk, broke into the local post area, and stolen stuff. We've stolen a lot of stuff.
Somehow, no one was there to witness it.
Our bar tab is currently being wagered against a stolen necklace.
But I didn't give up, because I never give up, do I, Mother? I am as stubborn as my father, as you liked to remind me.
Damn! Whew. That is something that should be unpacked in therapy. But won't, because we don't believe in therapy. Therapy? That's for the loonies. We'll just do what every Brit does. Repress!
Wait. Where is my money? It's not in here. Kenneth, you absolute liability of a man. It looks like everything else is in here. Picks, specimen trays, shovels. Oh, my chisel, I'll take that.
I fucking love chisels.
Ah, my lantern. It feels light. There mustn't be any oil inside. I'll leave the rest in the crate. Stanley assured me things would be safe here.
The other thing that I did want to
No
point...
money and no assistant. This is most inconvenient. Still, I've been in worse situations. I've got a tab at the inn.
Like that
for now.
opium
I'll
den
worry
in
about
Thailand.
money later. I must find that barrow and get on with the excavation.
Apparently, Fred, that's the only choice that we have.
I don't wish to carry around my heavy excavation tools.
The innkeeper wouldn't let us put it anywhere else because he said there are no thieves in Hobbs Barrow, even though they stole our assistant.
It's my crate of excavation tools.
But no. What I'm finding fascinating about this is how... Alright, refill lantern. We'll ask the barkeep if he's got any paraffin.
I'd rather not go into those horrible toilets again.
Fair. But, oh, crud vapors. Sorry, my thought dropped out of my head. I think I was just going to say that the pacing of this is incredible. Because it's having us do busy work, which in most other games would be obnoxious, but it's a point and click, so we kind of expect it.
I have nothing else to ask for the time being.
And the amount of...
It's Mr. Stanley. He has this...
the amount of whimsy involved is
I've no use
fascinating.
for ashes.
Who could give me paraffin? Blacksmith, maybe? Oh yeah, he's got a lantern outside his shop.
Good day.
Yes?
I was wondering if you might be able to spare some lantern oil.
I don't have much to spare, lass. Paraffin is as rare as hen's teeth in these parts. How much coin do you have?
None, I'm afraid.
If you're in a bind, I can trade you a small amount.
A trade, you say?
Aye.
What do you need? Tell me more.
What can I trade you for some lantern oil?
Surprise me.
I hate that.
I noticed your spectacular fossil specimen.
Oh, aye. I collect them. This one is called an...
Ammonite.
I'm impressed, lass.
From the Jurassic period, I'd venture.
Do you collect them too, then?
My true interests lie in comparatively modern history.
Oh, aye. Well, I do love a fossil. It's important to remember that we all end up in the soil eventually.
Prithee, be careful.
Thanks for your...
Aye.
Alright. Because the kid wouldn't let us chip away the whatchamacallit. The other fossil. So we're going to go grab that one, trade it for him, get the paraffin, and then creep into that creepy hole. But no, so like... I just wanted to compliment the pacing of this game because it's giving us plenty of time to spend in the space doing ridiculous but relatively menial tasks. Lappy O'Connor's.
I've managed to extract it in one piece. They aren't mine to take.
Oh, muffin!
You're just fucking spoiling me today. Taco Bell, homemade muffin. Look at this. Look at this. Hobbs Barrow! Oh, fuck, that's good. That's really fucking good. Alright. Mr. McLike's fossils.
Would you trade some of your paraffin for this fossilized ammonite, Mr. Crozier?
Now then, 'tis a beauty that. It looks familiar. I'll take it off your hands.
Alright.
Wonderful.
Let me fetch some paraffin from inside. There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Crozier.
It's just... The only other example I can think of this outside of games media really is the original version of The Wicker Man. If you ever get the chance to watch it, and you've got the time to spare, do give it a watch. It's not a great movie, but the thing about The Wicker Man is that it is slow as molasses. You know, going into The Wicker Man, you know there is something weird and hinky and bad. The blacksmith's name is Mr. Crozier, but I call him Prithee Be Careful.
My lantern is fueled and ready for action.
Woohoo! So, more then. The Nick Cage Wicker Man is a bizarre film that is worth seeing to say you have seen it. The OG one is a long, slow-form horror that does this vibe so well, in that you already know, because of the very nature of what you're going into, that there's going to be something weird, there's going to be something strange, there's going to be some reveal. If you've not seen the original Wicker Man, the way it works is a police detective heads to a small island trying to uncover the murder of a specific individual. And it's a... Anyway, it's a very good film, and it uses the pacing to almost make you forget why you're there, to lure you into this, like, British whimsy. Now, that one's got a little bit more kind of...
Right, let's put this lantern to good use.
This is a terrible idea. I don't like this.
Jane, come out at once.
I'm putting the muffin down so I don't get jump scared and inhale it. Badger! Almost. Personally defunct, almost. But thank you kindly for the bits.
Jane!
Silly, what are you doing in that smelly old badger's hole?
You were in there.
No, I weren't.
Yes, you were.
Not true. I was hiding behind that tree over there. I got bored of waiting for you.
Badgers.
So where can I find Hobbs Barrow?
Go north from the church graveyard, up the hill. You'll see some muddy fields on the horizon. That's Mr. Bryden's farm. Hobbs Barrow is there. Don't tell any grown-ups I told you. And thanks for getting Myrtle back.
My pleasure. Thank you, Jane. You've been a great help.
All right. Let's head to the Barrow. I always like to think that badgers are the best example of context is king. Because depending on the situation you put a badger in... oh wait, which one was it? It was Mr. Bryden's farm. North of the graveyard. Badgers are either very silly, very blind, or incredibly violent and aggressive, depending on the context in which you encounter them. I once walked next to a badger for like 20 minutes. I guess I was just calm and quiet, and it either paid me no heed or didn't realise I was there, but I didn't give a fuck. But, if you ever seen a... Whoa! British badgers are fucking violent if they get the chance. In the UK, a lot of regions used to still do badger cults due to how brutal they could be.
As I trudged through the barren moors, with only the odd sheep for company, I reflected upon my visit to Bewley thus far. The enigmatic Mr. Shoulder and his puzzling disappearance. The townsfolk of Bewley, who had made it as difficult as they could for me to find Hobbs Barrow. The suspicion, the wariness in their eyes. Only now I know it was actually fear. In the end, it was the innocence of a child, young Jane, that condemned me to my fate.
What do you mean, red-eyed crows, a fairy wing? That's fine.
The gate opens out into a vast tilled field.
That's fine, don't worry about it. There's a dead common in the UK.
This is not mine to take. Easy, girl. I'm not fond of goats at the best of times, but this one seems particularly disagreeable.
We'll leave the goat alone for now.
What do you want?
Yes, hello.
My name is Thomasina Bateman. Mr. Bryden, I presume.
Aye. What do you want, lass?
That's quite an intimidating goat you own.
The old girl does a better job of protecting this farm than any hound would. She
That's
still
a very
produces
good
a lot
point.
of milk for us, so we forgive her temper.
Lena says, can I say trigger warning for hanging with future goat encounters? I think it's fine to just say trigger warning in general when dealing with goats. Another creature where the bell curve of chaos can be ridiculous.
I understand Hobbs Barrow is located on your land.
Oh, well, yes. Why'd you ask?
Captain on the bridge.
I am an antiquarian, Mr. Bryden. I'm writing a volume on the Barrows of England.
Welcome to the Barrows of England!
I suppose you'll be wanting to dig about it.
God, 50.
If at all possible, Mr. Bryden. I was invited to Bewley by Mr. Leonard Shoulder, who told me such an excavation would be possible.
Leonard Shoulder?
Ah, fucking
I haven't
Leonard!
seen him in years. The last I heard, he were on death's door. There's to be no more digging there, lass. Not since it went so badly last time.
So, Baron, Watto and welcome. Like, 51 months at a tier 3. I was saying earlier, like, I don't know how to comprehend that, and I don't know how to say a proper thank you. Thank you. Welcome to the Excavation of Hobbs Barrow, a totally normal visit to a totally normal part of the UK where nothing bad happens. The end! Wait a second, what do you mean last time?
Was there a previous excavation of Hobbs Barrow?
Aye. My brother dug it up. Must have been, 25 years ago. You see, whatever he found inside, well, it drove him mad.
Oh?
Aye. I moved back here to look after him. Poor bastard hanged himself not long after.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bryden. That's terrible.
Aye. Time passes, but it were an awful thing.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Bryden.
I live here with my wife. I might be long in tooth, but I can still run this farm without too much help.
What did your brother find?
Samuel. Samuel were his name.
Sorry, what did Samuel find in the barrow?
I don't know. But something went wrong. Afterward, he could barely speak. You couldn't make out a word, like.
That must have been hard.
He lost a hand in that excavation too, you know.
Oh!
Goodness me, how?
God!
I try hard not to speculate on what might have happened, lass. I'd see him
Definitely
disappear into that barrow, dragging timber in with him. You'd hear him hammering away for hours. I offered him help, but he'd have none of it. Soon enough, he blocked the entrance off. To look at it now, you'd never know the thing we dug up. The landers reclaimed it.
Who else was involved in the excavation?
Definitely zombies.
2 others, I believe. Outsiders, perhaps. I can't say for sure. I think they left town pretty swiftly afterwards. I lived in Bakewell at the time. I only moved back here to look after Samuel. I took over the farm when he passed away.
I see. What can you tell me about your farm?
Samuel's fair to side. We're a fortunate family. The soil is fertile here. Crops grow without too much trouble.
All the other farmers round here raise livestock, even Lord Panswick. We grow feed for him.
Most fortunate, Mr. Bryden.
Also, the club scene round here is banging, I tell thee. Absolutely off the bloody chain. I once saw our Daniel with 2 glow sticks in hand, not a single strap of clothing on him. Or a wild night.
Is your wife home?
She's out in fields, lass, pulling weeds. The curse of such fertile soil. 40 years we've been married. I couldn't do it without her, you see.
How splendid.
Aye, my wife is a fine woman. Are you married, lass?
No. I've had my fair share of proposals, Mr. Bryden, but that's not the life for me.
Marriage is an important institution. You'll find a man one day.
I manage rather well without one, Mr. Bryden.
Thomasina's, how was it phrased? Thomasina is someone that history would later on refer to as having very close friends.
You haven't seen Mr. Shoulder for some time?
I hear about him now and then, but it must be a good few years since I set eyes on him.
He hasn't been here to visit Hobbs Barrow?
Not to my knowledge. I heard he's beset by ailments. Don't leave his home often.
How odd. I assumed he'd spoken to you about my visit.
Not at all.
What can you tell me of Lord Panswick?
He keeps us going. Most of our crops go to feed his animals.
What is he like?
Oh, I've hardly laid eyes on him. He sends his workers here to pick up the crops.
I see. You say Mr. Shoulder is at death's door. What exactly ails him?
I'm unsure. It's just what I've heard. I wouldn't want to speculate on matters that are not my business.
But from what I've heard from local doctor, he has a bad case of ligma. He has ligma so bad, I don't think he'll make it to see Winter's Eve this year. Initially, Doctor thought it might be a case of both of these, but no, as our Shirley says, it's definitely ligma.
Mr. Bryden, may I please have your permission to excavate Hobbs Barrow?
No. Have you not been listening, lass? Samuel found something in there that's best left to rot. No digging here, lass.
Oh no! Barrow is saying it might be joining me on the broken extremity and refuse to go to the doctor club about it. Which bit? Which place? No, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. But did it involve some banging power tunes? Also, not for the right now. I think I tagged you in it in Discord. But, Baron, in a day or two, I'd love to know your feels on this new, fucking D&D license, majumble that's going on.
Rainier asks if I think he has a case of butfer. I could have that and all. I mean, it'll be the ligma what takes him, but the butt for is definitely gonna be there. Oh, no! Oh, Baron, that's got cane, mate. Oh.
Sorry, they were said to have a hairline fracture on their foot. No. Moose, they did actually name a condition after my favourite Greek philosopher, both of these. So, personally defunct, I'm very uneducated on the subject. And I was semi-talking about it with Fred earlier on today, but then we were having, Twitch was having technical problems. But TLDR, they're changing the open license agreement that D&D has had in the past. And, yeah. Wouldn't you like to find out more about what Samuel found out there?
Wouldn't you like to find out more about what Samuel found in there?
Perhaps. But Samuel boarded up that barrow for a reason. You don't want to tempt the same fate, lass.
And I could understand it has been a week.
Perhaps I can at least see Hobbs Barrow.
I suppose you've come a long way to be here, lass.
All the way from London, Mr. Bryden.
Have you any proof of all you've told me?
Proof?
You wish to see proof of what, Mr. Bryden?
I can't let any Tom, Dick or Harry want what proof have you of your claims?
You wish to see...
What proof?
Thanks for your...
Tirana.
Okay, so proof of claims. Letters.
Here is proof that Mr. Shoulder invited me to Bewley in order to excavate Hobbs Barrow.
Leonard making bold promises, I see. Don't make me regret this. But yes, you can have a look at it.
Thank you.
Any road. Once you've set your eyes on it, you won't be wanting outdo with it. The place gives one a queer feeling.
So where can I find it?
Through that gate to your left. Just head straight across the top to the field there. After 10 minutes or so, you'll see Barrow, set on a hill ahead.
Thank you again, Mr. Bryden. I really do appreciate it. I can't think.
Alright. Let's go get into trouble. Man, why didn't we play this Harvest Moon game sooner? This is just charming and lovely. Plant some crops, we'll inherit a farm. It'll be great.
I probably should have brought my umbrella.
Hobbs Barrow's turning Britain gay. Arr! Be a pirate stone we found.
A.R.
Marks where pirates might be.
Finally, here it is.
And nothing
Hobbs
bad
Barrow.
happened the end.
Indeed, a barrow of a most unusual rectangular form. I've not seen something like this since West Kennet Long Barrow.
Fucking West Kennet Long Barrow.
This shall make
That
a
shit was
fine
jumping.
entry for my book. What secrets do you conceal, I wonder?
That shit was off the chain. Alright.
That smell. Earthy and sweet.
Three, 2, 1. You can open your eyes now, Thomasina. Come.
My darling, what should we call our
Are you
child
ready
when they're
for your
born?
first
Tom.
excavation?
What if it's a girl?
Yes, Daddy.
Won't be.
Capital. Make sure you remember everything I've taught you. I have a feeling you might find something special.
How exciting.
I'll be watching from the steps, my little bird. Good luck.
Thank you, Daddy.
Yeah, we're back with Papa Killjoy. Okay, so we need the trowel.
Now I'm ready.
You got this, kid.
Hello.
Okay, that's too cute. The kid just says hi to the statue.
Hello.
Use trowel on the dirt. Let's see what we can find.
Nothing here. No treasures here.
So we shall check inside of Dad's face! Ha-ha! The reward was brains! Yes, I am using humor to dismiss the tension. Because it's getting ever so slowly, like...
Daddy, I found the treasure!
The pressure building in this game is being done artfully.
Well done, little bird. Your first successful excavation. That urn you're holding is very old and precious.
Whoops!
Take good care of it, all right?
I will, Daddy. I promise.
I'll put it in the space where my heart used to be before you shattered it.
I do have a feeling there is something exceptional to be discovered here. I must gain Mr. Bryden's permission to excavate.
I'm just gonna do a little bit of
In
trowel.
good time.
Alright. Alright, so now we're gonna convince the old guy to let us start having a look-see. Arr! That's gonna continue to make me laugh, I'm sorry. Oh, it's getting rather dark out. Guess it has been an all day.
Darkness falls quickly here. I should make my way back to the inn. I shouldn't disturb him at this late hour.
Alright, alright. Pirate Stone, 2 bells! Ding ding! Also, friendos, just in case you weren't aware, tomorrow is Sea of Thieves, which I'm sure you did know, but tomorrow we're taking on the Vale, and I am exceedingly fucking excited about this. Oh man. I can't buy any.
Oh, like a light that overlooks the windy. This seems fine.
Hey up, Mr.
Good evening, Mr. Crozier.
Evening. Thanks again for the fossil, lass. 'Tis truly a beauty.
Oh,
You're most welcome. How long have you been collecting fossils?
Ever since I were a boy. The moors look a barren place, but there are plenty of fossils to be found in the rock formations. All manner of creatures to uncover.
Such a playground for a young lad. What's your favourite piece in your collection?
The ammonite you gave me today. The most recent is always the best.
Indeed.
What about you, lass? Do you collect out?
I do. You see, I'm writing a book on the Barrows of England. It shall be called Vestiges of the Antiquities in Rural England. I document all my findings.
But what do you collect?
Pottery, tools and such.
The blood of those that have wronged me.
No, I leave those in place.
You've got a morbid heart, lass. Fussing about in old graves like that.
We're not dissimilar in that we both take an interest in the remains of the long gone.
I suppose you have a point there. How's your book coming along, then?
Very well, thank you. Though I'm rather keen to begin my chapter on Hobbs Barrow. Thanks for your time.
Aye. Speak to you later.
These two just having a pint.
Good evening, gentlemen.
What are you gonna do about him?
If he thinks he can take her away from here, he's got another thing coming.
I'll fucking have him!
I am gonna knock his bloody block off.
Ha! I love
In fact, I can think of a better punishment. Oi, what do you want, lady? Piss off.
You heard the man.
Charming.
Do with the off and the pissing. Alright, so we've got Pisscat!
I don't wish to wake him up. It's Herbert, the local stray.
If you're wondering why we're calling the cat Pisscat, it's because it was sleeping in the urinal, well, in one of the stalls, and it has the look
Good
about...
evening, sir. I'll leave you to it.
Yeah, personally defunct. Lovely people. You know what, Fallen Angel, I can't blame you. Like, this is very, very good. Though while watching Wheeler Dealer's stuff yesterday, I managed to build a little tiny Gundam with a fancy top hat.
Hello again, Cyril.
You're still here?
Did Mr. Long convince you of the virtues of Bewley Station?
What the hell do you think? Now bugger off and leave me to me drink.
He seems even more wound up than usual.
Take it those two probably argued for 1,000 hours.
Good evening, Miss Bateman.
Good evening, Stanley. I found Hobbs Barrow.
Oh, remember what I said, Miss Bateman? There are stories connected to that place.
Yes, stories you won't elaborate on, I might add. Don't
Some
worry
of those
about me,
stories
Stanley.
involve vegetables.
I'm quite capable
sing
of warding
songs.
off imagined
I hear they're
fiends.
called VeggieTales round there.
I have no doubt, but please leave that place be.
I've come this far, there's no turning back now.
That's precisely what worries me.
A mug of your finest ale, please.
Have a pint to pass out with.
There we are. That's 2 pence on your account.
Thank you. Goodbye.
See you soon.
All right. God. Thrain, there's a million stories there that I am not ready to unpack. Hey! Rhino, congratulations. I haven't started Elden Ring proper myself yet, and we probably won't do Elden Ring stream-wise until after we've finished with Bloodborne, but I'm really looking forward to it. So, no spoilers, but I hope you have a fucking great time with it. Actually, Unholy Glee, you make a good point. Like, she has not eaten all fucking day. And yeah, 2 pence for a pint. Let's time travel and get fucking ruined. Alright.
Time for bed.
Bedtime!
Tomorrow I shall convince Mr. Bryden to allow me to begin my excavation.
And nothing bad happened. The end.
Miss Bateman. How are you?
Tired.
Gonna buy you a drink?
You know what? One
won't
won't
hurt.
Excellent. I feel bad about what happened last night. I'm sorry I can't remember it.
That's all right, Mr. Tillett. Alcohol can do all sorts of damage to one's memory.
Please don't call me out like that.
Maybe if we had another drink tonight, I might remember what happened.
Not buying you a pint, mate.
I'm not sure that's logical.
But worth trying?
I don't need any further convincing.
It's a man of science!
I shall return with the goods.
Arena, is this sus? Yes. Has this guy worn me down to the point where I'm just accepting alcohol from him?
To
yes.
Leonard's shoulder.
Wherever he may be.
Probably very dead. But then that goes to say, if Leonard's been deathly ill,
to ask you something.
how come he invited us here?
Why did Leonard's shoulder ask you to dig up Hobbs Barrow?
Despite his disappearing act the previous evening, not to mention his questionable sobriety, I decided Mr. Tillett was to be my ally. I spoke again of Mr. Shoulder's letter, his proposed excavation, and my status as an antiquarian and barrow digger.
Rainier's saying maybe Leonard's cursed and this is the only way to break it. You mean like It Follows style? But without the, you know, the old...
He was fascinated and quite excited at the prospect of meeting the soon-to-be author of a real-life book.
You must find all manner of riches on your digs.
Barrow digging is not all success, Mr. Tillett. Often I'll come across the likeliest of sites steeped in promise. We set to work with shovel and pick and all the other barrow-opening paraphernalia you can imagine. Every stone carefully taken down. Every shovel full of earth put dutifully through the sieve, and we find nothing. Or you may find a miserable remnant of animal bone or a shard of pottery hardly to be recognized from the peat in which it decayed. Sometimes it's as if some Neolithic humorist prepared an elaborate practical joke for your special benefit.
It still sounds much more exciting than spending your days sitting in England's most remote railway station.
Are you all right, Mr. Tillett?
I've had another argument with Agnes.
Your wife?
Aye. She didn't want me coming to the plough tonight. Truth is, I've been drinking my life away since my mother passed.
It's oversharing time, okay?
I'm sorry for your loss.
You're kind, Miss Bateman. Thank you. It's been a year since the old girl left us. She had a horrible end, wasting away, day by day. Consumption got her. She was naught but bones by the end. I can't get the image out of my mind.
Chug, 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 chug.
She were everything to me.
I'm so sorry.
I apologise for going on, Miss Bateman. It's not appropriate.
A British
Don't worry,
person
Mr.
sharing
Tillett,
his
I
feelings,
appreciate your openness.
that's not allowed.
Used to love going for walks out in the moor, my mother and I, ever since I were a little one. She'd get a tear in her eye as she looked out upon it. She loved this land. I asked Mr. Crozier to build a bench, which we've erected at a favourite lookout spot on the moors. Margaret's Lookout, we called it. Aye.
That's a beautiful tribute.
Aye. If you take a seat there, do keep her in your thoughts, won't you?
Of course, Mr. Tillett. I can relate in some manner. My father had an accident when I was very young. He's still alive, but he can neither move nor speak. He spends his entire life bedbound and incapable of communicating or looking after himself in any way.
How dreadful.
He was a barrow digger himself, an antiquarian of some renown. He taught me so much, even though I was so young. I think writing this book is my way of carrying on his work. It helps me reclaim those earlier memories of him, and I visit him often to tell him all about my excavations.
Can he hear you?
I've no idea. The doctors aren't sure. I'd do anything to make him better, Mr. Tillett. I'd do anything to bring him back to the man he was. I am in a state of suspended mourning for a man caught between life and death.
Dreadful. Just dreadful.
We all have our weaknesses. Mine just happens to be my father.
Bleed Nora.
And what of your mother?
A cold woman. We haven't talked in quite some time. I think she blamed me for my father's accident somehow.
You were but a child.
Indeed.
British people
She thus thought fit
oversharing.
that a governess should raise me, as she spent her life grieving for my father.
Well then, I propose a toast.
A toast to what?
A shared sense of loss.
I'll toast to that, Arthur. Now then, enough of this wallowing.
Let us be merry. Another round.
Shots.
I really shouldn't.
Shots. Shots.
But I did.
Ah!
And another after that. And another.
I would proceed to wake up with 3 different villagers in my bed.
The frustrations of my visit to Bewley slipped away with each swill of Stanley's finest ale.
Betty was surprisingly agile.
We had great fun that night, Mr. Tillett and I. I treasure the memory.
Go on then. Let's hear those pipes.
Mustn't.
Sing the song.
You're incorrigible.
Alright, fine.
You'll make a sad man happy.
I want to be the very best. Like no one ever was. Sorry.
Clasps, celts, and arrowheads I'll try to claw within my clutch. And if a shield I should espy, I'll vow there ne'er was such.
With popish tricks and relics rare, the priests their flocks do gull. In casting out the earth take care. Huzzah! I've found a skull!
That night I were ratted. This seems fine. I was gonna go get some water or something before we continued, but I can wait. There's no way I'm fucking off while we've got Big Moon saying hello. Yo, did I not mention the rotten trolls? Fucking called it. Fucking called it.
Hello, Thomasina.
What is this? Who are you?
I'm the one that saved your father.
What do you mean?
You were here 25 years ago.
My father?
You were deep down with the others. You were there, and something went wrong. I dragged him out.
Impossible.
I helped him then, and I can help him again.
I don't understand.
Believe my words. You'll find proof in morning.
You find proof it morning, I tell thee.
Now go.
It were here that your father returned with
One
Taco
more
Bell.
thing. This is not a dream.
The second day. Ex-Pisscore. Ex-Pisscore. Goblin, you got any games on your phone? Alright, I need a pee and water break, but we can still keep going for a little bit.
Goodness, that was a terrible sleep.
It's that local ale. It'll do you damage, love. Yeah, she probably needs some water as well. All right, friends, I'm just going to grab some water. I'll be back in just a second. And then let's keep going. I guess goblins know what's up. Oh, hello. I have more water. We've got goblins, and apparently something to be picking up outside.
The candle has melted. It's not much use anymore. Perhaps Mr.
Hey,
Kemp
how you
will
doing,
replace
Job
it this evening.
Numbers, Watto, and welcome. It's good to be back. We are currently playing the Excavation of Hob's Barrow. It is very, very good, and I wholeheartedly recommend it. We are in a small town, a small fictional town in the UK Midlands, which contains a burrow, which is a Neolithic burial site, like a pre-Roman era burial ground of ancient Brits. They're somewhat common throughout the UK. We have come to this particular town of Bewley because they supposedly have a very, very unique burrow that needs excavating. But as we have arrived here, the villagers are odd, standoffish, haunted by superstition. And so we are making our way downtown. We got ratted with one of the locals just now and received a very strange dream from some kind of gnomey, goblin-y thing. But I'm sure it's fine. Also, stick around for Pisscat.
What's this?
No, I will not explain it any further.
There's a strange stone strapped to the cover.
Ah. The Wa. The chicken stone. Day 1. Arrived after a decent day's ride from Blackwell. This is a curious place, as the locals seem distant. I'm to meet my local contact tomorrow, so it'll be an early night for me. I shall try to keep a diary of my stay here and not give up by day 3 of the excavation as usual. See, despite the thrill of possible new discoveries, I cannot stop thinking about my dear wife, and I wonder if I should have left her in her current state. I must have faith that she will conquer this bout of illness. True to form, my journal has been abandoned. Let that not speak for the excitement I feel at this excavation. After much preparation, we dig tomorrow, eh? Such an exceptional site, with such a unique history. As for the dangers, well, we shall meet them on head first. We are prepared. I also sought out a local wise woman yesterday, and she provided me with much tincture for my beloved's nausea and gravidarium, which is a word I just made up. I'm sure she shall be pleased upon my return. It's basically just opium and cocaine. Lo, a place of miracles. A planted seed sprouted before our eyes, and I don't know why my voice is fucking blah. Blah. Sorry, the Birmingham started slipping in. I've been watching a lot of Red Dwarf. It sprouted before our eyes and illuminated our path. Now, nature's law holds no meaning here, but I clutch my tablet with the knowledge that it shall end this. See, so we got Rho, and we got Theta, and then we got Epsilon, and the number 11. We found the code that was simply in the singularity of the characters. All eyes must face towards the Archrotononic. Aye. No, the 7th Archrontic. Aye, I'm sure you know that one. That's right, good. When the sun and the moon to meet, like the Guardian shall be defeated. Oh, it's the defeated. The Guardian shall be defeated. No, I can't do it. So that's where the Birmingham's slipping in. You got ghosts in your blood. Better do cocaine about it. A dead language reveals the path for Owl the Moon and the Chief of the Start. Now listen. Alright, listen to the things that I have said. Follow my words of me mouth words, and reveal thyself to me. See, I heard a whisper, not once, again and again. I will pour out me spirit. I will pour out me spirit. All together, I will pour out me spirit. Nothing bad happens in Hobbs Barrow.
It appears to be a journal, full of hogwash. I don't recognise the handwriting. Maybe Stanley knows more about it.
Good morning. How's your head, Miss Bateman? That were quite the tune you treated us to last night.
To be honest, Stanley, I felt better. I take it you slid this journal under my door?
I beg your pardon?
The journal, Stanley.
I certainly did no such thing. Nor could have anyone else.
Baron, have a crack inside with inscription and let me know when you finish it.
What's the meaning of all this? Do you propose that it manifested itself out of thin air?
Well,
Relent, he might be telling the truth.
I'm sorry.
He's not going to tell us if he did.
I don't understand how else it could have got there.
Okay, so first off, journal.
Are you sure there was no one else here overnight?
Without doubt.
How very, very peculiar.
So, what does it say inside?
Sadly, Numbers, I did not get the chance to voice any of the characters in this, but I did audition. Show Stanley the contents, perhaps he can decipher it.
Take a look.
Well, I can't make head nor tail of it.
Neither can I.
Maybe someone else in the village can help you with it.
No, Phyllis, I did genuinely send in an audition tape for, I forget which character.
What do you make of this stone?
That's a funny-looking thing. It's got a cockerel on it.
Yes, but have you seen anything like it?
Sir, I was drinking. Although not drinking. I'm going to wait a while to have some wine.
Do you ever have strange dreams, Stanley?
Me? I sleep as sound as a baby.
I had one such dream last night. It was so vivid.
What were it about?
Oh, fuck it. I'm just going to tell the barkeep.
I was at Hob's Barrow.
Oh?
But everything was different. Great peaks soared in the distance. And there was a creature.
A creature, you say?
Yes, a short, robed fellow, eyes as black as pitch. It told me that my father had been there in Hob's Barrow many years ago, but something went wrong, and the creature helped him escape. It said that I would find proof in the morning.
Oh, the journal. You've had a premonition, lass.
Please, Stanley, I've no time for that nonsense. But I'll admit it's a strange coincidence.
Now, what did I tell you about Hob's Barrow?
That I should leave it alone?
Aye.
And what have you done?
Your dream reminds me of a story from my childhood. An old folk tale about Hob's Barrow.
Sorry, Crystallion said, congrats, will you become a D&D player, running everything by the barkeep. And I was reminded of the Waffle House Shield Maiden. And someone was... because there was a thing doing the rounds that the closest equivalent to a D&D tavern in the US is a Waffle House. Or a Denny's, depending on your region. And then I was reminded of the old DM's trick that every barkeep is a retired level 20 adventurer to avoid the party from trying to just brothel stomp the bar and take it. And then it struck me, having seen that clip of the Waffle House lass grab a chair out the air like it's nothing. Also, that person went 3-on-1 and came out like successful, so that's another story. And I was like, oh shit, that person, retired level 20 adventurer. Let's hear the folktale.
What is this folk tale you mention?
Well, when I were a wee boy, there were talk of a goblin. They say he lived inside Hob's Barrow, hence the name, Hob's Barrow. Hob, coming from hobgoblin, of course. Unfortunately, I don't remember anything else about it.
I was told not to believe in such fairy tales, Stanley.
Don't close your mind to such things, lass. I'm sure Mr. Shoulder will tell you more.
Perhaps, if I ever meet him. Goodbye.
See you soon.
Ah, lass.
Good morning, Mr. Kemp.
Good day, Miss Tompkins.
I'm here for his lordship's paper.
Sorry, lass. Mr. Price hasn't dropped them off this morning. I heard he actually left the village yesterday.
Indeed, I can vouch for that.
Ma'am?
Good day.
Oh dear. His lordship won't be pleased.
My sincerest apologies, Miss Tompkins.
I'll come back in a few days. Ta-ra.
Goodbye.
Our lordship's gonna get the gun out again! No, I just, apparently, I'm doing that thing where I alleviate tension both socially and in video games by making jokes. And was like, oh, lass, you've not heard of the goblin. I'm sorry, Barkeep Stanley, what goblin? Goblin D's nuts! Aye! 2 bells! Ding ding!
Pulling the bell would be quite unbecoming of me.
Sorry.
Goodness me, I can't budge it.
Be careful, Miss Bateman. You'll cut yourself. I spent all morning trying to get that bloody thing out. I shall be having words with that scoundrel next time he shows his face.
Thank you, Phyllis. I gave it my darndest, and
Curses.
We have our very own Excalibur. It's all yours if you can pull it out, King Arthur.
Chisel on
I
knife.
do not wish to damage Mr. Kemp's table any further than it already has been.
Right, well, for now, we'll leave it. Alright, onward!
Right. I need to convince Mr. Bryden to let me excavate Hob's Barrow and find out where this journal came from.
Alright. Oh, I guess it's almost market time.
Good day.
I'm still setting up my stall. Come back later.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can you please come back later? I'm still setting up. Bloody townies. Bloody fucking townies, I tell thee. Ah! Sir Voms and Cuts.
Good morning, Father Roach.
Ah, Miss Bateman. What a pleasure to see you again. Have you tracked down Mr. Shoulder yet?
Don't get me started.
I'll take that as a no.
Indeed. Do you recognize this journal?
What a tatty old thing. You ought to take better care of your possessions, Miss Bateman.
It's not mine.
Then whose is it?
That's precisely what I'm trying to find out.
I'm afraid I can't help you. I haven't seen it before.
Alright, how about this stone?
What do you make of this stone?
I don't recognize the symbol from any Christian iconography.
Oh!
Did you make it yourself?
No, never mind. What brings you to the square today?
I'm meeting a couple of young congregation members to go over some scripture. You're welcome to join us.
I'm going to get fucking
Thank you,
shit
Father
out.
Roach, but I have quite a busy day ahead of me.
We will be at St. Edmunds, should you wish to join us later.
Thanks for your time.
Lord be with you.
Need to track down Mr. Shoulder. Okay. So we have a look at... Okay, so explore... Purely in the surrounding area. Excavation, find out about the journal, investigate the folklore. So we'll head out towards the train, and then just kind of like work our way back. Attention! Bewley Station is closed for the time being due to a track damage between Bewley and Bakewell. We apologise for any inconvenience caused by Midland Railway. Still better than Southern Rail, but alright. This totally doesn't feel like she's getting trapped in this town. No. No. She's not trapped. She's not trapped. Not trapped at all. Oh, looky here.
Thomasina!
Good morning, Arthur.
You look a bit addled. Are you feeling all right?
I am not used to drinking as much as we did.
Shots was an ill-advised manoeuvre.
It's pounding.
To tell you the truth, Arthur, I've had a somewhat puzzling morning.
Oh?
Someone slipped this journal under the door of my room.
Whose journal is it?
I have no idea. The text refers to some sort of excavation.
Stanley must be playing tricks on you.
He swore his innocence. I thought perhaps you might have done it?
No, it wasn't me. That's for certain. Somehow I have a clear memory of last night.
Oh, so Unholy Glee, Angel Cleaner, I apologise. You know that thing we used to assume everybody's seen like a meme or a element of viral content? But yeah, it's the aerial parry of a steel chair coming over, which, to my understanding, those things are supposed to be bolted down, so that thing's got heft to it. Like it were nothing.
I wonder who left me this journal then.
Mind if I take a closer look?
Please, go ahead.
The writings of a madman.
I don't disagree. Do the sketches mean anything to you?
No, not at all. But they turn me stomach. You might want to show this to Mother Mildred.
I'm sorry, Mother whom?
Who is Mother Mildred?
Some think her a witch.
A witch?
Aye. She might be able to help you with the symbols.
Where can I find her?
She lives alone in a little cottage within Herne Wood here. You shouldn't have too much trouble finding her.
Thanks, Arthur.
You're welcome.
What do you make of this stone?
It's a good shape for skimming across water. What is it?
I'm not sure. It was strapped to the cover of the journal.
How mysterious.
Last night!
I had a splendid time last night.
Aye. I even remember most of it this time. Thanks for listening to me going on. I really appreciate it.
The feeling is mutual. Thank you too, Arthur. I see the railway station is closed. What happened?
The line is down. Track damage between Bewley and Bakewell. No trains for a day or more.
Does that mean I'm stranded here?
For the time being, Thomasina.
Capital. Why do people think Mother Mildred is a witch? Just because a woman lives alone in the woods doesn't mean she flies about on a broomstick.
There's more to it than that. They say she lays with demons.
Who are they?
What's in the millennium?
Oh, you know, local folk.
Hogwash.
Some also go to her for potions and spells.
So she's a monster
Spells?
fucker.
Come now, Arthur.
Truth be told, she's a nice old lady.
She just fucks
I
demons.
sometimes see her foraging in the brambles around here.
Will she burn at the stake sometime soon?
You might think us backward in Bewley, Thomasina, but we're not that backward.
Sorry, Arthur. I only meant to tease. Goodbye.
Ta-ra.
Ah, Hildrix, we stan a queen. If she's gonna fuck demons, alright, well then she can.
Thomasina, dear, come say goodbye to your father. Come on now, don't make him wait.
I don't want to.
Right, Lord Lost and Found, go get some sleep, friend. Have a good evening. It was
Aren't
lovely
you
hanging
going
out.
to miss me?
I hate you, Daddy.
You killed the fairies,
Those
you
are
fuck!
strong words for such a little lady.
I want to come with you.
We've been through this, little bird. You can't come with me this time, but we'll go to Sebra next month. I promise. Oh, what a dig that shall be.
I hate you.
Well, I love you. See you soon, little bird.
Now watch me climb this rickety pile of bricks that I've made. Sure hope nothing falls. Nothing bad happened the end. Squirrel.
I shan't be visiting the badgers again. I was lucky to escape intact.
Sure there's nothing here. Ooh, resin.
The resin has set somewhat. It's firmly gripped to the stump.
I fucking love berries, me. Just fucking I'm gonna see the future. I've eaten these and some mushrooms. I know everything's big and weird, and the sky's my friend. Also, time's not real.
Please, forgive my intrusion. Are you Mother Mildred?
Some call me that. I prefer Mildred Walker, given as that's my name.
Apologies. Thomasina Bateman. I think we met at Bewley Station.
I take it Panswick's men have cleared off. Good riddance. Those ruffians would cut their own noses off if he asked them to. How's your sightseeing going, then? Save your words, young lady. I know you're no sightseer, and I know exactly why you're in Bewley. You won't get far by lying to me again.
I'm sorry, I
recognised you the moment I laid eyes on you at the station.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, yeah, it's quite a striking family resemblance.
Oh!
You have your father's eyes, Miss Bateman.
In a little jar.
You knew my father?
Such piercing blue eyes he had. What a handsome young man. William.
He was here, in Bewley.
Oh, yes. A long time ago, mind. 25 years by my reckoning. But I'll never forget those eyes.
I laid that man like he were cheap piping on the roof. Sorry, what? Yeah, we're getting to the meat of this now.
Why was my father in Bewley?
You were helping Samuel Bryden excavate Hobbs' Barrow.
You must be jesting.
Do I look like I'm jesting?
How did you come to meet my father?
One might say I have a reputation in these parts. Folks from all around come to me for help with their ailments. Hernwood is abundant with flora that, if mixed correctly, will cure almost any ill. Your father must have caught wind of this, as one day he came to me, asking for a cure.
A cure for what?
Your mother were with child, and she was suffering the most terrible nausea.
Adam.
I made something to help her.
The journal. This was entered in the journal. It belongs to my father.
What journal?
Take a look at this. A passage recalls meeting a local wise woman to seek a tincture for his beloved's nausea gravidarum.
Aye, that's me. I made the tincture for him.
This is incredible.
You don't recognise your own father's handwriting?
What kind of daughter
It's
are
been so
you?
many years since I've seen it.
And the stone?
What do you make of this stone?
I-A-W. I haven't a clue. Perhaps it's an old folk trinket, or a talisman of some kind. The Moors are steeped in folklore.
What can you tell me about the excavation?
Get into the
Not
real
much.
feckin' meat of this.
I only met your father twice. The last time he asked me if I knew anything about binding magic.
Binding magic?
He said he needed it for the excavation.
Hogwash. My father is a man of logic and reason. Why would he be asking about such nonsense?
Perhaps you don't know him as well as you think you do. Anyway, I know nothing of magic and told him so. He seemed disappointed. I never saw him again, but I understand the excavation went ahead. Samuel Bryden hanged himself not long after. Reason enough for you to stay well clear of that place.
Yep. Lena, you're entirely correct. Asking about binding magic, totally regular, normal conversation.
What do you think my father meant by binding magic?
I've no idea. He didn't explain more, and I didn't wish to pry.
This just doesn't sound like my father at all.
You'll have to ask him yourself.
I'm afraid my father has been incapacitated since I was a child. He cannot speak nor move.
Terrible. Oh, I'm sorry.
You said that the flora here could cure almost any ill.
Almost, my dear. But your father's affliction sounds beyond my abilities.
I met your father, those blue eyes. He was quite the demon and or devil, don't ye know, with all those binding things.
Bacon, thank you for the 200. I don't know if I have a witty articulation on that one. I'm just fascinated right now.
You never saw my father again after the excavation?
No, I always assumed he just went home.
Who excavated Hobbs Barrow alongside Samuel Bryden and my father?
From memory, it were just the two of them.
And what about the fucking goblin?
The landlord of the Plough and Furrow told me about a folk tale associated with Hobbs Barrow. Something about a goblin. Are you familiar with it?
No doubt there is such a tale. Name any beastie you can think of, and someone round here will have a story about it.
My thoughts precisely. Charles Bryden mentioned there was a third man involved in the excavation.
Is that so?
Yaldum is
You best
mine.
ask him about
Ha
it.
ha ha
He knows
ha
more than I
ha
do.
ha.
Personally defunct. Fucking thank you. Coming out of absolute nowhere. Thank you for precisely 1,362 bits. That's fucking cool of you. Thank you. But now the question is, as the new Jarl, what will you do with this newfound power? That is the question. Whilst you're answering, we'll find out about Leonard Shoulder.
Can you tell me anything about Leonard Shoulder?
I know of him, as is the nature of such a small town. I also know he invited you here.
Little escapes you, Miss Walker.
So they say. My path rarely crosses with his. Let's put it that way. But he's a nice enough fellow.
I see.
So Fred, welcome back. It turns out our dad did actually excavate Hobbs Barrow before. And... yup. So we're getting into some serious pain here.
Do you know Lord Panswick?
I know his labourers make a mess of these woods, the brutes. The man himself hasn't graced me with his presence.
You've never met him?
Not since he were a wee lad. A maid brought him to me with a sore stomach. It were all the rich food they were feeding him, nowt more.
Thank you for your help, Ms. Walker. They look somewhat like juniper berries. The cottage is nestled cosily in the woods.
You know what, Fred? I'm entirely in
Miss
agreement.
Bateman,
Yes.
remember what I told you when we first met? You're better off waiting for the next train back to the city.
Alright.
Why?
Something terrible happened to Samuel Bryden in that barrow. Whatever they found down there, I'd wager it got to your father too. Tell me you won't disturb Hobbs Barrow.
I will do no such thing!
Mildred.
Can't say I didn't warn you. There
All
was
right.
something unnatural about that place.
Get to fuck.
We must seek to understand the world by rational means, Ms. Walker. One cannot abandon reason.
Your choice, love, your choice.
Thomasina? Thomasina, come here this instant.
I'm playing with Josephine.
She can wait. This is very important.
Your father has met with what can only be described as truck-coon, and now is in some kind of coma.
I'll be back soon, Josephine. Hello.
Tiny Thomasina is
Hello.
adorable.
What is it, Mummy?
It's your father.
Daddy's home?
No,
No,
my dear.
Daddy's
You
ruined.
must go to Bakewell with haste. Miss Bowes will look after you whilst I'm gone. Is that clear?
Where's Daddy?
He's had an accident.
What happened?
He's come off his horse.
Silly Daddy. Will he be all right?
Fuck no.
Of course he will be fine. Your father is as strong as an ox, but I need to go collect him, all right?
Can't I come too?
No, dear. Miss Bowes will look after you.
But I want to come.
Go pick up your dolls, then come inside, all right?
Yes, Mummy. Josephine, it's time to go inside now.
That's why these flashbacks are going to start turning into some serious nightmares.
Where did Mummy go?
I helped him then, and I can help him again.
Wellity. Arthur Tullett again.
Arthur, you won't believe it. The journal belongs to my father. He was here in Bewley. Arthur? Hello?
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to remember something.
What is it?
I'm not sure. Something in the woods. It will come back to me. You say your father were in Bewley?
Yes. Mildred said that he helped Samuel Bryden excavate Hobbs Barrow 25 years ago.
Well, I'll be. Let's talk about it tonight at the plough.
Alright, I'm going to tell him about the weird dream.
Arthur, I must tell you about the dream I had. I was at Hobbs Barrow and there was a creature. It told me it saved my father from something inside and that I would find proof of this in the morning. Sure enough, when I awoke, the journal was in my room. Mildred confirmed the journal belonged to my father. The creature told me it could help my father again. I mean, it was merely a dream. I don't know what to think anymore. Arthur? Arthur, are you listening? Fine then, we'll talk later. I hope you piece together your memories.
I don't think that Arthur's okay. Yeah, it's just a dream. It's all just a dream. Oh, he's bloody gone. Alright, so what's left on the to-do? Convince Mr. Bryden, investigate local folklore. So we still need to hit up a few of the local hotspots. Puppy!
Hey, boy.
Puppy. Arthur's fine. Don't worry about it. Ah, Wellity. It's this fuck.
Hello, dear.
Good day.
Sydney, must you be so unruly? Run along home now, won't you?
I believe we've met.
Miss Thomasina Bateman, the famous antiquarian.
My reputation precedes me.
I can assure you it does.
That sounds threatening.
James.
Are you a painter?
You see this beck before you? Look at the water. See how it tumbles and falls. I seek one spot on which my eyes can rest. Be it a stone or a small corner of the current, I meet it with my gaze, and out of the tumbling and falling, a new land rises. I see a new world.
You certainly have the eloquence of an artist. What are you painting?
A new world.
Quite the ambition.
Indeed, my ambition knows no bounds.
Can I see it?
Not yet. It's not finished. Such a world is not complete without you in it.
You flatter me, James.
Nonsense. Say you'll let me paint you.
Hell no. Oh yeah, I haven't even seen your work.
I haven't even seen your work. What if you can't paint?
Don't fret, my dear. You shall be the shining star of my new world. When the time comes, I shall call on thee.
What do you make of this stone?
It looks antique. You might want to keep a hold of it.
Do you know of Hobbs Barrow?
I'd like to know more about you, Thomasina. What time do you like to rise in the morning?
Damn it,
How
weird,
do you
dude.
like your tea? What makes you happy?
He is asking too many questions.
Late, with 3 spoons of sugar and spending time with my husband.
You disappoint me. I sense no truth in your words. Are you a woman of dubious principles, Thomasina?
You ask too many questions. Do you know Leonard Shoulder?
A man of Bewley?
Yes.
I care not for the men of Bewley. Only for the visitors.
And the ladies, apparently.
Was that your dog?
Yes, his name is Sydney. Quite the excitable pup. Don't mind his bark. The little fellow wouldn't hurt a fly.
What do you know of Lord Panswick?
A fine gentleman. Now that is someone who commands respect.
Do you know him personally?
No, I don't think anyone can really claim that. But what a tiring subject. Shall we discuss something a little more exciting?
Goodbye.
See you soon, my dear.
Okay, friends. While I do want to keep going with this, I am fading fast. So, in this lovely little corner, I am going to save our game under regular Britain. Oh yeah, Fearless. That guy's probably the yeah. That guy is probably the Lord. But this, dear friends, has been a lovely day, and I hope you've all been enjoying this, because I think it's pretty obvious that I have. I'm going to have to yell at the UPS tomorrow, so I need to get my rest, save my energies. But tomorrow will be Sea of Thieves, and not just Sea of Thieves, but we'll be taking on the Veil. So I hope to have some vaguely interesting stuff for you all. Oh, and we'll probably end up finishing this up next week, although I don't know what day we'll be doing this on, so do keep an eye on the Discord if you want to see part 2, or however many parts this ends up being, because it is fecking brilliant. And to that end, I would like to thank the following people, because, like, despite this being what I thought was going to be a quiet Thursday, you all threw in a fuckload of bits, and I only get to...
Good show, lad.
Thank you, Jack. Well, so to Jack's Gulch, Lizzie T. Power and Jackie Foxbutt, thank you all for the cash. Like, that goes into our coffers immediately and gets spent on food and keeping our dumbasses alive, so thank you. Also, Jax, you took the Yaldum. What will you do with it? To Stooge and Firestrager, personally defunct, and Wolfcrad and Bacon Avenger and J-Post and Eraman and Thrame and Quasimoto. Thank you all for the bits. Like, you'll know by this point that's the big thing that keeps us going. To Caffeine and Rhymes and Moose, but also Lizzie T. Powell, your moderators today, thank you kindly, you feckin' legends. And those that subbed or are hunted by House Carl, I'd like to thank Ortrazini, Stepagen, Caffeine, ET3 Stooge, Compliment Cap and C222, Wheeler Dealer and Personally Defunct, and Skynix Astoria, Fallen Angel, Unholy Glee, and Baron von Sheepington III. And thank you once again for ET3 Stooge for bringing in a raid earlier on today. Angel Kalina, like, thank you. I don't know what it's going to take to get everything sorted. So, yeah, I'll keep you all posted. But, yeah, we'll just have to feckin' see. I will be extremely livid if we have lost everything. But, 'tis what it is. 'Tis what it is. Alright. Let's see how these two lovely Mother Hubbards are doing. That person is AFK, which doesn't help. You know what? Let's go over to Mardi Cow. I mean, they're playing Hunt Showdown, which is always a fascinating game to watch. And they're in lovely Mother Hubbard. So, thank you for joining me for a trundle around a completely and realistic and totally authentic British village where nothing weird or strange happens. But yeah, do keep an eye on the Discord, and I'll let you all know as soon as we have the next part of this locked in. This has been a feckin' lovely day. As I said again, tomorrow is Sea of Thieves, and we should have not only the full team, but also, yeah, we're taking on the Vale, and I'm really fucking excited for it. So I hope to see you tomorrow. And yeah, Saturday will be a return to Bloodborne, so I'm very excited for that one. Right, you crazy lot. I'm going to have to try and not sound like a person from the Midlands for the rest of the night, which is going to be bloody difficult. I hope you have a cracking evening. And yeah, those of you that have read up on the D&D stuff, I would love to know your thoughts and feels. And we'll probably end up having a banter on that in the next day and change. But yeah, it's been a real good day. It's been a real good day. Right. Love to you all. Have an excellent rest of your evening. And yeah, I shall see you on the morrow for some general piracy. Have a good night, friends. And I'll see you later. Right, where's that button? Where's that button?